Well, that clip didn't play. All right. Well, hello everyone, and welcome in tonight to Awakening after the Watchtower. Well, our good friend Eric, he's out of Tennessee. He's originally from Rhode Island, but he's a former Jehovah's Witness, and he does this program every 2 weeks right here on the Six Screens Telenetwork. And we're looking forward to his program tonight. Let's bring Eric on right now. Hello, Eric.
Hello, Rick. How you doing, and how's everyone doing out there?
Well, I'm doing good, and I think everyone's doing good too. Yeah, we got better weather coming. It's getting a little bit warmer, so that always feels good, you know.
Yeah, I'm spoiled here in Tennessee, Rick. We had the air on today a little bit.
Did you really? What was the temperature there today?
About mid 70s, and every once in a while, I get a little stuffy in the house. You
Wow.
hit the central AC on for a second.
Wow. Wow. We had a beautiful day up here in New England, about 50.
Yeah, I started gardening already. Yep.
Well, what do you grow?
I grow a lot of herbs like arugula, well, that's lettuce, basil, all the basil, rosemary, oregano, all the herbs that are expensive at the grocery store, especially the basil. The basil's junk at the stores. You get this tiny little packet, and I do a lot of Italian cooking, so basil's important. And tomatoes, and then Brad from Australia hates that I do this, but I grow pickles or cucumbers and I pickle them, and he's like, "You should never pickle a cucumber." But I thought I'd just get everybody laughing. But we're going to have a good show tonight, Rick, and we're going to talk about money. And I was going to have you play a clip from a brother I got permission to use his clip. It's just about 6 minutes long, and he's going to expose what runs Watchtower.
Well, when would you like that?
Can you do it now? And then you can go take a break.
Yeah, let's do it right now for you. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, let's. Okay.
I'll introduce the guy because I'd like to give him a little plug too. I think his name is Jerome, but the name of his YouTube channel is Preach from the Housetops, and it's usually like an AI voice, but the material that he gets is so well done, and I suggest everybody subscribe to him because I think he's got a really good channel. It's powerful little points that he makes, and it's going to be a part of our topic tonight. So when Rick gets that up, we'll. GG for GB. Eric grows herbs. Yeah, that's the good dig, buddy. Yeah, here we go. Thank you, Rick. You can just play the whole thing.
Recently, the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society published this news update on its official website. Jehovah's Witnesses to appeal unconstitutional ruling in Norway. On March 4, 2024, the Oslo District Court upheld the Norwegian government's decision to revoke the legal registration of Jehovah's Witnesses in Norway. Jehovah's Witnesses in Norway will appeal the decision. So, what's it all about? Why has the Norwegian government rendered such a decision? How does this affect the worship and activity of Jehovah's Witnesses in Norway? The announcement explains. The position of the state now remains that it will continue to deny legal recognition to Jehovah's Witnesses in the country of Norway, unless we change our practices regarding the removal of unrepentant wrongdoers from the congregation. First of all, it is important to know that this is only partially true. The official court transcript of the decision gives more complete information. State subsidies and registration are refused on the grounds that Jehovah's Witnesses seriously violate the rights and freedoms of others. The state claims that Jehovah's Witnesses prevent the right to freedom of expression and expose baptized children to psychological violence and negative social control. This is said to be the effect of a religiously motivated practice, which means that no one in the congregations should have contact with former members who have been excluded, ostracized, or who have withdrawn. In the state's view, children's rights are also violated by another practice that applies to unbaptized minors who have the status of preachers. If they commit a serious sin as unbaptized, they cannot be ostracized, but they risk exclusion and social isolation from the community in the congregation. Because the arrangement is that one must be careful in associating with the child. From an examination of the Watchtower Society's own literature and videos, the court recognized that young children that get baptized are exposed to social isolation, not only because of being involved in wrongdoing in the future, but also if they later, as adults, happen to change their mind and wish to leave the religion. Also, children that have become unbaptized publishers, though not disfellowshipped, are nevertheless expected to be viewed by members of the congregation as bad association if they become involved in wrongdoing. To force a person to choose between remaining in a religion and having close family relations is negative social pressure. This is the real reason for the ruling. At first, this may sound as if being denied legal registration means the Jehovah's Witnesses have been banned as a religion, but this is not really the case. The decision to deregister Jehovah's Witnesses denies us the financial aid and other benefits that the government provides to over 700 registered religious communities in the country. Additional consequences include losing the right to appoint and authorize ministers of Jehovah's Witnesses as officiants for weddings. So, Jehovah's Witnesses are not banned as a religion. They are still allowed to have meetings and share in their public ministry as always. The removal of registration only affects two things: their right to receive financial aid from the government, and for married couples to have an elder officiate at their weddings. This doesn't mean that they cannot get married. It just means that without a civil ceremony, the marriage will not be legally recognized.
They've suspended our grants, while there are over 700 religious communities who continue to receive such state benefits. This decision is unconstitutional and an unprecedented attack on religious freedom in Norway.
But since they are only denied grant money from the government, how is this an unprecedented attack on religious freedom?
Once a religion is run by lovers of money, they're no longer lovers of truth or lovers of God's word. You received free, give free. It's a clear message. Don't accept money for the work of the Holy Spirit.
Interestingly, today there are over 4,500 members of the LDS Church, or the Mormons, in Norway. Yet the Mormon Church is not registered in the system in Norway. That means that they do not have the privileges of receiving funding nor performing weddings. Yet they have full religious freedom and carry on fine without them. So why is the Watchtower Society pursuing legal remedies to get money?
So you have to let that sink in.
Well, thank you, Rick. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for listening to that video. I know it was a little
This
lengthy.
program contains content that may
sorry about
disturb
that.
some viewers. Cut that off right now. Just give it a second.
Yeah,
Eric.
thank you. Yeah, that's it.
So the events
Yeah, this is some other video.
unfolding around us
Yeah.
are making clearer
Right.
than ever that we're living in the final part.
All right.
Well, that wasn't that another false prediction that Stephen Lett did. I think it's fair enough to say that the final part of the last days. What was that? 3 years ago? Are we going on 4? I don't remember. But thanks, Rick. Thanks for playing that video. But I like how he was able to capture some of the words that the governing bodies say. I like how they said that it's unconstitutional of what's happening to them in Norway. But then what's funny is what they do with the disfellowshipping arrangement and the blood doctrine and getting involved in our medicine and every aspect of our life, even our marriage bed, that's unconstitutional. These people are rule followers, and they're always following the rule to get away with their evil agenda. And that guy said once they're run by lovers of money, that they no longer care about JEHOVAH'S or Jesus' will. It's just, wow, do they really self-project everybody, you know? And I just wanted to again thank Preaching from the Housetops for doing that video. He did a really good job with that. And money. It's always talked about. We always hear talks about materialism. We always hear talks, about pioneering and giving up, our jobs and stuff because the end of the system of things is here, and we need to get as many people in as we can. But isn't this a load of crap, though? Because it's always rules for thee, but not for me with the governing body and the elders. Because, Rick was saying that in his protest that there was a lot of nice cars at the Kingdom Hall. And I'll tell you why that is. It's because not all of them are poor. Actually, a lot of elders, at least where I come from in Rhode Island, they have a lot of money, like a good amount of money, like assets. Really expensive houses and cars. A lot of them are electricians, have their own business, carpenters, plumbers. All these men make a lot of money. My landlord, Desiree and I's landlord, he was a Jehovah's Witness elder, the Kobe, and he was a plasterer. And I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again since it fits the topic tonight. Right, so he's on stage probably giving talks about materialism and stuff like that, being the coordinator of the body of elders. Well, this guy, and not that there's anything wrong with it, but for somebody who enforces rules, he lost $350,000 in the stock market. And when he got a little dog, it was a wiener dog. He named it NASDAQ, right, after the stock. But what's not funny is like how this man carried himself in his life. I had the unfortunate privilege of renting his house from him, and he didn't know that I was a witness, and my wife and I were witnesses and disfellowshipped, and I didn't know him, even though Rhode Island was a small town. He lived in Rhode Island, but he went to the Massachusetts congregation, I think the Seekonk Hall, and I just didn't know him. But my wife had a feeling that I think she spotted the silver sword and had a feeling that they were witnesses. He ended up taking us on anyways, even though he found out from my father that we were disfellowshipped. But he was a nasty man. We crossed paths one morning, and I said, "Good morning." I even had my head down. I didn't even look him in the eye. I was just trying to be nice. And he stopped and looked at me, and he said, "Eric, not even a greeting." And I'm like, "Okay." And I just kept walking. And this is the type of mentality and these type of people. Like what qualifies this man? He's a domineering man that has a plastering business and a very big real estate company where he has a lot of homes that he rents out. And he's not really an empathic person. I mean, this guy has to evict people from his homes. You think that? Do you want that guy being on your elders committee or renting from him when you're disfellowshipped and he's an elder? The other thing too was everything was about money with him, but I always paid him. I paid him cash, $1,400 cash every month, and never had a problem with a payment ever. It wasn't until something happened to us and we parted ways in a bad way, but that took 2 years, and it was a catastrophe that happened with my wife of I. The other negative thing about living with these people was and I've said this before, that his wife worked in the same hospital where I got treatment for my hemophilia, and she had nothing to do with my like case or anything. And she looked up my file and she's like, oh, she gave me a hug and she's like, I'm so sorry you have hemophilia, when I gave her the rent one day. And I'm like, what? How do you know that? She's like, oh, I looked at your file. I'm like, wow, I could get you fired. I'm bringing this up just because people who have money and people who have lives and who are good in the have a good standing in the congregation, these elders and the elders' wives, they start to live a life of gluttony almost. Because they're abusing their power. They're making the most money that they can. These people weren't hurting by any means. And there's nothing wrong with making money, but there's something wrong with making money and telling other people you can't. That's the sin. It's the rules for thee. And I know I'm repeating myself, but not for me. And it seems to carry over in all aspects of Jehovah's Witnesses. The Jehovah's Witnesses are taught not to live anything of this life, and it's bringing the ugly out in them. Because what seems to be happening, in my opinion, is just that it's causing jealousy, right? My parents, they always wanted a better life, but could only do so much. And I had a decent life with my parents. The home life was horrible, but as far as being spoiled a little bit with being able to go to Vermont and vacations and stuff like that, yes, but horrible parents with no direction and just weren't around and are abusive. And it's no way to be raised, and I don't wish them ill for it, but it's part of what Watchtower creates. It's a part of it's like Frankenstein's monster, us ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, whether we're apostates, peenies, not peenies, pomos, physically out, mentally out, or physically out, mentally in. We're all touched by it, or the tentacles of the Watchtower, like Rick says. We've all been hurt, and my family, they always, I think, wanted that better life, and my dad had a friend at work. He didn't work with him, but this man was a customer that came into the concrete company that he worked at all the time, and he was so close to our family that Dad would say, "This is your cousin Mike." And he was worldly. So it was kind of strange to call someone cousin Mike when you're worldly and you're taught a certain way. But cousin Mike had a really good business, and he used concrete from his cousin, his fleshly cousin, from the place where my dad worked. And my dad was the face of the company, and also he did it all, the cement truck driver and everything. So this man wanted to be friends with my dad and our families because they all have kids the same age, and he thought it would be healthy for all of us. He thought we were good people, and my dad declined, and he ended up letting him use the cabin without him. But isn't that crappy, And I feel like that's another lover of money or lover of things or being unbalanced, because my parents used them up, and they even had done damage to his property once. They fixed it, in their defense. But like to say, hey, yeah, you're good enough for me to use your cabin, but I don't want to associate with you because I'm in a cult, basically. And that's kind of what I'm bringing up tonight, is just money and selfishness, and how much it really is in the organization. I know there's a lot of poor people and people who or just have cleaning jobs or whatever just to make a living. But there's also the Jehovah's Witnesses that said, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make something of myself, and didn't always put Watchtower first, but now they do. But at the same time, they put their companies first. I know a lot of elders, they all play the stock market. A lot of elders that have a good amount of money. There was one brother, an elder, who he had a good amount of jewelry on him, and his wife one day came into and this is inappropriate for any church or Jehovah's, but you could see how the Jehovah's Witnesses would do this. Well, it was obvious that his wife had got breast implants, right? And everybody noticed, and the guys that were close to the elder would say something, and he'd say, he'd ignore it, and I don't know what you're talking about. But that really has, I don't know what that has to do with materialism so much, but the fact that people can have money to go around for things like that. And meanwhile, this guy's disfellowshipping people, which he has a lot of people, Brother Giles. But anyways, I've talked a little bit and ranted a little, but what do you guys think about money? Is there anyone on the phone line that wants to talk about it or talk about the video that we watched and just how Watchtower's in denial?
Eric?
Yeah.
Hey.
Let's let the sister go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there somebody before me? I can wait.
Nope, that's you.
I love you, Eric. You are so good. You remind me of Linda. I can't stop listening to you or her.
Thank you. That's a compliment.
I was very, very poor. My brothers and I grew up in the project, so we were extremely poor. And we were visiting our uncle who lived in a very affluent area called Woodland Hills, which is a suburb of LA. And we had to go to the local congregation there, and they were filthy rich. We, being poor from a poor congregation, had no idea that there were any witnesses that had what these people had. And we were sitting in the congregation one time, and this brother was talking about the scripture where it says, if a man is not willing to work, neither let him eat. And he was talking about people who were poor, like my poor sick mother who was invalid, and we had to live on welfare. And it was nothing to be, ashamed of, but it was kind of hard. And this man is talking, and he said to the whole congregation, yeah, I sure wish I could just lay around my pool all day, sipping my iced tea while the money rolled in every month. Can you imagine? And the whole congregation laughed. I swear to God, my hands were fists. I wanted to jump on that stage and snatch that brother bald-headed. And again, about being poor in the Watchtower, they preach, oh, be humble, but they don't really mean it, because it's the ones that have money that get the attention, that get the accolades, that get the invitations, that get the positions. They get invited everywhere, and they don't hardly ever get this fellowship. It's always the lower class ones. Well, on the other poor story, my brothers and I, being from a very poor congregation, we used to have our circuit assemblies in the 60s at the Masonic Temple in San Francisco, and I would always work in the basement, doing whatever had to be done. And it was literally freezing cold. And I didn't have proper clothing. And there was this young brother about 2 years older than me. I was like 13, and he was so sweet. And he kept looking at me and smiling, but I could tell his family had money. You could just tell his perfect haircut, all the layers of perfect clothes. Well, his father, who was an elder, caught his son smiling at me and me smiling at him. And he came right over, grabbed him by the back of his jacket and turned him around away from me and pushed him ahead of him. And that brother, I never forgot the look on that brother's face. He looked at me, and everything he was thinking came through. And that look, it was like, how dare you, you scum, fatherless, poor welfare girl on the wrong side of the track. Don't you even look at my son. He's going to marry somebody befitting his station. And I knew it. I was not good enough for him. And this is the way they are. And I saw all these affluent people. But as far as Norway, you know what? Nobody can cry, whine, complain, sue, or cry persecution like the Watchtower can. They can dish it out, but they can't take it.
They can't take it. Yep.
Unrepentant wrongdoers are the ones to fellowship. Excuse me? How many of those unrepentant wrongdoers are child molestation victims or rape victims or somebody who just asked questions? Or one elder I heard, who was actually a very good, upstanding brother, called attention to a lot of money missing from the coffers of the Watchtower. And the next week, he was reproved publicly. And, this is just a lot of BS. And just one more thing, they want to preach freedom of religion. Remember, everybody, I don't remember which one, but it was July 2019. I'm sorry, I think 2009. 2009 Awake, and the front page was all about Watchtower preaching freedom of religion, and no one should be punished by losing their family because their conscience told them to walk away from the religion they were raised in. Total hypocrisy. Thank you for your show. Thank you, Eric.
Oh, thank you, Anne-Marie. I appreciate you so much. You gave a really good comment about the rich being praised in the congregations, though. There was a rich family in Florida where my wife is from, and their name are the Bordens, and they've had their money a long time. They were working in the Twin Towers when that all happened, but they were not in the building when it happened. They happened to be on a different work site at the time, or just not there at that time, and were spared that tragedy. They packed up and left New York and went to Florida and but continued their real estate business from there. And they're filthy. I mean, they're millionaires, but they get hit up by the witnesses all the time too. But they're at the same time, they're very, like, they're high profile witnesses, like you were talking about. They get the best privileges. He's an elder, she's a pioneer, and their son, he did go to school, but they took him out, and he works for the family in Pioneers. Last I heard. But there seems to be people like that in all. There's always some or a lot in Rhode Island or New England. There was a lot because the trades were popular there, and they did very well. Does someone else want to leave a comment?
Yeah, Eric, if I could.
Yeah.
My thought is that we know it's happening
Hey,
in
Rich.
a way that the witnesses, are being not getting the funding that they expect to get. But the irony of all this is that in the Watchtower, they're going to teach you not to be involved with governments, not salute the flag, don't vote for the politicians, don't have anything to do with the political system. Well, that's part of the political system, is the, doling out money to the different religions because it comes out of their treasury. So it's political.
Yeah.
But there they go, they don't, they're going after the money. It's a corporation. Corporations are formed to make money. They're not in the business of saving souls for Christ or Jehovah. That's not that's their disguise. That's what they trick people to believe. But they're in it for the money. If you were to ask or write a letter to Bethel and say, hey, I'm an elder or I'm a servant, and I want to know how much money all those buildings that you sold in Brooklyn, how much money did you get from that? They'll put you on apostate watch. They'll tell you it's none of your damn business. Or they'll delete you, even though there are ways of finding out because there's public record in New York. But they have been hiding money in all these shell companies. There must be 25 or 26 different organizations that they use, and they shuffle the money all over the place. And Rick mentioned something that me and Connie, we caught it at the last assembly in Lowell. And they were coming out with BMWs, Mercedes, Cadillacs, a lot of high-end cars. That scripture says about the showy displays of one's means of life. Well, there's a lot of JWs that really aren't believing that Armageddon is right around the corner, and you should have your go bags ready. Yep. A lot of them they're long term. They're going long term. So the Watchtower is a fraud. The Watchtower is all about the money. I mean, how can you be a governing body member like Jeffrey Jackson and drive a $500,000 Bentley? Mm-hmm. So I've heard it commented on that Bentley was a gift. Oh, really? Somebody? Well, I mean, he must be dealing with he must have a friend that's a worldly person, and gave him a $500,000 car. And they don't have top-end cars. They don't have a private airplanes that you never hear about, but they don't have them.
But they fly first class though.
Oh, of course, they fly first class.
I've never flown first class. Never. I have flown, but I've never flown first class.
Yeah, me neither. But
I didn't sign a vow of poverty either, Rich and Connie. You know, like, damn, I got doubly screwed. Like I could have made money and I didn't.
There's a lot of resentment to there's different tiers of Jehovah's Witnesses. You know, you've got your elders and your ministerial servants. That's one tier. But the elders, there's a separation between ministerial servants and elders. And then there's the people below. They usually subsidize apartments, food stamps, fuel assistance. A lot of them, you know, have that means of life, getting into the state. Yet they'll knock the politicians and they'll knock the system of things. But the system of things is what's putting bread on the table and putting their lights on and keeping heat on their house, because a large percentage of Jehovah's Witnesses are on subsidization. Thanks, Eric. Good program.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate you. Yeah, really good point. You know, and it's true. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to bum anybody out by saying that there's not poor people in the organization. There absolutely is. My wife and I, we've had good times and bad times. Very poor and doing okay at times. It depends. We've had a lot of ups and downs. Go ahead. Somebody want to talk?
Yeah, Eric. This is Gigi.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, I guess I want to talk to you about that. About the money. And so what happens? Like, I'll give you an example. The Mormons and the Jews, they have a system where they collect 10% of the income. So
tithing.
It's in their best interest. So it's in their best interest, like in the Norway, it's in their best interest to not have any dealings with the government, because they're making more money on their system of religion than they would be if they worked with the government. So they have a good thing going. And by them engaging with the government, it just ruins their business plan. Now, in the reason though the Watchtower doesn't teach a financial literacy like they do in other churches is because you become empowered. Let me give you an example. The reason why none of the Jehovah's Witnesses in the congregation know about a corporation, forming a corporation as a church, forming a corporation if you have a window washing business, should you be LLC, should you go sole proprietor? This is what a lot of churches teach their members, because in doing so, you protect not only them, you protect their families, and you protect their assets. So it's a service. A lot of churches do a good service by protecting their family, their members, by giving them a thing called financial education. And then a lot of churches do the same thing in other countries, and they teach them about the concept of money. For example, gold and silver is money. So if you live in Venezuela and you took your profits and you invested it, say, in American real estate or in gold or silver, when you have corrupt governments take over, your capital that you have earned over the years is safer than your neighbor who was never educated. So this is why Watchtower doesn't teach you about education at church, because they're empowered by having people dumb. And I'm going to explain it to you. There's a very popular show on YouTube called Club Shay Shay. And there was so they had this comedian, and he was on with Shannon Sharp, and he mentioned something that was really interesting. He said that a guy that he knew, that a black guy, they're all black in Club Shay Shay. This black guy goes to China because he wants to meet some of the, to consolidate like his shipping routes for his drugs. So the Chinese people are telling him how much they love the black.
Talk about American Gangster.
No. There's a Club Shay Shay on YouTube. But this is
sounds like Frank Lucas story.
No. So what happens is he's telling this comedian's telling the story, but the comedian's telling the story where this drug dealer goes to China And he can't believe how organized and how the level of organization, the level of structure that the crime syndicate in China has. And so the head Chinese tells him, he goes, you black people are the best in culture, in sports, in music. Everybody envies you. However, we can destroy you because we easily pit you, you against each other, and we destroy you. And then he tells the black guy this, he goes, you guys cannot even organize crime. And it was a big eye-opening for him to understand, that there's different concepts even in crime and in all business. But the reason I mention that is because you can't even organize crime. This is where the saying is the devil's in the detail, like in the old Twilight Zone show where the aliens come down and they have a book, and the book is titled To Serve Man, but nobody knows the language of the alien. So on the inside of the book, it's just a bunch of markings, but nobody has deciphered the language yet. So at the very end, the guy's getting in the UFO, and the lady runs up and they deciphered the book. And she goes, it's a cookbook. The title was called To Serve Man, but the devil was in the details, that the human being was on the dish. That's why the aliens were coming to Earth, to get the human beings to eat them. So the point I'm trying to say is the devil is always going to tell you what he's going to do. The devil. And so now, are you ready for me to drop the hammer on you and make your head explode?
Yeah.
The devil wrote a book, and it called it Organized to Accomplish Our Ministry. Eric and Rick Farron and everybody listening, Gilbert, we all thought that our ministry, the word our, meant Eric, meant Gilbert, meant Rick Farron. But no, the book is organized to accomplish Watchtower's ministry. So everything that Watchtower is doing, they organize you and me to accomplish their goals.
Of course. Yep.
We are
Good
like
point, though.
That this Chinese guy was telling us. We weren't even capable to understand that we were being used to accomplish Watchtower's ministry. Now, here's the other thing.
We were pawns.
Yes, we were pawns and servants. Now, I'm just going to drop this last one. In YouTube, there's a whole bunch of apostates, but they come in different fields. There's a group of people that are apostates in the financial industry. And I can't think of his name right now, but it'll come to me. But he owns a website called goldandsilver.com. But here's Mike Maloney. And Mike Maloney has single-handedly did the best YouTube channel in all YouTube. It's like 10 or 11 videos that detail like everybody should watch it. It's called the Secrets of Money. But anyways, here's the point. This is where it goes back to financial education. You and I and Watchtower and everybody else, we have a 401k, we have retirement, we buy stocks, we buy bonds and everything else. Now, what people don't know because it's a secret, there's no apostate telling you the story. So here Mike Maloney is telling you he's an apostate. And the reason I say he's an apostate is because MSNBC will not have him on. CNN will not have him on. Fox will not. He's banned. Why is he banned? Because the work that he does is so against the system. Let me prove it to you. He just did a video a couple of months ago. We already knew this, but it's another one of his best videos. He said he's showing you a certificate of Tesla stock. Now, why is that so important? Because if you have 401k, if you buy Tesla stock with your bank, if the bank goes under, those stocks belong to B of A. They belong to Wells Fargo. They're not yours. It's part of the devil in the details in the contract that you sign with them. However, this guy gets his stocks and tells Bank of America, I don't want to have an account with you. I want you to go to Tesla and have them issue me a certificate for all of the stocks that I own with them. And so he goes, nobody understood what he was talking about. This concept has been hidden from everybody. CNN, MSNBC, Fox Business, they don't want you to know this. So if there's ever a bank collapse, well, Mike Maloney or you and me say, well, that's your problem. I got the certificate and the certificate is in my name. But if the bank collapses, they're going to go to your 401k and they're going to use your Tesla stock to help shore up their bankruptcy. So what I'm trying to go back to is going back to organize to accomplish our ministry. You see, we were purposely kept stupid because by keeping everybody stupid, you become empowered. Watchtower can accomplish your ministry. And to answer your question about the cars, Watchtower doesn't care, Eric, if you have a Mercedes, if you have a Rolls Royce, they don't care. The only thing Watchtower cares is, are you working with them to accomplish their ministry? Because the word our, see, they have you thinking that it's our means you and me. No, it's like the cookbook, to serve man. That's the title of the cookbook. And now you're like, oh my God, now I get it. So the point is, the devil is always going to tell you he's going to kill you. He just leaves out the dirty secret. You know, the devil's in the detail. So does that make sense? Why, if you look at all the Watchtower literature, it's the devil telling you how he's going to screw you over. We are organized to accomplish the ministry. We're going to build kingdom halls. You're going to pay for them in 30 years. We're going to collect interest, and then
we're going to take them back
and keep the money. That is organized to accomplish Jehovah's ministry, Watchtower's ministry.
Our Kingdom Hall had one of the first Kingdom Halls, like a lot of Kingdom Halls back in the 90s, 80s, 90s. Let's go back to 70s, 80s, and 90s. They didn't have windows, but ours did, and we had great big windows, one on each side, and they were long, almost the entire length of the Kingdom Hall. Not quite, but let's say maybe more than halfway. And we had giant curtains, and it's a beautiful hall. It had a basement and a lot of room. And these brothers that were carpenters built it with their own hands, and Watchtower came by and scooped it up and sold it that, look, we're paying for your mortgage, and we're the angel of light coming here to rescue you. But really, we took your hard work and everybody's donations and just pocketed it all. And then if this congregation is still doing okay, but it used to be 4 congregations. Now it's 3, and one of them is just more like a group. It's like a Japanese group. And my brother told me that the sister hall has only 45 people in it, and they used to have 100, and there's about 90 publishers in the other one. And they're thinking of just merging it all.
Okay, this is where I go back to financial education. And let me help you understand something about what you just said about Watchtower selling it. I don't have the financial resources to hire a lawyer to do the corporate investigation. But check this out. I've seen this with my own eyes, and it's blatant. It's on YouTube. It's on all over. There's a guy named Eddie Lambert. He's the CEO of Sears, but he's also a CEO of Eddie Lambert Holdings. So he's a CEO of 2 companies. Eddie Lambert sells the property that Sears owns. Sears has the best property, not the best, but they have prime property all across the United States, Sears. So what does he do? He takes the property that they don't pay monthly. Sears does not pay a monthly rent on the property because it's paid for. So he takes that property, he moves it over to Eddie Lambert Holding. So now the ownership's changed. Now Sears pays rent to itself. See, that's called theft. Everybody who's followed this stuff knows So now let's go with Watchtower. Watchtower has a kingdom hall, like you said, with the windows. Well, if I was a member of the governing body and I was corrupt, what I would do is I would sell the kingdom hall to you, my best friend. Eric is my best friend. You now you call Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts, and you turn that kingdom hall into a Dunkin' Donuts, and you're getting $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month in rent. And guess who's not? And the local kingdom hall would not produce that kind of income. So when Watchtower is selling the property, you have to ask yourself, who are they selling it to? See, so what happened is I would tell my friend Jamie Dimon, who's Jeffrey Epstein's best friend and was his banker, Jeffrey Dimon, of Chase Bank. So Chase Bank CEO, who's friends with Jeffrey Epstein, I'll say, hey, Jeffrey Dimon, give my friend Eric a loan for $2 million, and he's going to buy this kingdom hall that I'm going to sell him. You miraculously get a loan. You start doing a cash cow of monthly payments on it, and the property's still mine. So not only did I get money from the transfer of the sale, I'm still an owner of the property with you.
It's a huge scam. Hey, Gigi, since you were an elder and someone in the comment section was asking why did we didn't have windows, what do you think? I think it was for distraction reasons, but you might know more insight.
No. I mean, maybe because
they do it now. They change. They do it now because the property's worth more.
You know why? Because you can't listen in. You can't put like a listening device.
Okay.
These guys are paranoid. But I don't know. But what I'm trying to tell you, Eric, is do you honestly believe that if you own $1 million worth of prime real estate, that you're just going to sell it? No. You're going to, but what do? You just take it from one corporation and you put it into another corporation.
Sure. Because they have shell companies.
And here's the other one. Why would you sell a Kingdom Hall where you're getting $30,000 a month in donations? But notice that all of the Kingdom Halls that they sold, they weren't bringing in the money. They're not selling Kingdom Halls in places where they collect the income.
Right. And they are selling them to other churches too, which is I can't see who wrote that. I think it was Artsy Kim. No, I don't know who it was, but someone said in the comment section that they're selling them to churches, the ones that aren't profitable, like you just said, Gilbert.
Okay, and those churches, are those churches incorporated? And who owns stock in those churches? You see, those are the questions that we want to know. Those are the insightful questions.
True. Yeah. They could be selling back to themselves for all we know. Because let's face it, Watchtower is a corporation, and I believe they have shareholders, and they're a business. I don't think the governing body completely run the whole thing. I think they have to serve their master, which is money.
Correct. And so
they're trying to serve a religion, but they can't. The Bible says, Gilbert, that you can't do both. You can't have two masters. And they're trying to have two masters. They're trying to have God and money.
Correct. And then the last thing is, check this out. If you were Sears and you're going down and under, wouldn't you want to buy a company called, Appliance City, and then rebrand yourself? Absolutely. You have all of the potential to bring it back from the dead. If I was Watchtower, I would want to get rid of the name Jehovah's Witness, and I would put my money with the first century church. I would call it the First Century Church, and I would invest heavily in that church. See, so what happens is there's an old saying, and this is what you don't understand about money. The smartest people in the world have taught us this: that money is never, it's not created, and it's not just, well, it's created, but it's not destroyed. Money never gets destroyed. It simply goes from one hand to another. It just trades places. So like during a war, money's not lost. It just goes from the hand of the victor to the loser, from the loser to the victor. That's all. It goes from the hands of the people to the gun manufacturers. So the point I'm trying to make is that you say, well, Gilbert, what point are you trying to make with this? Well, if Watchtower has money, they're going to want to move it to another location, because if the money stays in their hand, they have a very bad name. It's called Jehovah's Witnesses. You don't want, would you want $1 billion sitting in a checking account called Jehovah's Witnesses? Hell no. I would want it in a new religion where they can't touch it. Does that make any sense? Now,
it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense, Gilbert. You brought up a lot of good points tonight, man. Thank you. Do you think that they have the money spread all about, and it's in shell companies and just all distributed to where they don't have complete access to it right away, or is it investments? Where do you think it's all hanging out then?
Well, when Saddam Hussein lost the war, allegedly, I don't know if this is true or not, but it was reported, they caught him with a suitcase of gold, condoms and Viagra pills. What I'm trying to say is that, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is this I do know is true. And this is why Watchtower doesn't want you involved in politics, and they don't want you involved in going to school and learning history. Because in the $1 bill, George Washington told you, he warned you, he said the last official act of a corrupt government is the raiding of the treasury. So what I'm telling you, the last official act of a corrupt religion is the raiding of its resources. So Watchtower.
You think they'll take the money and run at some point? Because they are cowards.
A lot of people have mad. I wouldn't put it past that happened with Anthony Morris.
Yeah.
You know?
Everybody seems to have a backup plan. If you look at Mark Zuckerberg and all these people having bunkers going underground, you know, I don't mean to get scriptural, but it does warn us of that. But people that have done really bad things in life, they don't want those consequences catching up with them. They're hiding like crazy. The Clintons, everything happening with Epstein. I know I'm getting a little off topic, but this is all making people cringe. All the powerful and the rich, their war crimes are catching up to them, and the governing body are guilty of that as well in a smaller, or maybe the same light.
But you brought up a great point about Mark Zuckerberg, and let me tell you something. There are two people who have a vow of poverty: Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. And you're saying, Gilbert, what do you mean Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg have a vow of poverty? They don't get paid. Those guys don't get paid a penny from their corporation. But guess what? When they go out to dinner, who pays for it? When they need to fly to another part of the country, who pays for it? When Jeffrey Jackson So when Jeffrey Jackson signs a vow of poverty, he goes to Zurich, and he goes to Barcelona, and then he goes to Paris, and he goes to the Brazil. And who pays for it? The assemblies. The assemblies get the bill, and everybody who's ever worked as an elder and worked in the finance department knows that the convention pays for the speaker's airfare, the speaker's hotel, the speaker's accommodations.
Yep.
So Jeffrey Jackson is living a vow of poverty. Why does he need money? He doesn't need any money, and yet he lives like a king. This is what I'm talking about, financial education. You can actually be poor and tell the government you make no money, and yet you can live like a king. This is why Watchtower doesn't teach you this stuff. This is why Watchtower does not, like other churches, have financial education classes. And if you like apostate Jehovah's Witnesses now, you need to find the apostate Jehovah's Witnesses in the finance world, because they are hated like the religions. Just like Watchtower hates Rick Farron and his shows, so too MSNBC, CNN, and MSNBC, all of these news channels, they hate the financial apostates. Did you know that Peter Schiff's dad, he's a financial apostate. He's the only American who wrote a book where the government comes down and tries to kill him, and they banned his book. Why? Because he was telling people the dirty secrets behind the scenes with the Fed and Congress. So that's what I mean by there's apostates everywhere in every walk of life. Cat Williams did a video. He's the apostate of Hollywood.
He is.
There's a lot of apostates all over this.
Yep. Well, there's a lot of people that are finally have had enough with Hollywood, and it comes to a point that if you are a Christian at all, or you want to make a stand, you got to put your line in the sand and say, nope, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do this. And some of them never did do it and were a part of it, like Cat Williams, hopefully, but he says so, but I believe him for now.
Yeah, I took up a lot of your time, Eric, and I hope I added to your show.
No, you definitely added to the show. I always love when you call, brother. Thank you. You and your brother always are welcome on, man. Everybody is. Everybody's got a voice, and I love you, brother. Yeah. You do a great show. Are you going to come on live tonight? Are you doing a show anytime soon?
No. But hey, I just want you to know that I don't care what JP and all of the other guys say about you, behind closed doors. Yeah, just kidding.
I know you're kidding, because JP's my boy. He's my boy, Blue.
I'm about you behind your back. Yeah. All right.
That's cool, man. You have a great night, man. Take care, brother. Love you.
Bye-bye.
All right, that's Gilbert Gonzalez, everyone. Does anybody? I'm sure there might be people waiting on to talk. Is anybody you want to add to the show tonight? Yes, go ahead.
Yep. I just want the audience to realize that the Watchtower has a lot of stock. They're invested in a lot of companies, and a lot of people point to the fact that they're involved with tobacco companies. They're involved with defense contractors and a whole bunch of stuff. And they would try to tell people that, again, like Jeffrey Jackson and how he gets his money for the Bentleys. And we try to tell people that was just, given to the Watchtower. Well, it wasn't. They went out and bought it. The thing about holding stock is that you buy stock, it's a gamble. It could go up, it could go down. But the Watchtower is pretty crafty. They have tons of lawyers. They have, investment bankers. They have hedge fund people. They're smart, and they hide their money all over the place. And as I alluded to earlier in our conversation, if you ask, they're not going to tell you. I'd just like the audience to know that I belong to a club called Rolling Thunder, and every month we have a meeting, and the treasury gets up, and the treasurer just says how much money came in, how much money went out, who it went to. And by the way, if you want copies of the treasurer's report, it's on the table there. Take one when you go out the door. That's how a legit organization runs. You'll never get that from the Watchtower. They'll never give you answers. And very few people at the Watchtower actually know where every single cent goes. And
there's not many people that do. Yep. I would say, like the military, it's decompartmentalized. You're only allowed to know so much information depending on your rank.
That's right. The need to know. And if you're an elder,
yes,
and you say, Watchtower, send me a spreadsheet. You get this scholarship. You don't have a right to ask them anything because they're your masters, and that's the way they view it. And the Delta Fellowship, anybody for even questioning them. Enjoying your show.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rich. I appreciate it, man. A lot of us too, with the topic of money, we also were discouraged from it at times. Maybe even from our own family members. I know my family, they didn't teach me anything. I got into a really bad car accident when I was 13, and I almost died, especially being a hemophiliac. I was struck by a car. I've told this story before. Sorry to anybody that's heard it. I got about $18,000 for it, which was nothing because I almost lost my life. I was in intensive care. I don't know, 4 or 5 days. I had 2 blood clots in my brain, which is weird for a hemophiliac because you have a hard time clotting. Usually, you're a bleeder. But I had 2 blood clots in my brain and was in the hospital for a month. Lost my summer vacation. Had to just completely be in rehab at home. You'd think my parents would have encouraged me to go to school with it. I bought a car with it, which didn't last anyways. And it just wasn't the right way to go. And I had to kind of teach myself to become an auto body painter, but all of that could have been saved by putting me to school, or at least a trade school of some sorts. Something. But that, and I'm not completely bashing my parents, but it is a lot of the culture. Hey, I'm again, because my mother and my father, they were taught you're never gonna have kids, or it started all the way, and you're never gonna go, because my stay alive to 75 was with my parents as children. So my grandfather would say to my mother, you're never gonna get past elementary. from all the way to high school, and then you're never going to get married, and you're not going to have children, and we're not going to have grandchildren. Blah blah. It just kept going until they died, and the generation that wasn't going to pass away passed away. But anyways, I've rambled on a little bit, but that's what I was going to bring up, just how a lot of witnesses have had to have the backlash of not having money because of parents that were neglectful, or their parents were neglectful, of not teaching you anything, or not getting an education, or not getting the good job, just something to get by, which doesn't give you Social Security. You got to put in to get in. But anyways, let's see here. I'm just reading the comment section. Thank you, everybody. Eric, wow, intense. Thank you, Debbie Moore. Does anybody on the phone line? Does someone want to talk?
Yeah. Hey, Eric. How you doing?
Hey, Pixie. Good. How are you?
I was really enjoying Gilbert's Secrets of Money topic. And I found out a little secret of money, which is very funny, which I think the listeners and you will enjoy.
Sure. Go ahead.
Now, I have a friend. He's a Scots-Irish American. He's a strict Protestant. I went to college with him, and he got a job as a government worker that gives out welfare. So I learned from him that to get food stamps, you can have one car, one house, if it's your house paid for. You can have a wedding diamond. You can have a nice pocketbook. And you can't have more than $2,000 in the bank. But nobody told you what kind of car that could be. So he was complaining that people were coming in hungry and what car they had in the parking lot. Well, he wasn't very good to have as a friend in some ways, so I just ignored what he was saying. But I looked it up, and he was right. But he shouldn't have criticized those people that had a car in the parking lot, because that was their only car, and they were in government guidelines. So you could have a Bentley or a Mercedes or a Cadillac if it's your one car, and you can still get food stamps, and you're still within the law.
Well, really good point, Pixie. Thank you. Isn't that something, huh?
Most people don't realize that. And you could have a fancy handbag. Maybe that's your only handbag. And you might have a nice diamond from when you got married. But you can only have $2,000 in the bank and one house and one car. And so a lot of people, maybe they need to have those stamps to eat now because the food prices have gone sky high.
Hey, my buddy's practicing law, and maybe I'll give out his services for free, and he could teach us all these things. I didn't give his name because he would hate me. He would hate me for saying that.
Yeah, I can't wait to learn more secrets of money, because we really should educate ourselves with these things, because like Gilbert said, they could have taught us these things on a Thursday night and they didn't.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, you have a good night. And
well, thank you, Pixie. You have a good night too. Thanks for calling in. It's really good hearing from you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what a good point Pixie made, huh? There's so much that we could discuss about money with Watchtower. There's so much we could discuss about Watchtower, because they always contradict themselves and project, and always tell us how to live our lives, but don't apply it to themselves. Is there anyone else on the phone line that wants to talk before I keep going?
Hello, Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ken from Michigan here. Nice.
Oh, hey, Ken. How you doing?
Nice talking to you again, and thank you for taking my call here. And
yes, sir.
I'd like to comment on a few things here. When a person was studying with the Watchtower, now they studied with me quite a bit, but I never became a witness. But I was heavily involved with them. I studied with them quite a bit, and one of the studies they had is about greed and so forth. And I wish I knew then what I know now, because I would have definitely probably put a stop to the study right then and there. they talk about greed and that a lot of money is and everything and so forth, but that guy that was teaching you that had a good job, had money, and everything like that. And for example, just in my case, the guy that was teaching me that was retired from General Motors. He had the biggest pension in town. He rented his place. He didn't have his own place there yet because he was renting and so forth, but he had the biggest pension in town, so he was going over to the people that were poorer than church mice, teaching them about greed, teaching them that a good job isn't everything, and all this kind of malarkey and so forth. So double talk and double standards of the Watchtower Society. It just goes, for example, recently they had a memorial, which they talked about at length. And the memorial was supposed to be for only the remnant that was left on Earth of the 144,000. In fact, there was never any memorial in Christianity or any other religion instituted to have a memorial just for the remaining 144,000 and so forth. Then they teach about the go bags. Now this is I learned this several years ago when I was still going to the Christianity studies. I learned this several years ago, but the last part of the book in Revelation teaches that upon your being deceased, when you're going to the other world and so forth, you will be provided clothing. Last part of the book of Revelation, you will be provided clothing, namely white robes and so forth. So why does the Watchtower Society have to have some go bags and everything like that and so forth? They're to say the least, their teachings are nothing but bizarre and macabre, all the way through. So. Yeah, just like the Armageddon, that's another thing too. Just like the Armageddon story is nothing but a big hoax. Always was and always will be. Makes
Do you
no
think they
sense
believe it?
So,
Ken, do you think they believe in it?
Believe it,
Huh? Oh, Ken, I was asking you, do you think that they believe in it themselves, the governing body, like Armageddon and all that?
I would believe, yeah, a lot of them believe it themselves, but I don't think that a lot of them do believe it. I think those doctrines were just incorporated just to try to trick and deceive people and they want to be different from everybody else and so
That's
forth.
true.
And the vast majority of people fall for a religion, and everything like that because they don't have the experience that a person like myself does. See, because I am a minister, I am a Bible study, I am a Bible scholar, and so forth. And I also am a librarian, and I can do research analysis. And I have done research analysis for several years and all that. And some of the rules of the library was that when we do research analysis for somebody else, that we don't give our personal opinion on the subject matter, but we simply tell it, give them what's there and all that. And all that stuff that the Watchtower Society teaches is not there. So they're really deceitful, through and through, to say the least.
I used to just blame the organization for being deceitful, but
Yeah.
with my encounters with the rank and file, both in person and my family members, and even like lately, I troll Quora and ask questions. Quora, it's like question and answer platform, and Jehovah's Witnesses respond to it all the time, and they're very mean, arrogant, ignorant, all of it. One thing that stood out to me is that they're all in denial about 75. They just say it was just some people. They all say the same thing over and over again that they're told from the higher ups, I guess.
Yeah.
and it's just become a sad, pathetic religion cult at this point. The people do not have a mind of their own, and it's clear, and they get angry at you if you dare so challenge them. You know, it's like a regime, like a Nazi regime.
Oh yeah,
Basically, what's the difference? You are following orders. Just follow orders, right? Somebody made a joke one time. The Germans, historically known for being patient, what's a comedy club like in Germany? Why did the chicken cross the road? Because he was following orders. Because it's just it was a regime. It was a cult. It was a mentality that you just followed and did, and that's what the witnesses do, Ken.
Oh yeah, they're a ecclesiastical, dictatorial, tyrannical cult, to say the least, and everything like that. They have a socialist mentality and so forth. Just like they have a mentality just like Hitler does and some of the other dictatorships and so forth. They don't think for themselves and all that. As a matter of fact, the Watchtower Society, anybody that thinks for themselves and that's knowledgeable regarding religion, you know, any kind of religion, they don't even hang around those people. They always go to somebody that welcomes them in and doesn't know anything about religion.
Yeah. Yeah, true that. Well, really good point. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's about that's all I want to say right now on that. I got a lot of stuff I can talk about, but this is good enough for a change tonight and so forth. And then we see how deceitful they are and everything like that, and they twist and misrepresent, you know, the facts and so forth, and they brainwash people is what it is. And then somebody wakes up and starts reasoning for themselves, and hey, wait a minute, this don't sound right. And that's I'm hoping that more and more people will wake up and come out of the Watchtower Society and come out of not only the Watchtower Society, but all these religions right now. I'm hoping that we can restore the First Amendment to the Constitution, because I'm sick and tired of these religions and these cults putting themselves above the Constitution, putting themselves above the laws of God, putting themselves above the laws of the land. And not only that, they've got the audacity to even commit felonies, you know, in the name of religion. This has gone far enough.
Yep, I agree. It has gone on far enough. Good point.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Hit *6 if we got some more callers. Glad to hear from you.
I'm just going to read a comment real quick from the comments section here. Let me get the. It was from Bob Roberts. He said something about his brother. I just got to find it. He said he asked his Jehovah's Witness brother about the beards and women wearing pants, and he said, "You have always been able to sorry, my eyes suck. You have always been able to have beards and pants. How stupid." Yeah, it is stupid because that's not true at all. But you know what? I'm finding that on Quora. They're saying the same thing. And not just Quora. Even before the beard announcement, when I was crashing carts, I would say, well, I couldn't be a Jehovah's Witness because look at me and my beard, and I'm not going to shave it. And they're like, oh, no, we allow beards. And I'm like, no, you don't. And then eventually I broke my character, and I'm like, okay, I was a witness, and I know you're full of crap, because I got yelled at by a brother just for having a shadow. And he said you didn't shave, but I did shave. I shaved in the morning because I knew I wasn't going to have time to shave when I got home. And I know I'm a broken record, but I've said this before, but it's just, I repeat myself because Watchtower keeps throwing arguments at us that don't make sense and are illogical and is not the truth. They're lying. And now they're doubling down even more, saying you're always like, oh, I knew a guy in New Hampshire. Like, get the heck out of here. Bob Roberts says they seem to forget that I was raised as a JW with them, right? No doubt, dude, because you were there to see the rules implied. And also they would, why would they need an announcement if you were allowed all along? So stupid. And it's true. And what they're saying on Quora is we don't. It's not rules. This is refinement. It's just like what they always do. Oh, we don't shun. We disfellowship. It's way different. It's the same thing. To me, it shows how they. This is Simon Says. Governing. Let's call it governing body says. Governing body says you can wear beards. Governing body says you can't wear beards. Governing body says wear beards. We didn't say. Like they keep effing with you and changing it back and forth. Or then they'll say wear beards. We didn't say governing body says so. It's a game at this point. It's whatever they can do to get their money, which is our theme tonight. And they've proven to us all that that Norway has given new light to the governing body because they broke their bank account. Is there anybody else on the phone line that wanted to talk before I keep going on?
Yeah, Eric, I'd like to throw in another thought if I could.
Yeah, Rich, go ahead.
I'd like to contrast the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society with Rick Farron and Sue Farron and the screens of the Watchtower. Just like in the Watchtower, they go after every single cent possible. I can remember when I was in, and I got this Awake magazine, and it said, questions from the readers. A reader wants to know, how can we give our house and our cars and everything to the Watchtower? Well, even though I was a pretty dedicated JW at the time, I said, no, nobody wrote that. They wrote it. They will take your 401k, they'll take your airline miles, they'll take your jewelry, they'll take your house, and if you're an elderly Jehovah's Witness, own a house, they're going to come with the elders, and they're going to have you sign some paperwork. And supposedly, you're going to leave everything you own to the Watchtower, and that's supposed to go to that big black hole called, worldwide witnessing work. That's where it's supposed. That's where they tell you it's going, but it's going so guys can have Bentleys like Jeffrey Jackson. I'd like to contrast that, if I could, with 6 screens of the Watchtower and Rick and Sue Farron. I don't know if the audience realizes, but they spend about $500 a month to keep all the platforms, the 6 screens going. And they've been doing that for 20 years. And it's 500 times the 12 months of the year. It adds up to $120,000. And yet Rick tells everybody, don't send money, don't send money. This is a stark contrast. One organization is full of lies, and the other is full of graciousness and kindness and caring. And that's Rick and Sue. Rick is a fucking idiot. Rick is 75 years old, and he's climbing ladders, carrying signs up. Because I've worked with him a couple of times, and it's hard work. If Rick wanted to sell his soul, he could be driving a Bentley because they wanted him to be on the governing body. But he's got too much character and too much integrity to take a job like that. And I just want everyone also to know that that auditorium in Boston back in 2025, August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, that's coming out of his pocket. He's not asking anybody, for donations. And that's a lot of money. Yeah, you're going to pay for your own rooms. That only makes sense. But that auditorium isn't free. The police detail isn't free. All the other stuff. Rick is going to kick out of his pocket $15,000 for other people. And, I just really hope that maybe I can convince Rick to monetize 6 screens. And he'll get more people listening, and maybe we can defray some of that cost. I can't tell anybody what to do, and Rick is going to call me tomorrow and say, I shouldn't have said that, but I'm going to say it anyway. Me and Connie, we're going to take an envelope and we're going to put some green in it. When we get up to Boston, we're going to make sure Rick and Sue get it, because it just doesn't seem to be fair that it should, so much of the cost of 6 screens is coming out of his pocket. If Rick's a genius when it comes to business. He really is. He's had a lot of guys work for him. And if he wanted to be a millionaire, right now he could be. He really could. But, you know, he spends all his time with emails and helping people get out of the Watchtower. So I just hope people remember that, especially like, you know, when Rick's talking, when he's doing, you know, and someone's, you know, cuts him off. That just annoys the heck out of me. I'm sorry to vent, but I just want the audience to know that a lot of money has come out of his pocket, and he works hard for his money. Okay, that's all I have to say. But that there is quite a contrast between, you know, Rick Ferrin and 6 Screens and the Watchtower. You know, Watchtower would take a 9-year-old's allowance and think nothing of it. That's just the way they are. And again, I just want to fill up on another point that I was making earlier about they own all this stock and so forth. They'll never divest themselves of it. And when you buy stock, you're hoping that it goes up. It's a gamble. I know a person that was disfellowshipped. He kept on buying scratch cards. He had no food for the table. And the elders were talking to him, but he was just, you know, he's addicted to gambling. The Watchtower was doing the same thing, holding all this stock. And it's what a contrast, right, between Rick Ferrin and Sue Ferrin and the Watchtower. What filthy scum that the Watchtower.
When has Watchtower ever done anything out of the kindness of their heart and their own dime, without having an agenda?
No, they never have. That's right. They never have.
Yeah, Connie just reminded me to remind the audience. When I was in fellowship, I wrote them a note, and I sent them a check for $100, which was like $1,000 today. I wrote them a check for $100, and I sent it to them and told them that I'm disfellowship, but I wanted to contribute to the worldwide witnessing work. Thank you. But they wouldn't talk to me. I lived in Lowell for about 20 years after I get this fellowship. And you know what? Nobody ever visited me, knocked on my door, you know, saying something. But okay, that's all I have to say.
Well, thanks, Rich. Before you go, I just wanted to tell you that I talked to Rick personally, and I'm not going to get too much into that. But one thing that I told him is I said, you get a little bit of hate and anger towards people on Reddit and other platforms. And I said, I know why it is because you're a good person and you're a Christian, and it's part of your cross to bear. No good deed goes unpunished, Rich and Connie. And Rick's doing a really good thing, and he provides things that a lot of other people don't even want to deal with. The phone lines, not many, but you know, a couple rude people here and there that disrupt the program. No names needed. But for the most part, though, you know, it's not easy everything that he does day in and day out, and you have to admire that is an act of Christianity to be able to help people to leave a satanic cult and not want any money in return. You know, I think highly of Rick for that, and like I've told the audience before, I didn't have a single person in my phone book as a friend or anything, you know, just, you know, businesses, you know, calling in my medical supplies or medical needs. That's it. For I don't know how many years. It's been a year that I've been with 6 Screens since Thanksgiving. So For 7 years, I didn't have a single friend in my phone book. Just my wife and I. We don't have any friends until Six Screens, and now I got friends from California and friends from Australia and friends from Nebraska and all over parts of the world in America. And it's a great thing that Rick provides for all of us. I almost said Prick, ran it together, but it's a great thing that he provides for us all. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for, and I know a lot of us are. We're all grateful for Rick for giving us a place. Like right now, how many people are lonely, and they have a place to talk to in the comment section, and have friends on certain apps or just text messages or Facebook. It's been a great community that we've had. Go ahead.
Yeah, I concur with that. You know, I met my lovely wife on Six Screens, at one of those Six Screens today. I would not be married to one of the most wonderful persons you could ever meet.
Look at that, you and Rick and you guys and Rick and Susan. This is like Loveline back in the '90s. That's awesome. I didn't know that about you two too. That's great.
Where's Rick at?
He's probably sleeping, taking a siesta maybe. Who's this?
Yeah, he gets up about 5 o'clock in the morning.
And trying to find Rick. Is Rick around, or is Rick there by good chance at all? Is Rick around? I wanted to talk to him tonight.
He might be taking a nap because this is the late hour.
Oh, well, I'm sorry I missed him. God, I'm really mad about that. I really wanted to talk to him tonight. Okay, well, I'm sorry I missed him. Very sorry.
Well, can we pass a message on, or who was calling, and maybe we can line it up?
Okay. Well, I mean, I've been on here many times before, sir. So you don't know who I am, but I'm sorry.
Well,
wow.
I guess I have a feeling who you are, but
well, if you think you know who I am, then you know who I am. Then just say my name, and that's fine. Just say my name, and I'll let you know if you're right or not.
No, because my gut instinct tells me I'm wrong, so I'm not really sure. If you're not willing to give, I'm not gonna make a guess quite yet.
Well, who do you think this is? I've been on this show many, many times. I call almost every week and talk with Rick.
Is it Mark?
Very well.
I was gonna say Dave. I was gonna say David.
Personally.
I was gonna say David.
All right,
Rick quite personally.
Mark, we will relay the message.
All right. So here's what the comment section is thinking it is. One person says a smartass on the phone. The other person says David with a question mark. Another person says Mark. I don't know.
Yeah, you're correct, sir. You're 100% correct.
Which one?
Well, my name is Mark. Yes.
Okay, Mark. Yeah, word.
You answered.
No, it's not. It's not Wyatt Earp, Gary Sloan. No. We all know what Wyatt Earp sounds like.
You get it right all the time. So that's good. That was a good one, sir. That was real good.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to upset you, so I tried to. I didn't know who it was, so I just let the comment section do it for me. And if anyone was offensive, sorry. Probably, I'm sure.
On Six Screens, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You've heard me before, I'm sure, a good share of times on Six Screens, because I've called in on a regular basis almost every week to talk to Rick and, let's give my, just my input, any opinions I have or any important information I want to give him. So Rick's a really good guy, and he's been very helpful to me in many, many good and positive ways. And his wife has too, because I knew his wife personally for many, many years, because I went to the same Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall as her for a number of years as well. So I know them very, very well, more so than most people.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, yeah, Rick. I think Rick's show was over. I don't know what time is it. It's 10:30 my time, so 11:30. He was probably over around 9, but you missed him a little bit. Okay. But yeah, his shows usually around 7 or 9 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry I missed him. But well, he always gives a good show. So I always appreciate his good support. But he's a good guy, and I respect him, and God bless him in every way.
Yeah, I agree, Mark. Absolutely, man.
A lot of great respect for him. Well, he's been helpful to me and to many people. He's given a lot of good help and assistance to other people and reaching out to other people in every good, positive way and taking his time to actually do it, where most people would dream of it, wouldn't even dare do it because everybody's out for themselves. But at least he's willing to reach out to other people, and those type of people are very, very rare, and of course, very, very limited.
Yeah, and I agree, man. He does a lot. He does a lot for the community, and running a business and taking care of his wife. We all really.
He's done a hell of a great job, hasn't he?
Oh, he has for sure, man.
Okay, very good, very good. And that's what really counts. Okay, so and your name is?
My name's Eric.
Oh yeah, Eric Johnson. I remember.
Nah, my name's Eric Kubler.
Oh, I thought it was Eric Johnson. Oh.
Nah, I'm a Kubler. It's Cubler. My German ancestry were ashamed of who they were, so they changed it from Kubler with a K to Kubler.
Okay,
yeah, I got a long beard, and I'm a part of Rick's family here.
Oh yeah. I've seen you before.
Yeah. All right, there you go. I figured that there's nobody else on here that looks like me.
No, I've seen you on the live video a few times, probably like 5.
Yeah, for sure, man. That's what you're on right now. Welcome to Awakening After the Watchtower. It used to be called the Red Pill, and I might go back to that name because I like that name. Who here in the comment section thinks I should go back to Red Pilled or keep it as the way it should be? Because this was Daniel and I's name, and Daniel's not around. But anyways, I'd throw that out there to the audience. But yeah, thanks for coming on, Mark. Did you have a comment you wanted to make? We were talking about materialism, money, and the organization, and I played a video.
Yeah, I've heard that many times before, Eric. I've heard it, probably a few 1,000 times, because it's a real major issue with the Watchtower Society and the governing body and the Jehovah's Witnesses, and they say they're not materialistic when they really very much are. And they're money grabbers. They're money grabbers. They're greedy. They're very, very selfish, and it's all about them. I mean, I think they're very selfish people, and they say they're not, but they're full of shit. They are, and they take advantage of other people, and they use other people. They're users, and they take advantage of assholes. And I'm tired of my mother telling me, "Oh, they're a Jehovah's Witness. They would never do this. They would never do that. They would never say this or say that. They would never. No, they would never do that." And not your brother. He's a Jehovah's Witness. He would never do that. And that's a big lie, because a lot of them will do it. Will do some kind of real serious felony crime or something. A lot of them will. The majority will. Don't give me the bullshit. I know. I'm not stupid, and I've seen it all inside and out with these Jehovah's Witnesses, and they say they're just the wonderful, good people. They're very kind, generous people. Oh, they're Christians. Oh, we're good people. No, there isn't any real truth to that at all. Now, is there?
No truth at all. All they do is like, for people who call themselves the truth, aren't they the lie? And in my experience in auto body, if we had somebody who was we were gonna hire as a painter or body man, he says, "You don't even have to interview anymore. I'm the best." He instantly got canned, like set aside, and we didn't consider him because no one's the best. There's always someone better, and somebody that says they're the best, they're hiding what they really are. They're the worst, and that's what Watchtower's done. Oh, we're not like Christendom. We're nothing like them. We're different. What they're not. They're the same thing. They're the same thing as every other cult in this world. Go ahead, Mark.
Thing, and they're bullshitters. They're bullshitters. They're liars. They're pathological liars, big time. They're habitual liars. They are compulsive liars. They think they have the truth. They don't. They don't have the truth. They can tell you that all the way until the cows come home. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing. They don't have the truth. They don't have the truth at all. Because all cults, all those fucking cults out there will say the exact same thing, that they have the actual truth. No, they don't. They say that all the way. They say it constantly. That's the big habit they have. But they don't have the truth. None of those cults do. None of them. And
exactly.
They all say that because that's their game. But there's
Well,
no
only
way
Jesus is the truth.
any way, shape, or form.
Yep.
That's simple. End of subject, and that's final with them. And I'll never believe different. Because they're just as bad as they say the worldly people are. Well, they're just as bad as the worldly people. They're no different. I'll say that right now.
It's not
So,
like
Eric?
it was. It's
There
not
you have
like it was in the old days.
Go ahead, Pixie.
So thank you, Eric.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thanks for calling in, buddy. And just try to call in a little earlier next time, and you can get right through to Rick.
Okay, you got it. Sure thing, sir. In the meantime, you have
All right, Mark.
more power.
All right, God bless you, brother. Have a good night.
And more power to you.
You too, man. Thank you so much. Don't go changing. Hey, Pixie.
Have a good day, sir, and have a Coke and a smile and shove it.
Okay.
Okay, Eric. just a quick thought, if I could. Wow.
That was weird. Did he just say have a Coke and shove it?
He did. I don't know exactly how that works anatomically, though.
I don't drink soda anymore because of the sugar. It's bad for my teeth. It's done some damage, so I don't do soda anymore. Every once in a while, I'll have a ginger beer.
With that soda.
Go ahead, Pixie. What did you want to say?
You were having fun. My concern is at the end of May, there's going to be some kind of treaty. And that organization, the WHO, they want to determine for the whole world again with this treaty. And I haven't seen much coverage on it at all. And what I did see, which I talked to Rick about on the news program, the witnesses are talking about some kind of jubilee. And my dad used to talk about that with the Old Testament once in a while. But I turned on the Easter program today of the Vatican because I like to look at what other people are doing. And they were talking about they're renovating some things for their Jubilee in 2025. So we're in a very different world that's not really being covered. And the Watchtower, they're doing fine. They have a farm. They have the latest in suits. They have tall walls and a gate. They've got a Bentley. They're doing okay. But I'm concerned down here for the people in the cheap seats.
Yeah. Are they going to bleed them dry, Pixie?
I hope not.
Well, they're already giving away their inheritances, and
I know.
So,
you know what happened to my mom? I told you.
yeah, you did. You told us about that. I think if I got this right, you did fight for it and got it back, right?
Yeah. Well, it's been.
But it took fighting.
Years. But cuss people out with the Bible whenever possible.
Mm.
There's a wonderful scripture in Matthew, Eric. It says prostitutes and tax collectors will be in the kingdom before you.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's useful.
Well, the thing is too, though, you got to remember about some maybe even for prostitutes, they're the broken. They're not just the skeevy people of the world. They're the broken. That's what they are. They're broken. They're broken women, men too, but they're broken people. And I think that's what they meant is the broken and the people and the immoral, because a lot of it has to do with childhood raisings. And there's, I don't know, maybe there's not always an excuse, but a reason. You know, we all have reasons for. Go ahead.
If you do want to cuss someone out with the Bible, that is a useful scripture to have.
Sure, it's a weapon.
Yeah,
it can be.
Right.
No, I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying it can be used.
And it's good we learn public speaking because they're not teaching that anymore. They've got karaoke kingdom songs now.
Yeah.
So at least we did learn public speaking.
Yeah. Eric, just one final thought. There's two enormous lies that come out of the Watchtower. The first one is that our Heavenly Father is directing Jehovah's Witnesses and the governing body. That's a complete lie. And the other one, on the financial side, is that all the houses they inherit from JWs that are leaving their house, their cars, and everything to the Watchtower, it's supposed to be going to the worldwide witnessing work. Well, that's a black hole, because the Watchtower isn't spending a penny on the worldwide witnessing work. They don't pay for the pioneers. They don't pay their salary. They don't pay for their gas. They don't pay for their clothes. What the millions and millions of dollars that they're taking in isn't going to worldwide witnessing work. It's going to the people that own stock, the Illuminati, you know, the globalists. That's where the money's going. It's such a lying, stinking organization. I'm just really, really happy to be a part of Six Screens. I feel great to be able to cast a bright light into the darkness of the Watchtower and actually stand up for something that makes sense. You're getting
a wonderful thing.
Yeah,
isn't it? Isn't it really?
You know what we are. I'm gonna be a nerd for a second and compare us apostates and Rick's family here, or the Six Screens family, as like the Lord of the Rings, and we're like the hobbits and the elves and the dwarves all getting together. And who were the evil men that were corrupted? Right, they were the nine. There were 9 of them, and they were called the Nazgul. How many are there in the governing body? Right, there were 9. Go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot that 9 part. You're correct, sir.
Yes, I've been waiting for 9 governing body members because I'm a huge Lord of the Rings nerd. And they finally have it. I'm like, the 9.
Have you seen the Tolkien biography movie? It is beautiful.
I have not. I've read. Well, I've listened to the Silmarillion on audiobook, and I've read a lot of his books, but I have not watched the autobiography. I would like to. He was a very interesting man who had an interesting mind that created a language for his books, several languages.
It's
pretty cool.
Your wife should watch it. It's so pretty. It's really nice.
Yeah, she's a Lord of the Rings fan too. We watched all the movies in the cinema, and I read the books as a kid, so I was glad to see that. We had to watch the movies like undercover, like incognito, and like make sure no witnesses knew. My brother went with my mother when he was a teenager, and she walked out on it because of something. I think it was when Galadriel was tempted with the ring and she looked demonic, but it was because she was representing what she would become if she took on darkness. It wasn't really demonic. It's just the witnesses are so scared of magic or anything,
Oh, I know. Anything that's not their myth.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Because like, who's the my book of Bible story book might as well been worse than Mordor.
True. That's quite true.
What is the Witch King? That's awesome. Please, somebody do a meme of him on the dragon, and put his jewelry on there. He's got a Rolex watch, and a pinky ring, and a wedding ring.
There you go.
And then you can put his tie, because his tie has jewelry too. It's got bling on it too. We have fun here on Saturday nights. Thank you, everybody. It's good to laugh.
Yeah, I think they've been rebranded to go with the reset. That's what I think.
I agree with you.
That's just my opinion, and I usually back it up journalistically before I spit it out. But that is my own opinion.
There's a lot of similarities because they push the jab just like the governments, and they're saying that in paradise now you'll live somewhere where we tell you and you'll be happy, and you'll work where we tell you and you'll be happy, and the Great Reset is saying the same thing. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. You know.
Yeah. I'm glad somebody else heard him say that, because you know,
take the vaccine. Don't own guns. Right. The military. The governing body don't want you owning guns, and the government doesn't want you owning guns. I mean, there's a lot of similarities, whether you think it's right or wrong. I'm just pointing out
they have security where they live, and a little gatehouse and tall walls, and
you think they have armed men?
Vegetables.
You think they have armed men out in Bethel?
I think if we look,
They do.
I think they.
They do. Who said that?
Material to know what they have. We could open source and find out who owned that Bentley before Jackson too. Bentley's a fine car to have.
To be honest with you, being in the auto body industry, I don't care for it. It's owned by Audi, and it's just a lot of people that work on it were just like, it's just like this big flashy thing that's not really worth the price tag, and not really like. It's just it's all right. You know what it is? It's a panty dropper. That's what it is.
And I like the people I rode in it with. It's more important.
Gilbert says Pixie. Gilbert says to you, Pixie, the New World Translation.
Oh, they're going to take out the scripture that they said in their own material they're not responsible for widows and orphans. I'm not sure they didn't take that scripture out.
I'm sure they would love to. They have been putting dashes in the place of scriptures for a long time, so who knows what they'll do. They might come up with a purple Bible, and I don't know, the purple sword, the purple axe, because it's been butchered.
Tablet now, they can write it any way they want. I like that book they had with the Bible stories recently that had, I got excited about it because Rahab finally had a chapter. Somebody mentioned on a show today that whole Bible story book they had with Esther and Rahab and different men of the Bible and stuff, that there wasn't a scripture in it. And I had a copy, and I think the Bible study lady took it back. So I don't even think I have a copy of it. Something like Imitate Our Faith or something like that. And it was kind of a sci-fi book. It had all these Bible people and some groovy illustrations.
Can I ask Pixie a question?
Yeah.
Pixie, I just ask this question. I'm going to leave this, Gilbert. So, because Eric mentioned purple, and I want to just do a real quick video, short, 60 seconds, and just say, purple triangles was Hitler's way of laughing at the Jehovah's Witnesses and saying, here's your pyramid. It's not a purple triangle. He was making fun of
Oh, shit, because it was purple. Fuck, I've never connected those dots. Sorry, I swear.
So you see?
No, you're right. And purple's the color of royalty in like certain demonic cults too.
So I was thinking about doing just a 60-second short. Justin and I have been talking about this for years. But see, that's why I'm GG for GP, guys. All right, I'll let you go. Just I love it.
No, really good point, man. Thanks for leaving that. That's awesome.
Purple is groovy.
Hey, Eric.
Oh, yes.
Could I say something to Pixie real quick?
Sure. Go ahead. Who's this?
Well, I forgot you can't look in the chat, and I wrote in the chat.
It's Connie.
Pardon me?
That's funny.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to mention, you mentioned the WHO and stuff, and you wondered about like something to do with May. I know what you're talking about.
It's a treaty. It's a treaty at the end of May, and it's terrifying to me.
I know. Well, I wanted to tell you that her name is Meryl Nass, MERYL, and I think it's NASS. She writes, has been doing a lot to try to prevent that. And she writes on, it's called Substack.com. And I think it's free, you know, but you can also subscribe for a few dollars a month, you know.
What did she say?
She's talking, they're meeting and doing it's so much going on to try to prevent it. I think she even went all the way to the European, Union and did all kinds of stuff. Like I'm telling you, this doctor's really done a lot in different fields of medicine, and so they're trying to prevent all these people from buying into it, you know, all the countries from buying into doing that, you know, signing it, all that. And one of the things was to take away human rights. Well, anyway, and health and stuff like that, but which is not good at all. Well, anyway, so her name is Meryl Nass, MERYLNASS, on Substack, and she puts out a lot of the news of what's going on. And so there were articles this week, and so she keeps adding to it, like updating and stuff. So I just wanted to let you know.
Well, could you call us back next Saturday and let us know if there's anything new, and keep us surprised until the end of May as to whether it passes or not?
Well, yeah, I don't know when we'll find out if it does or anything yet right away, but yeah, I'm trying to keep behind, you know, find out about these things. But if I could, maybe I could pass my email to somebody so that I could maybe send info if I get it to you, if I could get
just
your
call
email
Eric's show and call the news show and let us know. Just let us know.
Some
You're
of
doing it right
can't
now.
really say on YouTube. YouTube censors a lot, so you have to be very careful what you say.
Is this Kim?
That's be probably better to email it.
Who is this? Is this Kim?
Some things I say. Pardon me?
Is this Kim?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Oh, maybe it's my earpiece. Is this Kim? I was asking if this is Kim.
Yes.
Oh, hey Kim. Yeah, you can. I got your number. I think you can send it to me. You have my number, right?
Okay, I'll try to. Yeah, or do you mind if I email?
You could text me something or email me. I think you have my email too. Whatever's easier for you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, because I do worry, and I do think a lot of people really should know. So just the fact that you, Pixie, you mentioned that too, it's really good.
You're the only person I've talked to that knows anything about it.
Oh, wow. There's another doctor that knows too. And a man named, I'm going to blank out. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, James Roguski, James Roguski. If you look on YouTube.
What's more important is not the names of the experts. What's more important is if they're stopping it or if it's proceeding.
Yeah, but they also know kind of like what's going on and how people might be able to do anything. Like you can write your Congress and, you know, that probably do anything, but please don't sign this, you know. There's different things that they're thinking about. Some of them are thinking about. Others are like that other one goes to all these big events. I mean, she was really high up in everything, so she's been fortunate to be invited still to some of these big events because you know, if you have a contrary thing to say about certain procedures, you get blacklisted. And so that was one of the problems with trying to do anything, but there has been headway. I don't know if it's going to succeed, but it's encouraging at least. And it's too bad a lot of people don't know, but it is hard with the censoring, and that's why I do mention the names, because once you get the names, you can. There's a lot of places you can get it. Like I said, Substack.com. There's also what's it called? Rumble.com. And if you type in their name, suddenly a lot of info comes out that helps to update you and know what we might be able to do, kind of thing. Because I do think we do have some input. You know,
Well, the signing of it's going to be the end of May. That's not very far.
It isn't. I know. But anyway.
Well, thank you very much for your input on that.
Thank
you very much.
I'll try to see what I can get to you. I'm sorry about interrupting the show.
No,
you didn't interrupt at all, honey.
Speak up. Thank you.
In fact, I'm just going to send a message while everyone's on the phone. Pixie and Kim. It's from my friend Brad from Australia. We have like a little group chat, and we're looking to make another one and expand it. And it's on WhatsApp. And if anyone has WhatsApp, it's a good way for people to communicate or chat with each other from other countries that are from this network. If anybody has my information, get a hold of me, and my buddy Brad will hook everybody up. But it's nice. We have our own personal one, and 4 of us, and we wouldn't mind having another one with everybody in it. And it's just a nice place. If someone's around, you have someone to talk to or chat with. But I thought I'd throw that out there. Excuse me for clearing my throat, everyone.
What concerns me, Eric, is that the rents are so high. I'm retired and I'm doing well, but I look at the young people and that they won't be able to afford housing. And it's again that Klaus Schwab, you'll own nothing and be happy.
Right. And they don't have much. Most of the young people have been to college and have actually pretty good jobs, but still have to have roommates,
Yeah.
even like married couples or couples, let's say even just couples that aren't married, and I know people
with my godchildren. Yes.
But Desiree and I are very fortunate to be locked down at $875 for a 2-bedroom house so far.
That is reasonable.
We've been here for 7 years, and no raise other than $25 in the first year, and no raise since COVID.
That's a blessing.
Not since. Yeah, it is.
Right. Tell you guys or mention something. I thought it was very odd because I know that with the people coming in the country, I won't say the certain names, because the flag gets the
illegals.
But
You're talking about the illegal immigrants.
Well, and I'm sorry, I can't really hear when people are talking. I don't mean to talk over you guys. So what I heard is that certain countries are encouraging people to take people in their houses or their apartments, and then some bad things are happening because they're doing that. The strangers aren't actually being nice to them. But guess who else is encouraging that? Oh, yes, brother, whatever his name is, I forgot his name. It's one of the governing body helpers did a talk to the Gilead couples, and he said it's the first time that we're having to talk to couples, and the whole talk, it's very depressing for the wives because subject is something like Peter's wife, and he's like, we don't know your name, this and that, and what he's encouraging is for her to be the Gilead wives, and maybe all women in the the religion, to be fine about when they suddenly say, oh, they're coming over today, a whole bunch of people. So they're telling them, if they surprise you, just count yourself fortunate because you'll have all these good experiences. Be willing and don't complain, that kind of thing. It was really depressing. And it's interesting. That's another parallel where they're doing it in step with these other people. Like they know some plan maybe that they want people to do that, because they'll make it so hard that we'll all have to take in people or something. I don't know, but I'm worried about it too. And I saw that they're doing it in step. Every time something happens on the outside, I see them doing a similar thing on the inside. I don't know if you guys have noticed that.
Yeah,
So
it's very
anyway.
different than the old days, because back in the 40s and 50s, for good or ill, the witnesses were all about being different. They were all about lots of legal cases to be very proud of. They were all about standing up for what they thought was right and biblical. I don't see any of that now. I see that they're rebranded as something that my family publicly said to me, we don't recognize this. This is not anything we recognize. And I had already left years before that. When I came back, my family's like, that's not what I remember. That's not the same group I remember at all.
Nope. Not at all.
So.
Well, I don't want to interrupt you guys. I want to let you guys talk. I hope you don't mind me.
Oh, dear sister.
Oh, you're not interrupting at all, honey. This show is for everybody that wants a voice.
Please learn to have your voice.
A little bit off
Jump in.
The other one.
It's like jump rope. Jump in.
Thanks for calling in, Kim. It's always good hearing from you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. I was commenting in there like Annette as usual.
You did great.
And on the act by accident, I wrote picky, then Pixie. I was like, oh my god, I would be this because I'm not.
We'll give you high marks on the ministry school. We're marking for you that you did well.
Thank you. Anyway, thank you. And
thank you. Good to hear from you.
Thanks, Kim. I'm sorry I didn't recognize Kim. Your voice. I was going to say I'm sorry I didn't recognize your voice at first, Kim. I wasn't sure if it was you or if it was Connie because you both sound similar. I hope that's not insulting. I don't think it would be, but I do recognize the difference now. It takes me a second, but yeah. I wasn't sure who it was at first.
You know?
Yeah. What's
Did you
that?
know they get free silk ties that are $65 ties?
They got what?
Those beautiful silk ties they wear on camera, about a $65 tie.
Oh yeah. $65, huh?
For free too.
Mm.
Don't you wonder? I just wonder. You know, we're down here trying to put a meal together on a budget, and they got their own produce and a farm. Factor that in. At least the boss would give me a can of peaches, and you know that's true.
And then they took away our soft serve ice cream and our cheese danishes.
Yeah.
Not that we had much.
Yeah, they don't even give us a cheese Danish anymore.
Nope.
You know, if you're not benefiting from something, that's a reason to walk away and get free. If you're not benefiting from it.
I agree.
Like Janet Jackson, you know, she was a witness, and she says, "What have you done for me lately?"
Right. She was raised as a witness. Is that what it was?
Oh yes, oh yes.
Oh yeah, Janet. Oh, Janet Jackson. Yeah. Why was I thinking of someone else? Yeah, of course she was. The Jacksons.
I'm thinking that's what that song's about.
I feel bad. Well, I probably shouldn't say this, but I don't entirely agree with the narrative of Michael Jackson, and I do feel bad the way Hollywood had treated him. But anyways, that's an off subject. But I'm sure Watchtower didn't mind taking his money at some point until he became a problem. I think it was when his sister Janet Jackson got disfellowshipped or disassociated, one or the other, and then he didn't want ties with Watchtower anymore, and so they made like an announcement about Michael Jackson to the community with him. But they certainly love having celebrities.
That closely. I know Gene Kelly, the great Gene Kelly, and Fred Astaire were both on the set of Thriller, and they thought it was the most marvelous dance material they'd ever seen. And that's coming from Fred Astaire and Gene Kelly, because Russ Tamlin was there too. He was in it, and he was in West Side Story, and he told me that they really thought Michael was a great talent.
Mm. He sure was. My parents
Yeah.
liked watching him perform, that's for sure.
Mm. Yeah. He had a song. They don't care about us.
Yes,
And
he
I
did,
wondered
and
if
it was
that's
about our government.
well,
What's
I
that?
think it was about the governing body. Maybe I don't know.
It could be no. Well, that's how I took it. But you're right. I never thought of that. Maybe that was his. Well, he reached that song reached to so many people. But that's the thing about music is that even if it can be about a subject, it can mean so much to others. They can personally interpret it in their own way of what it
I
means
saw
to them. That's the beautiful thing about music is it doesn't have to. Go ahead.
When I saw the video that accompanied it, the footage was him in different island nations, and
Mm-hmm.
it was kind of like he was on a missionary tour in the video that accompanied the song.
Yeah, true.
And so that.
But the thing is that all right, governments who is the master, the religion or the government or the cult of the government. It's like the government is the ruler over the cult, the shadow governments.
Yeah.
So really, Watchtower is nothing compared to the big. To say the George Soros and the Clintons and the globalists and all the people who are plotting, the Bill Clintons that are plotting to kill us and wipe us off the planet.
Yeah.
I mean, Watchtower shares similar views because they think that they have a one true religion that will wipe off the same amount of population as the New World Order will.
Yeah, yeah. Growing up as a witness kid, they made us think that the Watchtower was our government. They really lied to us on a lot of things too. And I guess some kid that didn't have the education I had, maybe he thought that,
Mm.
Hey, to answer Eric's question on that, 501c3, that tells you why, what Eric just said. This is why a lot of local religions, this is what the Constitution didn't have in mind when it was thinking of multinational religions, because of course they're going to be in bed, in a marriage, in an incestuous relationship with each other. That's why a lot of people like to go to local churches, because they're not 501c3s and they're not governed by those rules. And guess what? A lot of small churches don't even have checking accounts. They just meet up. Yeah. I have a friend of mine who told me, he goes, Gilbert, he goes, I knew you weren't going to last as a Jehovah's Witness. I didn't have the heart to tell you, because every time I talk to you, he goes, I've never heard anyone speak about God that was like you did have, and that was a Jehovah's Witness. And he had the same problem with his apostolic church. So he's kind of like us, but in the apostolic church. And when he read all of the paperwork that they were giving him so he could be a minister of his church, he was like, forget it. So he owns a little store down on 3rd Street in Yuma. And he closes it up Saturday nights and Sunday. And he just takes care of his neighborhood. And he tells people, I have no illusions of opening up a second, third church. Everyone can imitate what I do and do it on their side of town. So if you live on 3rd Street, if you live on 30th Street, you do it over there. There's no need for us to have a district overseer, circuit overseers. And that's what the 501c3s do, is that now they're part of the government. So he doesn't even have a checkbook. They have like a little coffee can. They collect money, and their ministry is they go around their neighborhood. That's all they do, is just take care of their neighborhood. They go around their neighborhood and they help out the people in need, the elderly. They clean their yards. They just find people in need in their neighborhood, and everything is done out of a coffee cup, like a big old Folgers coffee thing. That's where all the money is. And he goes, that's more than enough. We don't need more.
Well, that really is what Jesus would do, isn't it? That's beautiful. That's how we used to do in the old neighborhoods.
Exactly. So that answers Eric's question about the government and the religions. Yeah, they're in an incestuous relationship.
They sure are, and they're proving it with their actions more and more. And now they're starting to retract their statements of the vaccines, and they're saying, "Oh, you don't need to be vaccinated to be a part of the ministry school or what? Not ministry school. I can't remember what it was. I've been out of the religion so long that I don't remember all the lingo anymore. Whatever it was where they required you to have it.
You know why they don't call it a school anymore? The Theocratic Ministry School.
Why is that?
There's a West Virginia case where this guy had a school, university of outdoorsmen, like how to live a prepper out in the woods, an outdoorsman. And people would go and he would teach people how to live out in the woods. But because he called it a school, the state of West Virginia went down over there and harassed him legally because he didn't have sprinkler systems for his school.
Oh.
Out in West Virginia. So that's what it is it's a legalistic. We become a legalistic.
Yeah, I was going to say legality. Yeah.
The last thing I was going to say is I love the new show. It's called the Pixie Eric Show. That's a great show. I love it. Keep it up.
I'm not usually this awake this time of night.
No, stay.
Hey, everybody. It's funny, in the comment section, somebody said, is his name Kubler or Keebler? And I don't know what it is about saying my name is Kubler, but I don't know what it is saying my name. But like even in high school, junior high, elementary, I've always been Keebler. My email, or not my email, but a screen name I used on AOL was C Keebler. And everybody says Keebler when they hear it. So Keebler, Alfie, all the same thing.
Cute.
Hey, thanks for adding that, Gigi.
You know that, Eric. I said elves and pixies have a lot in common.
That's what I was getting at, like elves and pixies. So I'm like, I was trying to make that connection.
Do I dare bring up Jim Morrison and the Daemon of the Greek?
The singer?
Yeah.
No, I don't know anything about it, but maybe that's
in the Greek. There was, in Greek, Morrison noted in Greek there's something called the Daemon. That has nothing to do with biblical demons at all.
Well, I'll tell you what Jim Morrison did for me. When I was disfellowshipped and I was smoking pot and hanging out with another friend of mine who was about to get disfellowshipped too, and this is his second time, my first. And we went to a bar and we shot pool and we had a beer and then we smoked a joint and came back in and had another beer and had lunch. And we continued to play pool and he put a song on and it was The Doors. And when the music's over, and there's a line in it that creeps you out when you're physically out, mentally in. And what that line is Jim Morrison says, cancel my subscription to the resurrection. And he said it just looked at me in the eyes and sang it to me as it came on to freak me out on purpose. Yep, but you called it.
If we meet in person, ask me again about
Okay, I will. Yep.
Can you hear me?
I thought I heard someone trying to speak up.
Yeah.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Watching I was watching this documentary on religion, and the one part of the documentary was on evangelical Christians and the hellfire doctrine. And a lot of psychologists were saying that that's a form of child abuse when you teach your child eternal damnation. Did you see that program?
No, I'm sorry. I was thinking for a second, and no, I have not.
Okay, I was just wondering what's your thoughts about that. Do you think that when a born again Christian teaches their child that they'll go to hell if they don't, I guess, obey or serve Jesus, do you think that's a form of kind of what the witnesses do to Jehovah's Witnesses and say you're going to be destroyed at Armageddon if you don't get baptized and do this and do that. And but I mean, I never even thought about it like that. That evangelical Christians go through some similar things too.
Yeah, well, no, it's not just us. It's cults, right? The Latter-day Saints are cults. My grandfather on my dad's side, he was a Mormon Latter-day Saint converted to Jehovah's Witness. So this guy was extremist. Like he just joined one cult that used another cult's God's name, or different name. They went from Joseph Smith to the governing body, basically, or president at the time. But yeah, it was all the same, and it's all radical, in my opinion. I think I think it should be banned. Not religion, just cults. I think cults should be banned, like Scientology and all this. That's just my opinion.
But I mean, do evangelical Christians really believe that children will be burning in hell?
I've never got the hell concept, and I always thought it was a false doctrine because hell's supposed to mean the grave and Hades. And I'm not just shouting Jehovah's Witness shit, doctrine, excuse me. I've looked it up on Google and did research, not just for the first answer, but really researched it, and it really is something that they used as a weapon. The Catholics did it too. The Baptists, they used hell in other religions as a weapon against humanity, basically, to keep people in line and because fear is the driving force. And the witnesses are no different than that when they talk about the Armageddon, and they talk about the Great Tribulation. Are you good enough? Is your best good enough? What do you think?
Yeah, I used to have nightmares about Armageddon because I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to make it. And I remember in 75, I was like in elementary, and I was like, is Jehovah really going to destroy me? A 10-year-old? I was so scared that, when it didn't happen, I said, oh, maybe I'm getting another chance. And so I said, let me do this right and, serve Jehovah and blah, 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 blah. And I ran to those elders, and I wanted them to I wanted to get baptized, but they said I was too young. And then I waited till I was like about 19, and I got baptized, and I was thinking, I was going to, pioneer and do all that stuff. But I started working with this guy. He knew everything about the witnesses, and he gave me some books and stuff, and I was, I took him to my elders, and I wanted them to help me, and they were saying, don't talk to him because he's an apostate and blah, blah, blah. And long story short, I just faded out. It was just too much he had showed me that no one could answer, and a lot of the stuff I didn't even know about, like Beth Sareem and 1925 and all that stuff. But
wasn't it shocking to find that out? You hear me?
Like such a fool that I didn't know all that stuff.
Me too, man. It's like I can't believe it.
It was right there, right? Those old publications that used to be in the back of the Kingdom Hall, and it was right there, and I never knew it.
Yeah.
And I knew about 75 because I lived through that, but I didn't know about 1925, and I just felt like
it starts in the 1800s, I believe. Was it 1878, and then it went to 1881 or 1887? I don't know. It kept going. It kept going all the way to 1925 and was it 1940? Did they do World War II? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to look at the research that I did before, but I know there's several years that they've false prophesied it. And I count when Stephen Lett says the final part of the last days, and then there was right after that there was a governing body helper member. He said we're in the threshold of paradise, and I said threshold. Doesn't that mean doorway? And I did, and I looked it up, and it basically means that. And I'm like, we're nowhere near the paradise. We're not even near the Great Tribulation, as you say, or Armageddon, or any of that. Never mind paradise. Yeah, these are all false prophecies or false predictions, in my opinion.
Yeah, and what's funny, Eric? I I ran back to the hall during the COVID because I thought maybe the Great Tribulation was starting, and I begged the elders to start, studying with me again, and I started going to the meetings, and I said, because, COVID is the Great Tribulation is here, and I didn't want to be on the outside, and, well, the COVID passed, and we're still here. So it's like, I just said, I just can't do this no more. I said, Jehovah gonna destroy me at Armageddon, let him just go on and destroy me, because I can't play these games anymore with myself.
John Marciano in the comments section put pair of dice. Like a con, like a roll of the dice. That's what it feels like. I don't know what will hold in the Bible, but it's not theirs. It is a pair of dice, because even if there is such thing as paradise, it's not theirs to give away. And just being a Jehovah's Witness, that might not insure you. Who knows? That ain't a golden ticket as it is from the Willy Wonka factory, the chocolate factory. It is a roll of the dice whether to trust in men and not have Jesus as your mediator. I'm not being preachy. Just this, why are you going to listen to 9 guys in New York that don't know what the heck they're talking about, right?
Yeah. And Eric, what's funny? I heard some crazy guy I think on the internet. He was saying that Trump is the Antichrist, and he's going to make all Christians bow down to him. And if he loses the election, he's going to have them drink some kind of Kool-Aid.
Right.
I laughed so hard.
That's funny.
I said, people are just going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
That's exactly it. Good point. Well, yeah, I feel you, brother. I mean, there's a lot to break down, and a lot of changes coming, and I don't know what some of the new changes are going to be. We all speculate, but I highly doubt that it's over. They've got to be slowly working in their way out of all of their teachings, because they're not going to survive much longer. The witnesses, I guess, are going to appeal this from the European courts. Is that, if I got that right from what I played and what we've been following? And I think that's a really bad chess move. That's a bad move. I don't know. Maybe they have a card up their sleeve, a trick up their sleeve to win. But in the game of chess, I think they're making checkmate. Because if they lose, the European nations are going to wonder what's going on, and they're not going to. I mean, if they were proven wrong into the European court, they're not going to let them have their benefit. Why would they? Why would they give them a payout at this point? We'll see what happens. But certainly all the decisions that they're making has been based around money. So we know who their master is. They revealed it to us all. We know that they're with the Lord Sauron from Lord of the Rings. Oh, anybody on the phone line, or if we're getting to the end of the show, I'll talk a little bit more. But what time is it here, anyways? About 12:20 Rick's time, 11:20 mine. But, well, I think we've had a decent show tonight, though, and I appreciate everybody calling in. Let me give a little quick look into the comment sections. I'll turn the camera off for a second. Let's see here. But yeah, I appreciate everybody calling in, Kim and Artsy Kim, and thanks, Debbie, for being in the comment section too. My best is not good enough from Maverick. Thank you. I just saw that. That's funny. Or maybe you were commenting that from someone else. But yeah, who was that? Samuel Hurd asked if is your best good enough? Woof. Man, isn't that like an FU? Is your best good enough? I should hope so. It's my best. Could you imagine if Jesus said that? So like the crowd, yeah, that would really pick them up when they were in the time of darkness. Let's see here. Oh, I don't see much in the comment section. I have to scroll too far probably. But anywho.
Are you still there? Are you still there, Eric?
Maybe he went to the restroom. Mm. He probably took a bathroom break.
Oh, he probably did. When he said Threshold of Paradise, all I could think of was the Wizard of Oz movie.
Yeah. You know, I put in the comments.
Let me turn the TV down. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we have the echo. Dick is going to turn it down. So you hear? Hey, Pixie.
And I was thinking, ignore the man behind the curtain and all.
Yeah. Hey, on the comment section, I put down what Eric said. Matthew 29:2. The best is not good enough. And you're like, well, Matthew only has 28 chapters. Yeah, but that's Watchtower Bible. That's Watchtower Bible.
Yeah, they make it go along.
Hey, yeah. Hey, I got kicked out by the what do you call it? StreamYard kicked me out. But so I'm on the phone now.
Eric, I put down Matthew 29:2. Your best is not good enough by Jesus.
Yeah, I saw that in the comment section.
That's in because Matthew only has 28 chapters, and but the Jehovah's Witness Bible it keeps going and going and going. Doesn't to get on. Yeah. Hey, this is the caller talked about is it child abuse, and I think we can all agree that it's child abuse, but
it's also labor, like child labor.
Yeah, but the beautiful thing about the founding fathers is they knew that you can legislate the country into hell. So by keeping it simple, I'll give you an example: the freedom of speech and the freedom of religion. It's so much better to have in the United States tens of thousands of religions, because when you have tens of thousands of religions, you have taken away the power from the Pope. The Pope does not have the power that he used to have.
True.
So you have to ask yourself, do we want to legislate everything? We can get the Congress involved in everything, but there's an equal and opposite reaction to everything that is done. So sometimes it's better to have freedom of religion. I rather would have freedom of religion and have the Jehovah's Witnesses than to have the Church of England.
I see your point there. But like I said, this New World Order reset thing, they're going to reconfabulate all these beliefs and stuff.
Yeah. Well, Pixie, the thing I'm going to tell you, I told Rick that the changes that Watchtower is doing are like an alphabet. 26 letters is a bridge, and we're seeing all of these different changes: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, the pairs and so forth. What is at the end of the bridge? Well, Watchtower is telling you, because the devil's always in the detail. The devil will always tell you what he wants to do. And the devil put down in the Bible, New World Translation. Jesus says where your treasure is, that's where your heart is at. And Jesus says from the abundance of a man's heart, his mouth speaks. Watchtower, JW.org, is always talking about the United Nations. They have a secret love affair. So at the end of the day, Watchtower has to accept homosexuality, transgenderism. They're going to have to accept the morality of the United Nations, because that's where their heart is at. It's in all of their literature.
Yeah, that's a point.
And these changes are going to take us there. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
No, I agree. I agree, Gilbert.
But whatever it is, but this is the other thing. Make no mistake that the Jehovah's Witnesses have already established a new religion. And it's already like on pen and paper. It's already done. And
you mean a rebranding?
Everything that they're doing now is to get to that other side of the bridge.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
all, but it's already. But make no mistake, it is already drawn out. Because this is how Watchtower works. You get the Bible, and you start interpreting it as you read it. Watchtower does the other way. They have a religion that's already built, and then they say, how can we use the Bible and these different verses to fold into our religion? They do it backwards. And so they already have X, Y, Z, the end of the bridge. They already have a new religion. What changes are we going to have to make, and what Bible texts are we going to use, and Bible or whatever, to get to the other side? And what is the other side? Yeah.
If they said that we're at the threshold of paradise, and you apply the Wizard of Oz, the books were actually about the gold standard and money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So they're going to be effing with the money on a big global scale.
Yeah.
And
silver
the
shoes.
Food and God knows what else. And of course, you're on the West Coast. The bridge is out here on the East Coast. That's going to affect sugar and cars.
And earlier today, I don't know if you heard me when I was telling Eric that, like the book, Organized to Accomplish Our Ministry, the word "our," everyone thought that it meant you and me, Pixie, but no, it meant we're organized to accomplish their ministry.
Yeah.
So check this out. I'm going to throw another bomb on Eric. We talk about Paradise Earth. Well, all of us think Paradise Earth. I got 10 acres of land. I got my farm animals. That's Paradise Earth. No, Watchtower's Paradise Earth is different than what you and I think. You see, Watchtower saying, well, it is Paradise Earth. Well, I don't know what you were thinking, but we are going to Paradise Earth. And that's what the New World Order and the United Nations, they're taking us to their paradise.
Right, on their version.
Their version.
Well,
it's their version. Not because you and I's version and Pixie's version is way different than their version of paradise.
And that's how they got
like what the Bible says, where you can plant and you can harvest and no one will take. You leave for yourself. I know I'm paraphrasing, but you know what I mean.
Gilbert, did you ever study about WW2?
A little bit. Not as much as Jesse.
Well, when you look at the other sides of that, look at the map and not just our wonderful team in WW2 and not just the Brits and all the air power and all that. You look at evil, wicked Joseph Stalin that they were all trying to befriend.
Yeah.
He could put all the small farmers out of business and people starved big time.
Especially in Ukraine. Ukraine was the starvation capital.
Yes, and most people, they've not studied deeply at university level into these issues, and so they're not aware of that.
Yeah, but when you mentioned that about the Wizard of Oz and gold and silver, there's an actual, you probably know that there's a movie documentary about just that. And that guy
I have to see it.
Yeah, it's you just type in Wizard of Oz documentary, but it has to do with gold and silver. And the guy who wrote it, he actually had unsuccessful attempts, and he was running for Congress. And he was on, guess what? He was an advocate of the gold and silver as monetary policy that's set on the Constitution. And they were getting rid of the gold and silver. And this guy was unsuccessful as a politician. But when you see the documentary, it all makes sense now. Like her with the silver shoes, the Tin Man represented American industry, and all kinds of things. But at the end of the day, it was the bankers. He was the Wizard of Oz was the banker saying, "Hey, listen, you give me the gold and I'll put it in deposit and I'll give you a piece of paper."
Right. The coolest thing about the movie,
Basically, it's the same thing.
in the movie, Professor Marvel, before he's playing the second role as the wizard, when he's in the cute little gypsy carriage reading the crystal ball, it's really sweet, that scene. The coat he's wearing, the wardrobe department went out to a thrift to get him a coat, and it was Frank Baum's coat.
Wow.
Isn't that a wow?
Yeah.
But it's a wonderful picture. But yeah, they kind of sold us the Wizard of Oz. I mean,
because King Solomon says there's no that there's nothing under the sun. And then when you look on the Wizard of Oz, the road that she was supposed to follow was a gold.
Mm-hmm.
It was the gold road. She had the silver, I think the silver shoes.
And in the book, yeah, she had silver shoes in the book.
Yeah, and so.
Yeah.
But
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But that's not something that's not done. The same thing that's happened with the Wizard of Oz is there's no difference between like the Federers and Watchtower. They're all the same. I'll give you an example. The Federal Reserve takes away our gold and silver and they give us paper. Watchtower loans you $500,000, and then they steal property, making Wells Fargo and Bank of America jealous. Bank of America and Wells Fargo, like, damn.
Yeah.
They not only loaned them the money.
Yeah.
Friends.
I also think that was so popular in the Depression era to give people hope. That movie was so beautiful, especially when it goes from black and white to that threshold into Oz in color. It was like tremendous for that audience to see that for the first time. But Rutherford was coming in about that same time and giving this paradise doctrine. Because before that, everybody went to heaven, and there was, Russell had like 2 different grades of heaven, but he didn't have a paradise earth until Rutherford at that Depression era time.
Yeah.
You talk about Wizard of Oz, and it's like the lyrics in it are, you're out of the woods, you're out of the dark, you're out of the night, step into the sun, step into the light. That's Watchtower, basically, but it's like
good job.
They're proclaiming.
Can I ask a question? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, good. This is Zachary. I heard you. Hi. I heard you guys. Everybody has to stay. Don't anybody leave because I'm just here for a second. Okay. So I have a question. You were kind of defining paradise or something. I thought paradise was 40 acres and a mule.
40 acres and what?
40 acres and a mule. Isn't that what the isn't that a federalist thing?
Yes, could be for some.
I thought, isn't that in the Constitution or some federalist papers where it defines paradise? My other question is, I heard Pixie say this a couple of times. Since the program tonight is about money and stuff, Pixie made a statement about the ship that hitched the bridge, the Francis Scott Key Bridge. It will do something to sugar prices and something else.
Cars.
Cars. Why will it do something to those two things?
Because that's where that product comes into that port.
Because when you said that, I thought, should we be buying sugar futures or something?
Yeah, maybe. This program's for entertainment purposes only. I'm neither a financial advisor nor an attorney, but maybe.
Every time the news happens, that's a chance to make money. I
think those sugar futures were about 4 days ago. I should have been on the phone.
So you think the price effect is already in there now?
Yeah, because that's where all the sugar's refined. Is the
I didn't know that.
refinery is there? Have you heard of Domino Sugar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are my two questions. Okay, continue with the conversation. I'm listening in.
Okay, well, I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know if the cars are as far as New York, but I know in my area, I was thinking, well, should I get a car?
So why will it affect cars? Why will it affect the price of cars?
Because that's where they bring in all the new cars.
Was anything on the actual ship affected because it had all those containers?
I don't know what's in those containers. Probably what you and I ordered from Temu.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
So there's another possible a thing where there might be a price increase, so we might buy the futures now, you know?
Yeah.
Or do some commodity stuff.
Yeah,
okay, that's all.
I wish I'd got that sugar about 4 days ago. You're right.
So you think that the chance is over with now?
Do you think
From
what?
my understanding of how that works, but don't take my word for it. But yeah, look on the thing. See what it did.
Yeah, I will.
What did you ask, Zachary? I didn't hear you.
I asked you. So you think the chance to? I feel so bad because this is so capitalist, and I'm talking about benefiting from an accident.
I'm going to say that publicly. I love capitalism, and I love private property.
But I sound like I'm trying to benefit. I'm benefiting from a problem here. No, and I don't feel that way strongly. But I mean, one has to. You know, Jesus gave those the 10 minas and the guy who buried his money, and he got in trouble because he didn't try to do business with it. So there is a scriptural component to this.
Yeah, my coins keep moving.
So I asked Pixie if she felt that the opportunity to benefit from increases in sugar prices, has that already passed? That's what I asked.
I see.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. Keep discussing the subject you were discussing was much more spiritual than what I just now had to say.
That's all I got.
Nah, it's all good, man. I don't care. This is late. This is late night. It's all good.
Yeah.
Hey, we should be laughing, not crying.
Hey, Zachary, you've got an alignment. There's an eclipse on the 8th. You're going to have going to be a total alignment of the planets, like out of Peter Pan. And there's going to be a comet. Total alignment of planets, comet, and eclipse the same day, or something like that.
What planets will be aligned?
All of them. All of them. It's going to be an alignment. The last one was 25 years ago.
Wow.
Or maybe 30 years ago.
I know the sun and moon.
You're having fun.
When you have an eclipse, the sun and moon are definitely aligned. That's a new moon. It's the start of a new month. You start counting like nights in 14. 14 is basically 14 days after the new moon. And so that's why you have a full moon.
In Peter Pan, where the planets get aligned, like in a row, the planets are in a row.
Right.
The last time they had that, I was much younger, and I was in a much more interesting city, and I think that was about 25 years ago, maybe 30 years ago. Time has gotten by me. I didn't think I'd be sitting here to see another planetary alignment. So you're going to have comet and planetary alignment on the April of the 8th. And this should be the true great reset of every blessed thing in the universe. This is a big deal.
I've heard you say that several times tonight. What do you mean by reset? And let me say this, that the planets, many of the planets were aligned, and they were actually in the constellation of Capricorn during December of 2019. And when I saw it, I said, "Oh my God, that can't be good."
It's
Because
not.
they were all aligned, and it was just before COVID hit. Well, I didn't know what I did. Yeah.
This is going to be a total alignment with the eclipse and a comet.
I'm laughing at the comment.
Now you heard me. That's what's happening. And it's in Aries, the sign of war.
This is true.
Zach, you want to say how that works? It's real simple. Sure. Yeah, I told Eric earlier we were talking about the money. The money is never destroyed. It is simply transferred from one place to another.
Hey, we're having a hard time hearing you. You're coming in like you're underwater.
Okay, well, let me call back in. Let me call back.
Wait, hold on. You're a little clearer now. Keep talking. Oh, you're gonna call back?
He's calling back in.
So, Zach, you might want to look at a horoscope for April 8th and get back to us on what it says.
I did already. One of the things that's going to happen, whenever the moon is a new moon, there's a moment, there's an hour of that time when the heart of the moon is in the heart of the sun, and it's called Kazimi. All of the planets have it, but it gives the planet a special dignity. I'm too new at it to be able to explain it, but it gives the planet extra dignity when the planet's heart lines up with the heart of the sun. That's what happens during a new moon. And so, but because it's an eclipse, the eclipse may overcome any special benefits that come from the moon being lined up with the sun. Yeah. It's a scary thing.
Okay, so let me explain to you how that reset works. It's real simple. In World War II, Germany was bankrupt. Remember the Weimar Republic? And, and so they owed debt. They owed so much money to the Axis powers, to the French, to the English, to the Americans for World War I. They were never going to get out of it.
And the 1974 yearbook did describe that.
Okay, so we got to remember, Gerald Celente always says, all wars are bankers' wars. So when you realize and you accept the fact that every war that we have on Earth, it's because of bankers. So the bankers of Germany said, listen, we're never going to pay off this debt. So why don't we just go to war? So they did. They went to war against who? The people that they owed money to. Now,
but specifically, what is the reset that Pixie's been talking about?
That's
exactly what Gilbert is saying. Listen to what he's saying.
It's the transfer of money. So then Great Britain and France start fighting Germany. But check this out. What did Great Britain and France do? They gave America gold, and America gave them tanks, gave them bullets, gave them everything. So then the Americans come in way late into the game, into the fight. They beat the Germans, and guess who has the gold? America. So you had the transfer of wealth. You see, the money was always there. It simply got transferred from Germany to Great Britain to the United States. So right now we have another great reset. And the great reset is where we have transfer of wealth, where debts are destroyed, monies are destroyed, but money is also there's winners and there's losers. The losers are people who have digits on a computer. The winners are
the losers are whom?
People who have paper and money and digits on a computer. The winners are people that have physical things that you can touch, like gold, silver, nuclear bombs, things that are tangible. And so that's what happens in a great reset. You have people who are in debt. People who are in debt, and the United States right now is in debt. And
there's one more resource you're missing, Gilbert.
The gold. It could be everything. It could be oil. It could be anything.
Money. Sorry, I'm sorry, I said money. I meant to say food.
Yeah, food. Everything.
Food. No, food. No, because because you can't survive without it. So when times get hard, if food is a shortage, you are rich if you have food.
But food is also land.
So do we know who the winners and losers are in advance?
Well, yeah, history always tells us like the first people to lose are elderly, because then their Social Security is worthless. In 1994, the Mexican government chopped off 3 zeros from their pesos. Everybody still got a retirement check like my grandfather, but he couldn't buy a loaf of bread. Because they paid him in old pesos, not new pesos. And so there's always a transfer of wealth. The winners are usually blue collar people that can go to work and because they can survive in the new system. So now you understand that the Watchtower is evil, because in Matthew 24, Watchtower is the only Bible that puts down the system of things. And if you go anywhere on YouTube, everyone is talking about the new system of things. And what is the new system of things? The digital bank currencies, where the banks get rid of your paper and now give you a new digital currency. So what that is a transfer of wealth. They're transferring your old wealth into a new system. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to lose in the process.
My college professor, financial management professor, his name, I'll have to tell you, it was Dr. Mimo. He always talked about this reset where they just kind of moved the decimal place and let's start over again was his thing. But now let me ask you this, because you mentioned the losers being the digital people. With this new economy, this new thing developing in the age of Aquarius, let me just say that, but this new thing with cryptocurrency developing, how does that fit into this reset when you mentioned the losers being people with digits on a computer? Because that is only entries on electronic ledgers. That's what a blockchain is. So how does
I don't
that...
trust it.
Because digital could be controlled, whereas personal, like physical possessions cannot.
Yeah.
You cannot control silver and gold to a point where you can control, and you can take away somebody. Like say you put all your financial information on a computer chip in your arm, like the government wants to do one day, or at least is thrown out there as a potential conspiracy or potential possibility. If that happens, they can shut you down at any point. That's complete control. But silver and gold, like cash can be burned, but the physical value of those things cannot be burned. Unless somehow there's a society that's created that can destroy it.
I do get that.
Not worthy.
I do get that with physical silver and gold. And there used to be, you could deposit your gold in a bank. You know, you could deposit here and they'd give you a certificate that tells you, that says this is what you have in this bank. And that certificate was worth something because it was backed by gold. I understand that. Let me ask you this. All cryptocurrencies are not created equal. Recently, back around 6 months ago, I was reviewing that stuff and I did I found a listing and it had 10,000 entries, and the market capitalization was $1.25 trillion. And at that time, Bitcoin had come back off of its highs, and it was the highs were in the 60,000s per coin, and it had dropped back to about 20,000 something per coin. And I started talking about it because I had finally read about it and I started understanding it. I was talking about it at work and everybody just said, oh yeah, it'll never get back to where it was. Or somebody would say, I know people who put all their money into Bitcoins and it dropped down, went from 60,000 to 15,000 and they had to take their money up, but they had lost so much. And that's what was happening. Well, in the last month, Bitcoin has again reached its high and it has surpassed it. It went up to 70,000 and has now dropped back to in the 60s, right? Bitcoin is not essential. The blockchain for Bitcoin is not central. It is on computers around the world. I don't get what the value of it is, but a lot of those billionaires are into it. Bitcoin is one. Cryptocurrency, there's thousands of them. So Bitcoin, because it's such a big deal, it is what it is. All the other ones are called altcoins. One of the altcoins is Ethereum, which is supposed to, do something. But my question is
for it though.
Yeah, isn't it Ethereum?
Right.
And Dogecoin is another one. So the question, the thing is, some of them seem to be central, but others are not central. They're like spread out on computers. They're like, there's like calculations constantly going on that figure out who has what. And also, if a person submits their computer or devotes their computer or gives time to doing the calculations necessary, then that person can get pieces of Bitcoin, fractions of Bitcoin, and it's called mining. And there's something special that's going to happen in April, I believe it is, and that's why Bitcoin just now blew through the roof. It's something called halving. Like the word half, it's the new Bitcoins produced now will be cut in half. And there will be a limit to how many Bitcoins there will be produced. It won't be like an endless number of them. There will just be so many produced. And every so often there's this halving thing. And I think it's happening in April. And that's why they're going through the roof right now, or went through the roof. So is that different? The fact that that is not on one central thing, it's not fiat currency, but it's on computers all over the place. Does that make a difference?
I don't understand it. I know the Doge, wasn't he in the Venetian black nobility? I guess if I had to choose between Ethereal and Doge, I'd look at Doge, but I don't know anything about it. I do know people that lived in World War I and World War II time, and they left me with some wisdom. One was, you can't eat gold. The other one was, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And the third one was a Bible prophecy of they threw their gold and silver in the street.
Yeah, but let me say this. You can't eat gold. I drunk gold, 24 karat gold, because there is an alcohol that is called a gold Schlager, and it has 24 karat gold flakes in it. Yeah.
Probably very good.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But the thing is in that Bible translation, you have to understand they didn't have the word fiat currency and paper currency didn't exist. But here's so you can see a day where everybody's throwing away their paper currency in the street, and it's already happened over 5,000 times in human history. But I mean, but this is the point I'm trying to make with crypto. I don't know, but I had this thing. When Jesus was born, the reason God gave Jesus gold was because gold was going to save his life, because they were able to use that gold to not only go to Egypt, but Joseph was able to use that money to continue, to work and be as a carpenter. So in his trade. So the point is that gold, yes, Pixie, you can't eat it, but it can save your life. And anybody who's ever seen the movie Casablanca knows that in Casablanca, everybody took their gold or silver and their diamonds, and they were trying to get to Portugal to get to New York City. Now, to answer your question on crypto, and this is just something I have, we can watch movies where in the 1960s, there's people with cell phones in their cars in like Rolls Royces. We see it. They have to be very big. And so we know that according to the people that say we went to the moon, that our iPhone is more powerful than the computer system on the Apollo missions. Okay, if that is true, my thinking, and I'm not saying anything bad about crypto, that if we have crypto technology out today within the masses, imagine what the government has that they haven't told us. And could crypto simply be a way where JP Morgan Chase, because JP Morgan Chase has crypto, people don't know about that. Could it be just a way where they're stealing money from the people before there's a new reset of currency? And we're talking trillions of dollars that people can give to crypto, and then the reason I don't like crypto is because crypto and the New World Translation have one thing in common: anonymity. Yashimoto, that guy that they talk about who invented crypto. What part of anonymous do you not understand? every time you run into an anonymous figure, all you have to think, this is satanic.
But that guy did not invent crypto. He's the Bitcoin guy, not of all the other altcoins.
But nobody knows who he is.
Yeah.
He's anonymous.
Right.
Like the writings of the Bible.
He's Bitcoin. He's Bitcoin, but some of the other ones, like Ethereum and other ones, they're not so anonymous as this guy is. Correct. Yeah.
And I'll give you, but I will give you, I will give you some good use about crypto. And this is what what Vladimir Putin is doing with China, with the BRICS. And this is why people don't understand, because we have a system. It's kind of like Visa, MasterCard. It's called SWIFT. It's the federal government Visa, MasterCard system. And Russia got kicked out of it. So it's like the federal government. It's like Biden telling Putin, you can't use Visa, MasterCard. So that's what the SWIFT system is. It's a government.
Wait, that's when you're doing international wire.
So
transfer.
This is where crypto. But see, this is where crypto is perfect, Zach. Because let's say you have a Mexican friend, and he's in Nogales, and you're in the United States, and you send your truck over to Nogales, and then and the guy who's driving your truck says, "Hey Zach, I just delivered it in Mexico." Well, the nice thing about the cryptocurrency is you can actually do it in real time. The transfer of the money. So I just delivered the goods, and see, so that's why a lot of people love crypto, because on a private level, individuals can actually transact in real time. And right now, you and I cannot deal with some guy in Peru, and I want to buy coffee from Peru. I need to go through the government, and that's why the government hates crypto, because you're giving power to the people.
Yes.
You see?
Exactly.
And so
exactly.
I'm not knocking crypto.
No, let me say this. I'm not advocating crypto. I'm just talking about stuff in general. And I brought crypto up because of that statement about digits in the computer. That's the only reason why I brought it up. But I'm not picking one thing above another. But I am interested in this crypto thing, especially when I ran my mouth about it and everybody said poo poo poo, and I kind of went poo 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 too with it. And then here it is 4 months later, and it's reached a new high. That's an interesting thing.
Yeah. Are you still in the city though? Are you still in the big city?
Am I still? I'm still in I live in the city. Yeah. Wait, why you ask?
I guess if I had crypto, I might move to the countryside.
Well, yeah. Well, you can have a Jehovah's coin.
Don't put everything in. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. You know what I mean?
No, don't. But I can get fresh eggs here. I can walk to the neighbors and get some.
The funny
which
thing
I
is, I
could not do in the big city.
I bought a half a dozen of eggs today, and I haven't bought them for about 6 months.
Yeah. What's the big city you live in? New York?
I live in a big city. I don't tell. But
you don't tell. You live in a big city, not the big city.
I think cities are going to be trouble. That's just me.
What? No. I was just getting it right. You live in a big city, not. I thought you said the big city. I was thinking New York, but
I didn't say the or a. I just said
okay.
Yeah. Pixie asked me if I live in the big city. Yeah.
You live in big city. Okay, got it.
Have you ever heard of Jehovah coin? Jehovah coin, like Bitcoin, Jehovah coin?
Is there one out there? No,
I heard of Jehovah Kill.
Well, see, how Jehovah coin would work is you have
no, come on, don't ignore me like that. Jehovah Kill, man. It was a heavy metal band in the 90s.
How did I miss that?
But this is how it remember, like Rick.
I found it as a kid, and I'm like, oh my god.
Remember, I said how everybody sends your money to New York. It makes sense in a lot of financial ways, because if you're in Mexico, you can send your money to New York, and then if the peso devalues, you're still good because you have American Jehovah coin. And also, like if the Catholics had a crypto, no, seriously, check this out. If a Catholic had a crypto, he could go to the Catholic Church and say, "Give my a boy in the United States can go to Catholic Church and says, give my mom in Oaxaca, Mexico, $100. And so then the church can get the crypto, the Catholic crypto, and then the church in Mexico can give the mother the $100. And guess who goes out of business? Western Union.
Yeah, I do think Western Union is afraid of cryptocurrency. Yeah,
because now your church can do it.
But I want to address something that I heard earlier, and it was about, I think it was you, Gilbert, who said, why would you sell your $1 million or $1 billion property and then buy something new or build something new?
I said, why would you sell your property, like say for $2 million, the Kingdom Hall, when you can when I can sell my Kingdom Hall to Eric, he's my friend, and in a separate corporation, and now we both get rent from Starbucks. You see, so you take money from, so not only did I get the $2 million because he gave it to me, now I'm partners with him in a new corporation. And so you transfer the wealth from one place to another. And instead of being under Watchtower, now it's under Stephen Lett Incorporated, with Zach and Company,
I see. I was kind of distracted.
I prefer Dunkin' Donuts. As far as a chain, they're more profitable for the little guy. Because of Rhode Island, where I was raised, everybody that was an immigrant or anybody that was wanting to try to start from nothing started with a Dunkin' Donuts. My family, I mean, like everybody was involved with that. The chains made a lot of money in New England. The coffee was where you made your money, not even the donuts.
Wow. The idea of selling, I thought what I was hearing is about New York, because they did sell that Brooklyn Heights property, and they started building something else. And I thought you were saying, why would you do something like that? But even though you were not saying that, I thought about it, and here's why I think you would do it. Because how much more gain would they get from the Brooklyn property, which will give them a greater return from the time they sold it on?
They made $3 billion.
Well, they sold it for $3 billion, but my question is, if it was worth $3 billion at that time, if they kept it, how much more would it be worth than $3 billion?
It would,
in another
because
year.
The commercial real estate's bottoming out right now as we speak.
Okay,
and how did they know that? They knew they had insider information. Here's my fact. They didn't think Donald Trump was going to be elected. They sold it. No, I'm serious. They sold it thinking Hillary Clinton was going to be elected right before. They sold it at the same time Donald Trump was getting in. Watchtower had insider information.
Okay.
They knew they had to get out of New York City. That's just my gut feeling.
Why did they know they had to get out of New York? Why do you say they knew they had to get out of New York City? For what reason?
That the bottom was going to drop, like it's happening now.
Okay. So here's why I feel that the Watchtower would consider it more beneficial not to stay in New York, no matter who would get elected, right? Not to stay there and to build a new property somewhere like in Walk Hill or whatever, not Walk Hill, that's the one they have, in Warwick or Tuxedo. Because the properties in New York have already made them a ton of money. So how much increase would they get? Probably not as much as building a new property somewhere where they buy the land and they get cheap labor, almost like the cost of slave labor. That's how a lot of people in the country got. That's how they got rich in the country from slave. You have people working for free, and you benefit from it. So in the new property that they have, these friends are going there. People pay almost. Witnesses will pay to be able to go there and do work, almost like the Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer by who's the guy who wrote that thing? Mark Twain. Yes, Tom Sawyer. What the big thing that Tom Sawyer did was he was given the job to paint a fence, and he didn't feel like doing it. So he put up a sign or something and said, you can paint the fence if you pay 5 cents or something like that. So he made people pay, and people were lined up to paint this fence. They were paying money to paint the fence because there was a sign that was charging them. So they felt like in their mind, oh, this is a good thing. Let me get in on it. So he sits there and collects the money while they're all painting the fence, which was supposed to be his chore. So the Friends will do that when it comes to work. They'll practically pay money to go and work at the society. And so I'm sure a lot of that happened when Tuxedo Warwick was being done. And that's where the return on investment would be much greater in Tuxedo, because it's a new thing, where in Brooklyn, they had already made their profits. That's how I see it.
Well, they have better. They've got a much better thing up there at the lake. They needed to get rid of that Brooklyn property.
That Brooklyn property was the Brooklyn property was wonderful. I'm sure a lot of Bethelites were mourning over having to move out of Brooklyn. Brooklyn's beautiful.
Brooklyn's nice.
Brooklyn Heights. Brooklyn Heights has the promenade behind the 124 building, and you walk that thing and look over on Manhattan. All the movies look on Manhattan, they're taken from that promenade. I was looking at one of the movies. I think it's The Associate with Whoopi Goldberg. It's an old movie, and they're walking on the promenade, and I'm sitting there looking at it, and everything looks familiar. I said, oh my God, that's the 124 building. It's the back of it. She's with this woman who's her secretary, and the secretary is encouraging her to be more aggressive with herself, so that she's not taken advantage of. But that's on that promenade that was behind the 124 building.
And the Furman building. Hey, but check this out.
Yes.
The thing about Tom Sawyer and
360.
What Watchtower knows, it comes from the P.T. Barnum.
Hey, Gigi. And Pixie and Zachary, I'm getting a little tired here. Do you guys want to take over and keep the line going?
All right, sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that sound cool?
Yeah.
I'll probably even listen, but I gotta cook a little food for myself. So. But
Pixie and Gigi for GB are responsible. I'm just
there you go. I know the conversation's good, so why don't you guys take over? And if Rick, when Rick wakes up, if he wants to close it down, I'll let him decide. No. All right, guys. Well, thank you, everybody. We had a great night together, and everyone in the comment section, thank you so much. I love you all, and everyone have a good night, and keep waving that flag of victory, as Rick says. But no, thanks everyone. Thanks for always putting up the middle finger to Watchtower, and always exposing the truth about the truth. Love you, everyone.
You enjoy your snack.
Nice.
Enjoy your snack.
It's not a snack, it's dinner, man.
Oh, enjoy your dinner. That's better.
Yeah. Love y'all.
Right.
Thanks, Zach.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, so I was trying to say is that the how Watchtower operates is from the P.T. Barnum model of business. There's a sucker born every minute, and that's what you described, Zach. You were a sucker. I was a sucker. We got out, but there's a new one there's always somebody replacing you.
And that does seem that you were always paying them.
I was not a sucker. I got something out of being at Bethel.
Okay.
They had grand pianos that I got to play. I got to find people who were musically inclined. That was a wonderful thing. I didn't see that I didn't get chances like that.
But you understand that's how
I did go there because I was serving God, and it was like I was so excited, and it's the end of the system, and now I look back at so many years ago.
But they know they can milk it because every day there's a sucker born, and they're going to milk it. and that's it's sad, Zach, but it's just true. They know that they can take advantage of another one and another one and another one.
I felt like I was paying into Russell's old haberdashery because we always had to look a certain way.
I do feel bad that I'm not one of them and I can go without a tie nowadays.
We really dressed, I gotta say.
I don't, when Rich was asking about that, how you would go to the memorial, I don't think I could go without wearing a suit and tie.
I have to dress this time of year. I have to.
You would wear a suit and tie?
Me? Yes. I wouldn't be able to just walk. I haven't been to a meeting since 2008. I wouldn't be able to walk in jeans or anything,
I danced in high heels until I was 50. I cried when I hurt my ankle and couldn't wear heels anymore. That's a major thing in my world. I wouldn't get that good-looking Spanish brother now because I can't dance in the heels anymore.
I would not wear a suit and tie. I made a promise to myself, not to God, but to myself, I'm never going to wear a suit and tie again. And the reason why is because Gandhi used to wear a suit and tie. And he gave the big middle finger. He was a lawyer in London, and when he went back to India, he wanted to dress like his native, where he's from.
Yeah.
And so I thought to myself, Gandhi went John the Baptist. John the Baptist did the same thing.
He did. He knew exactly how to do it too.
He did.
He was a great PR man for his cause. He was.
No,
skins. He wore skins and stuff. Animal skins.
If you want to dress up that way, go ahead. But this is the point. Check it out. Look at all of the bad things that are happening on planet Earth right now. Every single one of them either has a lab coat or a suit and tie. An insurance salesman, a timeshare salesman, a politician.
I said if I were to go to the memorial, but when I go to work every day, I wear jeans and very casual, and I go and sit in an office and work. But I do wear jeans. They don't wear suits and stuff anymore.
But what if you invent your own? What if Zach reinvents his own style, and that's what you use for a wedding? That's like when I went to my niece's wedding. I told her I don't wear suits and ties no more. Everybody's wearing suit and tie, and I had a guayabera, which is a Mexican shirt, like you see in Cuba, and a lot of in the Mexican culture, men wear the guayaberas. So I bought me a really beautiful guayabera, and I gave my speech and everything, and everybody was happy. So you don't have to, like, if I'm Mexican, so I could have gone with the mariachi outfit. I would look like a fool, but if some people can pull it off. Like
are you saying,
for example, you're from Texas. Some people.
Are you saying I should be wearing a dashiki?
Whatever you want. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, I'm in the Southwest, and I was thinking of buying like turquoise a collar, because my teacher he didn't wear a tie. He wore turquoise as a tie. And it was Southwestern. And that's the whole thing. It's like, I think when everybody's wearing the same thing, it's like we become robotic, and
but if I were to, but see, I wouldn't step foot inside of a hall. But what I'm saying is, if I were to go to the memorial, I don't think I would be able to. I would feel comfortable not wearing a suit. Just because
suit on that night, he never owned a suit.
Well, he never wore a suit because they didn't wear them back then.
But then I think you'd be closer in a dashiki robe to what the Savior actually wore.
But not in America. In America, in the 21st century, in the Kingdom Hall. Look, they just now went renegade. It's just been about a month that they went renegade with this dress stuff, and the beards maybe a couple of
Zach. In all seriousness, now let's go serious. Let's say you put on a very...
Who says I'm not serious?
No, because you're laughing. But it is funny. But let's say you put on some beautiful Stetson boots and really nice, say, jeans, a nice shirt, and a jacket. Say, for example, a camel hair jacket, but there's no tie, and a really beautiful hat, cowboy hat. I mean, don't you think... This is what I'm saying. I believe, this is my heart of hearts. When God comes down to earth with Jesus, you know what he says? He says, show me the mariachis. And he takes them to Mexico. And then he goes, show me the guitars of Japan. See, that's why God made everything different.
Wait, translate mariachi.
the mariachis, the band of Mexico,
Oh,
the
okay.
mariachis. So what
Okay.
I'm trying to say is that God, in all of His creation, made a variety, and I think we cut ourselves short when we dress like everyone else. I think we should all, we should all
Yes.
try to find what fits you the best.
This sounds like you're being very sincere. But
but
and I'm only
in New
okay.
York, you and I in our big cities, we always had what was like the Witness Watchtower look in the big cities of the East Coast. When I lived out west, there were people. I've lived in rural areas briefly. I'm not of the rural. I'm learning here. But I've visited Oregon, I visited California, I visited West Virginia, I visited people that had huge working farms.
Mm-hmm.
And these people, these men are like, well, my cowboy outfit's clean and neat. This is my good clothes. They never had a lawyer's suit. And their wives had trousers, and this was 50 years ago, 40 years ago. So New York has finally gotten the memo that not everybody lives in New York.
So when in Rome, when in Rome.
The last two jobs I got, the one I got in 2011, and I remember, I can't tell you how I got the job. Well, I will tell you. I was sitting at home. I got a phone call because I had sent my resume, and I'm sitting at home. I get a phone call, and chit chat over the phone, and I'm hired, and I have to go in that week, and I think it was like a Monday, and I would start on a Thursday, and I would meet a person who would show me the ropes, everything, and it was the person I was replacing, because that person no longer worked there. And so, I go in with my, I think I just had shirt and tie and stuff. And there's this office manager, this little short lady, and she says to me, "You don't have to wear the shirt and tie. We don't stand on ceremony around here." And so, and that was, I never had to wear suit, tie, or anything. And then this current place that I work, it was 2019, August. And I had the interview, and I got hired right there on the spot. And the president of the company says to me, and that day I'm wearing the whole suit and everything because this was an interview. And the president said, "You don't have to wear that suit. You can be can be very casual." And so I've never worn. After that, I never even worn a tie to work. So I don't wear suits and stuff, no matter how stuffy the job might be. But
I'm retired, so I don't know what the dress code is. I always had to wear a business skirt with a blazer and heels. Every job I had was.
I think that part of what's going on at the watch, with the witnesses, is that the business dress has changed somewhat.
It has, yeah.
Yeah, it really has. There's a much more casual workplace.
You know what I think's really going on, because they're in the fashion capital of New York. If I go to stores here, unless a gentleman's an attorney, he has to go to a special like a gentleman's boutique to get a suit. Macy's is closing all around the country. They didn't even send me flyers this year in the mail to get Easter dresses. The whole world has changed.
But look at the host of this show. Look at Rick Farron. You wouldn't expect him to wear anything but a suit. But that's his personality. And see, that's the whole thing. I think Tucker Carlson one time said you could smell it. Like you could smell a rat. You could smell a lie. And it's true. You can see when somebody is genuine in their dress.
He said you can smell what?
Like anything else.
He said you can smell what? Tucker Carlson said that?
Yeah, he was talking about something, but I remember he mentioned that, and he's right. That when we see somebody dressed, we know if it's sincere or if it's not a show.
Mm-hmm.
If I dress up like a Mexican mariachi, all of my friends will know, Gilbert, you're a dork. But my friend, I have a really good friend, Jehovah's Witness. He looks so damn handsome in a Mexican mariachi outfit, with the big belt buckle and all the metal but he has the personality for it. And so I really think, when it comes to dress, and this is what Watchtower did a disservice to all of us, is that as a human being, we only have 60 years, 70, 80 in this earth, such a short time. And then for them to limit our choices, to limit all of these, no, life is short. Dress how you want.
But see, the people in the 40s, my dad never had a casual Friday. He wasn't comfortable unless he was in a white dress shirt. That was his personal choice.
Yes. My first job out of college, we had to wear a full suit. In our firm, all around the country, you had to wear a full suit, and there was just one office that was able to wear like a sports jacket, but it had to be tie and all that, and that was the Portland office. Everywhere else, you had to wear a full suit. Yeah. This is like early mid '80s. Yeah.
Well, don't you remember? Rock that Texas look with that turquoise and jeans and stuff. But see that the East Coast, they'd say, "Well, are you from Texas or something?" Just, it's beautiful when they have that, but that's not how they dress here.
I think one of the best way to describe this is Seinfeld in that episode where Kramer marches for gay rights, but he doesn't want to wear the ribbon. Right. I don't want to wear the ribbon. Aren't you for gay rights? No, not for gay rights, but I don't want to wear the ribbon. You got to wear the ribbon.
That was good.
And that's where we're at right here. I don't want. A lot of people just don't want to wear the ribbon. It doesn't mean we're not for this or against. We're against.
Right.
Yeah. It's just Watchtower doesn't preach the individual. That we should be celebrating the individual. And everybody should express themselves. And clothing is a great way to express yourself.
It is. It is, truly.
Especially for women, yeah.
For men, too, though. Those Cuban shirts, they need to wear those in August in Washington and in New York because it's a way to look good in the heat.
Men tend to dress more uniform than women.
Amen.
You know what I mean? Like if you look at the Congress when they did the State of the Union, and on that side where they were all men, they all had the same color and they all had that strip down the middle, and their ties weren't very different from each other.
Solid red ties.
Yes,
the problem
exactly.
is a lot of
one trend that I've been writing to everybody I know in fashion, and it's finally a trend. I'm so happy because I lobbied for that. Was the idea that anybody in a tuxedo, any man in a tuxedo, gay, straight, bi, or cell, should put a brooch where the buttonhole of the tux is. And the movie stars are doing this now, and I wore myself out lobbying for that idea.
How did you lobby? What do you mean?
I wrote and spoke to every person I knew for the last 15 years about it. So I'm so happy to see that trend. Because everybody has these brooches at home from the 30s or 40s, and maybe they were just paste costume, but they sure are nice, and maybe somebody's mama left somebody a brooch, and put it on the tux, put it on the jean jacket. Men should have a little fun, too.
Yeah. Now when Zach said that about the women in Congress, what he didn't mention was that the Democrat women were totally wrong because they were wearing white after Labor Day. So
I guess they were.
That goes back to the
I guess you're right.
1916. That goes back to the 1916 women's right to vote thing. The first
the women's suffrage.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, that's what it's all about.
That's good.
No, I was just joking.
So, well, there you go. I hadn't thought of that.
Now, could you imagine all the Jehovah's Witness sisters at Kingdom Hall all wearing white, like in solidarity?
They did that at the New York Assembly. They had all these men took their jackets off. This is in the 50s. And all these men took their jackets off, and there was just this field of all these gentlemen in white.
Wow.
It's in the witness history.
Wow.
You know, I didn't think I'd get this old. The witnesses lied to me on that too.
Let me tell you, I had a discussion with a witness, a sister. What's today? Saturday? It was Friday, yesterday. I had a discussion with her, and we talked about politics. We got on politics, and I said, I make a joke. I'm going to tell you what the joke is. I'm not trying to be political, but it might be slightly. I said to her, "Will you be buying the new Trump Bible?" And she said, "No." I said, "What about the Trump sneakers? Will you be buying them?" "No." I said, and then I was like, then I got political. "If you were a voter, would you vote for him?" "No." And then I said, "If you were a voter, would you vote for Biden?" And she said, "Yes." And then she said a couple more things. And then she must have thought about it, what she had just done. And she said, "Well, you know something? I don't think I would vote for anybody." And that's when the real discussion started. See, I said, "Well, I'm not asking you if you would, I know you would not, because you don't." I said, "But I'm saying to you, if you were a voter, I'm asking you what you would do." And this discussion went on for like half an hour to 45 minutes, where we actually, on the phone, went back and forth. And at one point, when she wanted to get off the phone, I said, "Okay, so I made a really good point. I understand it. You want to get off the phone. You're uncomfortable with the point that was made. You can't come up with anything." I said, "I used to feel like that too." But we're still friends. But it was an interesting thing. When I talked about accomplishments that a person in politics made, this sister then said to me, because I pointed out some things that were important to her, because I know her. This is a person I've known for years. When I pointed out things that are important to her and how there have been accomplishments there, she then said, and I pointed out the person who might have done it, she then said to me, maybe Jehovah was using that person.
I've heard that before.
And I said to her, well, if the right person were not voted into office, then that person would not be there for Jehovah to use, would they?
But right
so
for
then,
what?
They wouldn't be there for him to use. Well, the thing that benefited her, I pointed it out. And her argument was, well, maybe Jehovah was using that person. And I made the point that if no one voted for that person, Jehovah would not be able to use them because they wouldn't be in office. And it was just my thing. It's like protesting. I can't believe we were fooled so much where we stayed out of politics. You know, there are things that we want things different. We want things to change. We want to get rid of these negative things, and we want things to be more positive. And all our life as a witness, from babyhood to now, we're told not to vote and that God's kingdom is going to take care of it. Well, it hasn't taken care of anything yet. You know what I mean?
Sure
as far as what the witnesses would be looking for. And I was pointing that out to the person. So I've run my mouth too much. Go ahead. Someone else talk.
No, I agree with you. I hear your point. What translation of the Bible is that Trump Bible? That was my question.
Say what?
The King
What
James.
translation is that Trump Bible?
It is the King James translation, and it has a very nice embossed flag with the stripes and the stars on it. It costs $59.99. And the sneakers are a very nice gold sneaker with a flag around the ankle. And in the sole, which is white, it has a strip of red. You think you'll be buying them, Pixie?
No. Will you be buying them?
Gilbert, Gilbert, will you be buying them? You talking about being individual in our dress. You think you'll be buying them? The sneakers?
Okay. Yes, because this is the difference. The difference is no, seriously.
Go ahead.
Once you start finding out that Air Jordans people have made bank buying, holding Air Jordans. Air Jordans have made more money than the S&P 500. So
I heard that.
I would buy Trump shoes only for that, because I'm like, should I buy a silver coin for $2,200, or should I buy 5 of these shoes? Which one is going to make me more money in 1 year? That's why I would buy it. As far as the Bible, there's a phrase that Rush Limbaugh would always say, and I've always found it very very good as a Christian. He always talked about symbolism over substance. All of this is the problem with these King James Bible, the Trump Bible, and stuff like that. It's all symbolism, but there's no substance. It's like fast food restaurant, Yeah, it fills you up, but it really wasn't substantive. And why do I need a Trump Bible when I got Bible Gateway? BibleGateway.com is awesome.
I'm just asking if you think you'll be buying it.
I would definitely.
Let me ask you another thing.
I have a witness answer.
Go ahead.
At least maybe, we'd say, well, at least maybe they'll read the Bible. Well, at least maybe they'll read the Constitution and the Bill of Rights.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the Bible. The Constitution is in the Bible.
It is bound with yes, it is there.
And guess who else did that? That's one reason I won't buy it, because Jehovah's Witnesses used to stitch the reasoning book with the Bible.
No, Peace. Those were individuals who would take their stuff and get it all stitched together. And
that was my family business, you guys.
Really, Pixie? Pixie, does your last name begin with an M?
No.
You're not one of them, are you?
No.
Are you from Missouri?
No.
No. Oh, they were from Missouri, weren't they? The Stitchers? No.
Oh no, there's another family that did a lot of that stuff too.
We did.
Yeah. Wait, I want to go further with this, since we were talking about money anyway. So, Brother Gilbert and Pixie, do you think that you'll be buying the stock that has the symbol DJT?
The stock? Oh, man,
there's a new stock that hit the market on Monday.
No,
it's DJT.
It's an IPO, though. That's the problem.
Yes, it's the media company. It's got Truth Social and everything, and it was up at $70 a share on Monday. And let me give you some numbers here. This is not political. This is like, I want to see a numerologist and see what they have to say. Since you mentioned Tucker Carlson earlier, my brother. Yeah. Okay, remember the Dominion voting machines and the Fox News lawsuit? Yeah. Remember, it went through all the depositions, and then after the depositions, which is so unusual, usually you settle before all that stuff, because the depositions bring all this stuff out to light. Mm-hmm. Fox News settled with Dominion voting machines for $787,500,000. Remember those numbers: 787,500,000. Mm-hmm. That was. They settled out of court, $787,500,000. Well, this week, while I was doing my stock market research and looking at, whatever was happening out there, and the only advice I'll give a person now, if you win the lottery and you want the cash thing, put your money into an index fund. Because then your money will go up and down with that index fund. And every company in the Standard & Poor's is not going to drop all the way to zero and stay there. Yeah. But the namesake, let's call it that, the namesake of BJT has this many shares.
No,
78,750,000 shares. 78,750,000 shares. Those are the same numbers, just the difference is one decimal place. The amount of dominion.
Remember when I told you that millionaires don't believe in astrology, but billionaires do?
Yeah. J.P. Morgan said that.
It's the same thing. They use numerology at the top of the pyramid all the time.
Do you think, because when I saw it, I couldn't ignore it. Do you think that the fact that he has that many shares outstanding and the numbers match the Dominion Fox News settlement out of court, the difference is just one decimal place? All the numbers are the same. What do you think that could be?
I always quote in my videos, George Norrie, Coast to Coast. There's no such thing as coincidences. And as you get older in life, you realize he's right. No, this guy's George Norrie, Coast to Coast.
George Norrie.
He's Coast to Coast late at night. Art Bell late at night.
I know him.
And,
I know George.
the guy. All the UFOs, the whole thing, and George Norrie. He's right. There's no such thing as coincidences. As you get older, you may sound crazy, Zach, for saying that, but as you get older, you scratch your head and you're like, no. I think it's their way of saying, like hint, hint. We're part of the club. Hint, hint. I don't know.
If you say you would buy it, let me just say this: the earnings per share is a negative 31 cents, and the float is about 31 million shares. So when I did the math on it, the company is losing $11 million.
But so is all social media companies. So this all the
it's losing. So the thing is, what is your goal? What is your aim? Is your aim to be profitable or to
put a little bit on it until October and see how it does?
Real simple. Yes, real simple. It would be speculative, so it would be money that I'm okay losing as an investment, and I would put a cap. I would put like say 50%. So if I put $1,000, I'll sell anywhere at 600, 500 to get out. So I would put a sell order,
when you have a loss of 50%, that's the time. Stop loss at 50% loss.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying. Stop loss.
Yeah,
that's a stop loss order.
Exactly. So you would buy it, and then you would have an order to sell it.
I did look at it. I made jokes at work. I said when I saw it, I think Monday it was, of course it shot up, and it was like $70 a share. Sometime around the first day, and I thought, I do have to joke about it. And I said, should I be selling this short, or should I be buying puts on it? If you buy a put, a put is an option, and it means you buy the right to put it to somebody at a certain price. So if it drops below that price, you still can put it to the person at the higher price. And so that's why I said, should I be buying puts on this?
You put that order in when you buy it. Do you put the stipulations in when you buy the shares?
You put the stipulation is put in when you buy the put. That's that's when you sign, basically like signing a contract.
But if I call my guy and I said I wanted this stock, and he gets a certain number of shares, do I stipulate at that time the put order, or do I have to call him back?
No, a put order. You do the put order at a moment in time, and the stock was at 70. Now, you say, okay, if the stock drops below 50. I want to buy it at 50. So if the stock drops below 50, then you have, maybe it drops to 45. You have to pay $50 for that stock.
Yeah.
And what you're hoping for, you buy the put. The stock drops to 45. You put the put for 50. Now the put that you have, your contract, is worth $5 per share. So
That sounds like the way my ex-husband lost a boatload
Yeah.
of money. I
Yeah,
just
no,
buy
you're-
it and hold it, and if it's not doing
It's-
well, about
it's a-
6 months
it's a-
later, I call it and sell
you-
it.
The idea is you buy puts if you think the stock is going to drop, because if it drops below that put value, the strike price they call it. So if you buy a $50 put and the stock drops to 45, you can put that stock to somebody at 50. You get to put it to them at 50, even though the stock's 45. So you can buy the stock at 45 and sell to somebody. They're required to buy it from you for 50. So
That's
without
how he
going
lost
through
some money.
without going through all those gyrations, you can sell your put, because if the stock drops to 45 and you have a $50 put that you bought long, then that put is now worth $5 times 100, because it's on 100 shares of stock. So you can sell the put contract to someone else.
I think there's an easier way to make $500. I'm sorry, but
No.
I think there might be.
There might be, but that's a very easy way. People do it all the time. Yes.
Well, he didn't. He thought he knew how to do it. If you know how to do it, do it. But he thought he knew how to do it.
Wait, what are you saying?
I came from nothing and I made money, and he came from everything and lost money.
What are you saying he did? What did he do? What are you saying he did?
He thought, in plain English, he thought he understood the market, and he didn't.
Oh.
Got family from New York and all kinds of stuff, and knows how to swizzle his gin and all that, and he thought he knew how to do, and he didn't know how to do.
Yeah. But you know, the moral of the story is about the moral of the story here is about that how hate blinds you. Because Zach was talking about how here you have a woman who's so consumed with hate as a Jehovah's Witness that when an opportunity to
You mean my friend? She's not a hate person. No, she's a very nice person. No, you can't talk about her like that.
I'm gonna say it.
No, this person's one of the nicest people on earth.
Okay, but let me explain how. As human beings, as human beings, every single one of us has hated something or another. We hate. We're just human. It's part of our natural being.
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
you're wrong. But
that's a strong emotion. Some people learn how to get around that.
Okay, well, let me follow me. Look at
Go ahead.
if I were to hate Donald Trump so much, I would not buy his shoes, and I lose out on an opportunity to make money. This is why, when you're an investor, or the emotion has to get out of it, because when you let emotions of hate or I love this person so much, so the stock has to go up, you're letting these emotions dictate, and you can actually lose money, or you can lose a lot of money, or opportunities to make money. And here's a perfect example.
I have to defend this sister. This sister didn't hate Donald Trump. She doesn't hate him. She simply said she would not vote for him. That's not hating a person. You get an option. You get two people. You have to pick one, and you can't pick the other.
Okay, fair enough. But see, this is what I'm saying is that when people have Trump derangement syndrome, and they lose out on an opportunity to make money with the shoes, and we see this all the time.
You know who has Trump derangement syndrome? The guy who owns My Pillow. That guy is now being evicted because he followed this man. Giuliani has Trump derangement syndrome. He now owes hundreds of millions of dollars to two women that he denigrated, who were elections workers, and now he's got to sell his property. He's out of money. So all these attorneys who are being disbarred, they're the ones with Trump derangement syndrome who are hurting themselves. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk about
No,
it.
fair enough. But all I'm saying is, let's just go back to the conversation of shoes.
Yes.
All I'm saying is that if you're in the shoe business and you fall, and I mentioned Air Jordan, and all of these other people that followed the shoe business know, hey, I could probably make bank with these Trump shoes, but they're not letting their feelings over Donald J. Trump influence their decision. See, this is what I'm saying about hate.
How can you say that? Because they may be looking at him as a businessman. They may be looking at him as a businessman. He's had to file for bankruptcy many times. I can say what I know about him because I've read his book, and I don't mean The Art of the Deal. I read his book called The Art of the Comeback, the one that nobody talks about. And I didn't know who he was. I just thought, oh, Donald Trump, this is an interesting book. But I learned about a lot about him in that book. Yeah.
Okay, as a shoe investor, I know one thing. I don't care about 50% of the people who don't like him. I just know that 50% of the other side have a lot of money, go to his golf courses, and are going to want that shoe.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying about hate blinds?
Yeah.
Hate blinds you as an investor. That's what I'm saying.
I think you're saying that was.
I read 500 pages about politics, the French Revolution, and everything. And the man had been the Librarian of Congress. And after I read 500 pages, I came away with about 2 sentences. The most brilliant sentence in there was, there's globalism, there's nationalism, and there's just plain dominance.
Is this the book you've been saying you were reading, the 500-page book?
Mm-hmm.
And I've got a question for you. With regards to the French Revolution, and because of the French Revolution, did they not have what was called the Congress of Vienna?
I'll have to read about that again because that was later. He focuses primarily on that time, and they had equality for about 2 weeks, and then it got worse than it ever was.
It was later. It was when Napoleon was going through doing all this stuff in Europe.
He doesn't go into that.
Okay. Because I was going to ask you about some of the food. There's something that happened at the Congress of Vienna where all these people, all these leaders from around the world came there to discuss what was going to happen with Napoleon, because he was after the French Revolution, but right in there, like 1789-ish. And
he was later than that. The movie was good, though. I saw the recent movie.
Right.
And he was poisoned in the recent movie.
The revolution was around 1789. Am I correct? Louis XIV.
Yeah.
And then, and so some of in the wake of that, there was the Napoleon stuff going on.
But that was after Danton, when heads rolled. Napoleon was asked to lead.
My point I'm making about that is when they had the Congress of Vienna, they had the leaders of France, the leaders of the world brought their cooks with them. And there were many dishes that came out of the Congress of Vienna. For example, one of the dishes that came from there supposedly was beef Wellington, because the British guy's name was Wellington. Yeah, on my first day of history in European history, 1789 to 1914, that's how the professor started out the class, with all these dishes coming from this Congress of Vienna.
That's interesting.
It was wonderful. I've never forgotten it, obviously. Yeah.
Hey, in fact, I just wanted to let you know, you said I was wrong, but no, I'm right. And let me tell you why.
Wrong about what?
Let me just finish this.
About what?
When I said hate blinds people, because you know what?
No, I agree with you that hate. I agree with you that hate can blind, but people who don't. But I'm saying people who don't vote for a certain person, that doesn't mean that they hate that person. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you there. So all I'm saying is, all I wanted to add was that if hate blinds, you can actually say the same thing about love blinds.
Oh yeah, love can blind you.
Love can blind, and anybody who's had a bad girlfriend can attest to that. Yes. Yeah, and you would think that that's one of the problems with Watchtower and Jehovah's Witnesses, and my brother Justin and I talk about this, that love, see, they love the wrong thing. In the Bible, Jesus says you must love me more. Love me. And Jehovah's Witnesses don't understand that they love Watchtower more. And if you notice, a lot of people who leave the Watchtower, they do Jesus videos. You know, they're over here preaching Jesus. And that's fine. That's fine.
Jesus did say you must love your God.
Yeah, but Jesus. Yeah, you got Jesus.
Then the Witness Bible says you must love Jehovah your God. Yeah. Yeah.
But see, you got to love. So these Jesus worshipers say, well, you got to love Jesus more, and that's the problem where that's where love blinds. With here, where Jehovah's Witnesses are talking, is they have a very bad conception about love. They think they love, and that's one thing I learned about leaving the organization. I learned I didn't know how to love. I always thought I was a loving person, and I was like, oh no, you're not. You're a hateful person. And it wasn't until I learned the truth about the truth.
But you're not supposed to say that about yourself. You're not supposed to call yourself hateful.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because I'm like Alcoholics Anonymous. You confess, I confess my sins.
Oh my God.
I call a spade a spade. Yeah. Yeah.
You hated?
We have
do
to
you
look
feel
at
like
the
you
shadow
hated
self.
people?
We have to look at the shadow self too.
See, like for example, when you make love to a woman, you say, God, I didn't feel like I was fornicating. Yeah, it doesn't feel like fornication, but it is in a court of law. Like Your Honor, I didn't feel drunk. Yeah, but you got the DUI. See, so I didn't feel like a hateful person, Zach. I didn't feel like an idolater, but I was. And I just confessed. And I'm okay with it because you know why? I wasn't the first one. There's been 6,000, 7,000, 10,000 years of recorded human history of people that have done the same thing I did. Yeah. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah. But I don't think I would ever just call you a hateful person.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you have the right to say that about yourself. Okay. But I don't think I have the right to say that about you.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, but I'm a hateful person. Hey, look, when I pray to God, I say thank you because I'm not king. Jesus is. I do not want this job. I tell God, I go when I have road rage and I'm driving, and I tell God, could you imagine me being king? No, thank you.
I think it's important, especially after coming out of being a witness and being witness born in kids. I think it's very important to know what your emotions are that you're feeling. Because I didn't have names for a lot of emotions.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah.
So yes, we have a range of emotions. And some of them we shouldn't feed them. You know, the Native American story of which dog do you feed? We shouldn't be feeding the hate. But it's good to admit that you can feel that.
Yeah.
And even Jesus, he hated what was wrong. Sometimes we hate the wrong things, and sometimes we hate the right things. But it's a feeling.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're allowed to have feelings.
Yeah. And Zach, the phrase is you got to call a spade, and you have to tell yourself, you know what, Gilbert, this is hateful, or Gilbert, you're an idolater, you were a worshiper of men. Yeah, and I'm not saying everybody was, but I was, and I'm okay with it. It's not like I'm going to get punished because I was an idolater.
My name's Dixie. I was a preachaholic.
Yeah. You know, I sent an apology letter.
I'm Zachary. I went from door to door.
Yeah. Keep coming back, Zachary. It works if you want.
I did a video and I says, I'm sorry. I went door to door selling magazines for 25 cents. You know, I complained. But I wrote a letter to a person I hurt. I hurt really. She wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, but I hurt her really bad. And it was a really neat. I thought it was a masterpiece letter. It was very small, like one paragraph. And in it, I said one of the things I said, when Jesus Christ said, "Stop looking at the straw in your brother's eyes when there's a raptor in yours," I thought he was talking about you and everybody else. He was actually talking.
You got to read the grammar.
Yeah, I
and
see what you're saying.
That's the one thing I've learned about because I've been debating on whether to do this video because Jehovah's Witnesses say that the Bible was written for the 144,000 anointed members. We all know that, right?
They say that the New Testament, those letters in there, that they were written to the anointed. Those are things that would happen to the anointed. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. And
but the rest of the Bible was written for all people. Yeah.
That's not what I was told growing up. I was told, I said, I don't want to hide my light under a bushel. And my dad looks at me and says, this book was not written for you.
Okay, I wanted to go, well, what helps you out is if whatever Watchtower says, just go the exact opposite. And I was thinking, well, God wrote the Bible for me and me alone. If that's my attitude, God didn't write the Bible for nobody but just me. And if I adopt that attitude, then I don't have to worry about you or everybody else. I just trust you that you can figure it out.
But let me say this about
He
what
apologized later, though. He apologized later, and he gave me a lovely Bible.
Yeah.
My dad, after
Your
he said
father.
that, and he gave me a lovely Bible, and it was interesting the way he phrased it. It was not a New World Translation.
Okay.
He had a beautiful Bible, and he said,
Was it the Trump Bible?
No, he says, read this one. This is a good Bible. And he wasn't just referring to the beautiful cover he'd put on it.
No, well, my mother said the similar thing, but in more detailed discussions, I came to understand that it was those New Testament scriptures. Yeah. Not the Old Testament.
I agree with that. I heard the same thing. Thing, especially Revelation. Yes.
But let me say this. Let me say this about the Bible. I feel this way strongly, that many times when people have a bone to pick with Jehovah's Witnesses, for example, the way women are treated at the Kingdom Halls, they can't stand at the podium and give talks, and they can't pray. The way they're treated in the hall, whatever the explanations people may come up with, I think that if you have an argument with the witnesses, you have to have the same argument with the Bible writers, because that's how the Bible writers treated women too.
Correct.
Well, they had.
But you read Paul's writings. But you read Paul's writings. He talks about men when he's talking about overseer, and when he's talking about deacons, he talks about men, and at some point he says women likewise. But Paul's writings really slam women. Get quiet. Don't be talking. Don't talk here in the congregation. That's how Paul's writings are. And even Jesus, what Jesus did, he did show himself to appear to women and let them know this and that. But when he was choosing those disciples, he sat down and chose all men.
Priscilla was a deaconess. They had the lady that sold the purple fabric that was in the congregation.
Lydia Dorcas,
and,
yes.
And Mary Magdalene and all kinds of women.
Dorcas comes along in the Acts of the Apostles. You don't see her so much in the times of Jesus. You do see Mary Magdalene when Jesus is alive, but not Dorcas, Lydia, who did the purple. So I'm saying this, that when I argue against the witnesses, I will be honest. And if I see the same thing in the scriptures, I have the same problem with the scripture.
Okay, well,
I won't necessarily separate them, because me as a witness, everything I learned, they always had a scripture sitting there. So certain
things.
The
Apocrypha too?
I have that here.
You're young enough to read it now. I read it when I was young. And
I do have
longer.
I have read some of them. I have read some of those books. I read a book called Susanna.
Great. There's women in there.
Go ahead. Sorry. Well, let's talk about that thing about the women, and I'll defend it my way.
That's an example.
Yeah, no, it's a great example. Let me tell you real quick. Martin Luther King says a man can't ride your back unless it's bent, and when a woman understands that the Apostle Paul can't ride your back unless you bend it. He's right. Martin Luther King is right. Now, here's the thing. With the Apostle Paul and everything, this is the problem I have with a lot of my Christian friends, is they worship the Apostle Paul. They don't worship Jesus. And I look everything and I tell everybody, because in my voting ballot, when you vote for me, it says, God is your father, you're his son. Don't let nobody get between you and your father. So it's real simple. When you accept,
how do you define worshiping Paul? How do you define that? What does that mean?
I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it right now.
Okay.
When you accept the fact, like it says in my voting ballot, accept your birthright. When you just accept that you're God's son, you just accept it. That means, oh my God, the Apostle Paul's my brother. I don't have to. Now, what the Apostle Paul wrote, I think it's great because it serves a purpose of that moment in time.
And I can say, you know, Paul, I love you. You're my brother. You're my older brother, but you're wrong on this one. And that's the beautiful thing about
Jesus say, "You are my brothers."
Exactly. And here's the thing. So Jesus was always elevating the human being. Now, the Apostle Paul on that one, I think, yeah, he kind of lowered the women. But that's the beautiful thing about it, because it was written in the Bible. And now me and my brother, me and my friends, we can have this discussion like right here. And we now can show everybody what we're made out of. We can shine our light. And I'm going to say, my Christian brother is going to say, no, the Apostle Paul, the Bible, it's inspired. It has to be this way.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's the light that you want to shine. And that's the beautiful thing about the Bible. Every human being can interpret the Bible as he wishes as the Son of God. And I'm saying the Apostle Paul is my brother. He is my equal. And his opinions are very well taken. I take them very well. But at the end of the day, they're his opinions. And I follow Jesus Christ. And so I understand him. And I don't condemn him.
What about his letters? Are they part of the inspired word? How is one to look at that?
Simple. John 1:1 says Jesus is the word. Words mean things. If Jesus is the word, then the 66 books of the Bible are not the word of God. Jesus is
John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the word, and the word was. It doesn't mention Jesus' name, does it?
Okay. No, but everybody knows it's Jesus.
That's what people have said. But it talks about the word, and it says what the word did. You know what I'm saying? So again, that same question.
Here's another one. The Bible also says that the word of God, the Apostle Paul says that the word of God is like a double-edged sword. There was no Bible as we know it, with the 66 books, when the Apostle Paul said that. And if you look at that Bible text, he's not talking about a collection of books. He's talking about Jesus Christ. Jesus is the sword, the double-edged sword. The words of Jesus are the double-edged sword. That's why the Bible says the word becomes flesh. Jesus became flesh. Jesus is the word. So the point is when people say, well, the Bible is the word of God. Well, no, words mean things. Jesus is the word of God. And in the Bible, God has allowed all of these people to express their opinions, to express their stories. Why? Because I think the Apostle Paul nailed it on that one, that it's to instruct us. It's to give us, and so I look at it like, wow, okay, that maybe she shouldn't have said something, but like
I go with the book of Luke a whole lot more than I go with Paul's travels.
Yeah.
He got the word out there, but it's not what actually happened.
So what are your opinions? What are your opinions of Paul?
All the opinions of Paul? I think he was like all of us. We belong to our Father. We're the Apostle Paul. Listen, it's real simple. If you have kids, you understand this. Every single one of your kids has great attributes, but you don't love anyone more than the other. And I know that God does not love the Apostle Paul more than he loves me, or vice versa.
Right.
And when you understand the concept that you accept your birthright, like in my voting ballot, and God is your father and you're his son, then Peter is your equal. The angels told John, don't bow before us.
Mm-hmm.
We're all part of the same family. It's real simple. So what the Apostle Paul said was no different than I would have said, and something stupid and stuck my foot in my mouth. But the beautiful thing is that it was preserved in history. And now Jesus, like in my voting ballot, it says we're allowed to shine our light. We now, by interpreting these things in the Bible, can show God what kind of people we are. Are we the kind of people that are authoritarian? Do we try to make God, the Apostle Paul holy and saintly, and we worship him like Jesus status? Or do we just say, well, guess what? The Apostle Paul was like Moses and everybody else. They had a lot of knowledge.
He was a traveling overseer, and he had some good adventures. Yeah. But he was not the Messiah healing people in the ward. When you read the book of Luke, Jesus was a physician that cured every problem, from orthopedic to the woman that had the gynecological problem for 12 years, to the mental case in the cemetery there where they put the spirits into the pigs. Jesus cured every specialty as a physician.
Yeah.
He did every specialty. And then it goes on to the road of Emmaus, and the witnesses never talk about after he had a bodily resurrection, and they don't talk about how he made breakfast. They cut St. Thomas out of there entirely. There's so much more in there than just Paul.
Wait, are you?
And growing
you're
up
talking,
as witnesses, all we heard about was Paul.
Wait, we did hear about St. Thomas when Jesus. He said, unless I see the nails in his hands or something, and in his feet. Yeah, he did. They do talk about that, but they use that. They use it. I heard it often. They would use it to tell people not to be late for the meeting.
Oh man!
And the other thing, when he was cooked, they did talk about that often, because you're talking about the time when he said, when he was cooking the fish after he had been resurrected, and he started to appear to them, and he said, "Do you love me?" And he said, "Feed my fish. Do you feed my this? Feed my that? Feed." Yeah, that is talked about often. That was talked about often, at least in my congregation. I hope we weren't some weird offshoot.
I think if you go back and read the accounts of the Christ, as much as we were fed the Pauline accounts of his travels, we would be better in Christianity than what we were taught.
Say that again.
Go back and read Luke and what Jesus did and said, and read after the resurrection and his adventures with the apostles. We would be better Christians than if we just focused on Paul's journey, who never had the Last Supper with the Christ.
But listen, and here's the thing too. Also, like look at, for example, Moses and all of the religions. They're always talking about Moses, Daniel, and Ezekiel. Fine. But if Moses were alive today and he was here, he would tell you, "Why are you asking me questions about me? Talk to me about Jesus." You see, and that's all I'm saying when it comes to the Apostle Paul. Is I love the Apostle Paul, and I hold him in high esteem. But I would tell the Apostle Paul, "Talk to me about Jesus." That's all. Now,
I still make my same statement that many times people have an argument with the witnesses, and what they really have the argument with is the scriptures.
I think the people that had the argument with me years ago, when I was a witness, and I was a true believer, as all of us were, I think my Baptist neighbor was right.
What do you say?
Because my Baptist neighbor was focused on the deeds of the Christ and Luke, the writings, and all that in there, and that bodily resurrection and what happened there. That's what my Baptist neighbor was focusing on. They weren't looking at all those old prophets in the New Testament every Sunday, and they weren't looking at Paul all the time. And now that I have time to read the witness material and to read my Bible, I'm seeing how the witnesses are misapplying Scripture all the time with the basic grammar that I was taught in the old neighborhood.
Correct. And you know what? Zach brings out a good point, too, because you're right, Dixie. The problem with the witnesses, he says about the Scripture, it goes back to what I'm saying about when you accept the fact that God is your son, your father, you're his son. My brother Jesse is my brother. Jesse's my brother. I do not compete with my brother Jesse. I never did compete, and for the affection of my mom and dad. I knew my mom and dad loved Jesse, and they loved me differently, for different reasons. So the problem with the Jehovah's Witnesses is they turned religion into like a game, and it's a competition. And Zach alluded to that. That they turn into Scripture. But they turn Scripture into a game, like Team Democrat, Team Republican, Team Jehovah's Witness, Team Catholic, and that's not what brothers do. And in the very beginning, Adam and Eve had two sons, and that's what it was. All of our problems are because Cain killed his brother. Why? Because he's in competition with his brother. He's not minding his own business, and that's what the Jehovah's Witnesses do. They're over here criticizing everybody for what everyone's doing, trying to play we know the Scriptures more in a competition, And you know very well what happens when you compete with your brothers and sisters. You lose that natural affection. It goes away. That's why I always say when I preach is keep it simple, stupid. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. It really is as simple as that. If you just learn to love God like your father, well then you love everybody like your brother and sister. And guess what? Gandhi said that. Gandhi told the Viceroy of India, when your country and ours, he goes, live by the words of Jesus on the Sermon on the Mount, we will not have only solved our problems, but that of the entire world.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's real simple.
But they're not even doing the Bible reading, and I know Zachary's read it through and through, but they're not. I asked my friend, I said, well, how's your Bible reading going? Because he still comes by once in a while, and he brought me a memorial invitation. And I say, well, how's your Bible? He's not reading that Bible. He hasn't for years.
Correct.
They don't have time to read it.
No, they have
They're
karaoke kingdom songs now, and
witnesses are on a treadmill.
Yeah.
What do you now? How do you mean karaoke kingdom songs? What is that? What does that mean?
Oh, when I said that karaoke,
I don't know if others here are musically trained at all, but you and I, we can read notes and we can sight sing.
Yes. Well, I wish I could sight sing better, but sometimes.
Well, some people can't at all, and I like to have, as we say in DC, I like to have the chart.
Wait, do you sight? Wait, Pixie, that's a big statement. Do you sight sing?
Yeah.
You can sight sing? Wow.
Is it hard?
I'm impressed. Well, well, you got to have pitch and all that stuff, but that's a big statement. That's wonderful.
It was easy to me.
Go ahead.
So I like having my book, and I like having my little chart there and looking at it and singing that way. Well, they don't do that now. They have it up on a screen with the lyrics, and you're just supposed to muddle through.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to handle that.
And that's why it's karaoke kingdom songs.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I told that to Rick today, but it was the memorial karaoke. And if you look at exactly what Dixie's saying, it's like I was watching this guy who's in a choir and he's singing the Beethoven Symphony 9, Ode to Joy. And there's four sections. I didn't know there was 4 sections in a choir. And there's like the alto, the soprano, and the bass.
Soprano, alto, tenor, and bass. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then
that's the way our books were written.
Yeah, and so there's
songbook.
science to music. And that's what so what I was telling Rick is that Watchtower lowers the individual. They lower the individual by having their little karaoke. But other religions, they elevate the human being by teaching them about those 4 different parts. And it's a science. The choir is a science. It really is in its own beautiful way. And timing, being able, because there's 4 sections in the choir, and you got to find out, and all of your neighbors are singing, and you have to wait to get in at the right time.
Yeah, and you're singing different notes too, because it's harmony. Yes.
And so that's the whole point, is that Jehovah's Witnesses, and this is what Jesse and I always talk about, Jesus elevated the conversation. So instead of arguing over all of the details of all these facts, at the end of the day, religious people, they're over here arguing about all of these insignificant things. You're not elevating the experience. Jesus was elevating the conversation.
Yeah.
And that's the point.
That was one of the... go ahead.
Go ahead.
What was I going to say about that? I think my train just went to Cleveland.
That's the point. People are arguing over little idiosyncrasies, but in they're not elevating it because they're fighting the idiosyncrasies.
Here's a funny thing.
I know what I was going to say. That 100th year, they had choral music to commemorate the Witnesses' 100th year, or 150th or something. And then they had, for a while, they got John Williams. He won the contest, and he did like this whole opera of a new songbook and everything, and it was really wonderful, and it was really great. And they don't use that at all now.
You said John Williams?
John Williams?
Yeah.
He's the guy. He's like a major.
I have the
Isn't he
CD
on
of it.
Evergreen?
You know who he is.
He's one of the people who Barbara wrote the music. He wrote the words for Evergreen.
He wrote everything, honey. He wrote the soundtrack for every movie you've ever seen.
What CD are you talking about? It may be one I had.
I have the CD that they made the new songbook out of, and it was the whole CD, and it was like an opera from beginning to end, and you can hear his little Star Wars little phrase there. You know it's him, and there had been a contest in the back of Variety, because I used to read Variety, and evidently he won that contest. But they don't even use that music now.
A Witness songbook?
Yeah, they don't even use that music now.
Get out of here.
I don't believe it.
What you talking about, Pixie?
John Williams.
Wait,
is what
what
I'm
you
talking
about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis?
That's what I'm talking about, John Williams.
Let me, my opinion.
Me, baby, me.
my opinion on what they did with Kingdom Songs. Okay, I'm a kid, right? And when I'm really little, they're using this green songbook.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
We're singing in that all the time. It's songs of praise, and we're singing that. And those little marks in that songbook, when you're singing that day after day after day, you start following those notes.
From house to house, from door to door. I know.
No, that's the pink one. That's the 1966. That was not in the green one. That was a newer thing. Brother Jones, remember? Brother Jones, who they had the 2-hour thing. He's the one who wrote that song or had a lot to do with that. So he was later. Okay. So, but the green one, Zion most happy place, da 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 da. Da, 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 da. That was the last song, 91. Okay. It's really Crusaders' hymn. Christendom sings it. Yeah, Crusaders' hymn.
And there's one that's God Rest You Merry Gentlemen.
Really? In the Green Book?
And there's one that's Onward Christian Soldiers.
In the Green Book? No. No. Well, there's a Beethoven sonata in there.
Yep.
And it's the Appassionata Sonata. I was listening to an album of Beethoven sonatas, and one of them sounded familiar, and I realized I came to learn when I saw the Green Book again that when I was really little, I used to hear it all the time. But there was a sister who had the Brown Book, 1984 book, and her son, this was in the 90s, and she had her grandson singing from the large print one. Mm-hmm. And I asked her, is his eyesight bad? And she said, no. I said, why do you have him using the large print book? And she said, well, what's wrong with it? I said, it doesn't have any music in it. It's just the words. I said, you get him the one with the music, he might subconsciously learn how to read the music.
Exactly.
Don't let him use that book. Get the one with the music in it.
Well, they don't have. They're not learning public speaking, and they're not learning notes.
I think it's horrible that they would shoot it up on the screen. That's what Gilbert was talking about.
Yeah.
When they don't elevate the person, I think that gets people.
At least we had a music education that you benefited from, and we had a public speaking education that I benefited from. They won't even have those career skills.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's horrible.
Hey, did you know that thing about John Williams, that there's a thing that he stole the music from Star Wars? He didn't steal it, but it's really interesting. There's this piano player. He's like 1.6 million subscribers in YouTube.
It's Eric von Korngold, because I had a friend that had a Bentley that was best friends with John Williams.
Yeah.
Nicest people I ever knew. Mm-hmm. And they were roommates at Juilliard when they were young men.
Oh.
And they loved Eric von Korngold.
Well, I don't know what he wrote this one.
He wrote the soundtrack for Robin Hood. They loved that movie.
Well, this guy wrote, I forget who it is, I don't know who the original composer, but like at the turn of the century, he wrote a symphony called The Planet. Host, yes. And it just, but it has the feel of Star Wars. And so he didn't steal it, but you could tell that he's inspired by it. And so
he loved Holtz and he loved von Korngold, and he's still living and he's still writing.
Yeah.
But that Robin Hood, go back and watch that Robin Hood movie and listen to the music, because that was their favorite thing in the world. And these men at Juilliard, they all played jazz. They all played, because this friend of John Williams is into Ken Burns jazz like a whole bunch of times.
So the point is that makes sense what you're saying about about the Kingdom Melodies. I don't want to believe it, but it kind of does make sense. Where
that was a good songbook that we had, and now they're not using them. And the Best wrote that.
What colors is the songbook that you're talking about?
The pink one?
Is it brown or pink?
I like the brown. I like the brown one.
The brown one has. They all have beautiful songs in them. Yeah, the brown one had some wonderful songs.
Yeah, song number 6.
15 years ago or so.
Declaring the Good News, number 6. But check this out. That Brown songbook, and I know Zach will agree with me, given a little bit of if a real good composer would take some of those songs and you gave him the liberty to just expand on it, they could do some really, they could produce some really good music out of the Brown songbook, I think.
I agree. Yes. There were some real gems in there.
Yeah.
More recently, I heard them singing songs, and a lot of them are very choppy and they're not
bad
so
pop
beautiful.
music. It's bad pop music now.
Yeah.
Not even good pop music.
Like give the Brown book to Quincy Jones. Here, Quincy.
Yeah. Now there was a CD that I got my hands on. That brother tonight was talking about a lot of stuff he was saying on Barbara's show.
Oh
yeah. That brother Martin Hawk or something. A lot of what he was saying related. It just related. I could relate to it. And when he was talking about the doctors and some of the little special things that they get, there was and I can understand them getting extra because sometimes they came with their families. And, you break the rules when it's going to benefit you. And that I do agree that that's what they did a lot. They would break the rules. There was a doctor's family. They lived in one of the brownstones. And there was the doctor and his wife, and they had a son. He was the oldest child, and 3 girls. And the littlest girl was in her mother's arms. She must have been I don't know how old she was, could have been 2 years old. And they lived in one of the Brooklyn Heights brownstones. And I remember being in there once and having dinner because they knew some of the same people I knew. And when those people that I knew came to town, they had made arrangements to be able to visit them at their house. So I ate dinner in one of those houses with the doctor and his wife and their kids. But I remember she mentioned something about a CD that had gotten out, and the CD had the Kingdom songs, but they were like pop music.
Oh wow!
And people were thinking, were saying, that there were these, there was this star on it and that star, and I think that maybe some of them might have been stars. One of them could have had a George Benson cut, but that music, it really was like a pop album. Nothing over the top, but they were all those. There were about 10 Kingdom songs that were sung really professionally, and they were on that album. And it started to get a. Have you heard about it?
I remember hearing something like that. Yeah, like a famous singers was.
And someone felt like, oh, Celine Dion's on there, but she wasn't on there. But it was a woman who could really sing. There was some beautiful stuff on there. And something came out in a Kingdom ministry where the Kingdom ministry said that this was not sponsored by the society, but they didn't tell you you had to throw it away.
Oh,
but I think they wanted people to stop, copying it and distributing it.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't sold some of those rights, those song rights, to other churches.
Yeah.
Although, in all fairness, if you do a YouTube search, there's a lot of Kingdom melody songs that are in Africa and South America, and other churches are singing those songs.
Yeah.
I've seen those.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen those videos.
You know the Green Book, the Green Song Book. I don't know when it came out, but it was out all my life. That song, when I was at Bethel, it was like the late '80s, but this is closer to the mid '80s. So you're talking like 84, 85, that period. I worked on in Building 2, 10th floor, which was like a mini bindery, but they did everything there. The magazines were done there, booklets and all that kind of stuff. Not the books, but there was a couple of skids. A skid is where they put, books and magazines on, and they moved them around on that. In the '80s, I saw the songbook. I said, this looks like an old songbook. It was the green songbook, but not as bright, but the same design. They told me that those were the songs in the green songbook, and they were getting that finally in certain countries in Africa. So this is in the mid '80s that they're still distributing that book. That book was still being distributed. Yeah.
Well, I think the John Williams stuff, that would be in the late '90s.
Late '90s. And it was on it was on a DVD or something
I guess the Pioneer gave me that CD, but it's the whole thing through like an opera. Not every witness got it. Because
were there any familiar sounding songs on it?
Yeah, we sang all those songs, but to hear it the way it was intended, I think he had like a Tanglewood choir and stuff on it. I mean, it's like any other delicious John Williams audio.
Really?
Well, I don't know which is your favorite song, but I always like song 168 in Spanish. We were singing, and it was recognizing Earth's new King.
Oh, see yonder through the breadth of earth, the sight my heart entrances. Jehovah's band of warriors in unity advances. They wield their sword, the word of God. Their feet are with the good news shot. They shout aloud their battle cry. Christ reigns, O earth, receive him. Kiss the Son, lest God be angry and you perish in the way. Happy are all they that put their trust in him today.
But you know what the problem with that song?
What? The run?
The silver shank. They call it the silver shank. The silver Bible came out, and they got rid of Kiss the Sun in Psalms 2.
How can you do that?
They got rid of Kiss the Sun in the Bible.
What did they change it with?
I don't know. I forget. And they had to change the song because you can't say Kiss the Sun. That was
They used to say the Kiss the Sun meant recognizing him, and that's the name of the song, Recognizing Earth's New King.
So if you get the silver shank, the word kiss is gone. There was this one guy, he's an apostate, and that was his favorite song. And we were talking, and he told me, and he showed this to his wife, and it just broke his heart. He goes, "Gilbert, my heart is broken. It was such a beautiful song. They had to change the whole songbook too."
Wow.
God.
Yeah.
Police don't change their songbook.
Yeah. Well, the witnesses have to, because they've gone on for too long. It's no longer 100 years after 1914. It's 110 years after 1914. And all those people who were 12 years old in 1914, now they have to be 122 years old.
They're gone. And but it's pop music now. And I didn't say rock and roll. I said pop music.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I always say that the Catholics used to be predict end times 2,000 years ago. You know, when like the first century, and then they got the memo. Hey, this is not good for business.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that's why the Catholics don't do it. It's not good for business.
Hey, but you know, like I said, they're rebranding too, because I usually watch it twice a year to see those big twisty columns. Because I think they're amazing, and they predate Bernini and the Vatican. I think they go back to, you know, some goddess or something. And they had them boarded up this year because they're renovating. And they're going to have a jubilee in 2025. And the witnesses says they're going to have a jubilee. Everybody says they're going to have some kind of jubilee.
Okay. Yeah, I heard you say that earlier. Yeah.
Now, I don't know what that means, but I think it's part of the reset.
Yes, because what is a jubilee? All debts go to zero. And this is a perfect example of the central bank digital currencies. So how do you get everybody to give up their money, their 401ks and everything else, and accept the new currency? Well, what if they get rid of all of your debt? I don't know, but that's the thing. You see, you got to understand that jubilee is the elimination of debt. It's a wiping up clean.
But what if you have $20? Do you have to give that up too?
Yes, for example, in Mexico and all these countries, you have to take in your currency, and the banks give you the new paper or the new digital, whatever, and they shred the old one. They just shred it, and then all of the old paper becomes collector's items. Yeah, so
that's not good if you've got $20.
So remember, the jubilee is more.
It's not good if you have $10.
Yeah. The jubilee is the wiping out of debt of everything. Yeah, and it would make sense, you know.
Look, debt. When you have debt, if there's inflationary times, that's good for you, because inflation can tend to wipe out debt, right?
If you hedge it properly, yes, yes.
Right. If you have debt, if you owe $100, and then inflation happens so that you start getting paid more at work, and everything costs more, that means your $100 is not as valuable as it was before the inflationary period. But if there's a period of extreme deflation, then having debt is a horrible thing, because you're still paying back those more valuable dollars when everything is less valuable.
Right.
So, but okay, now here's my view of when stock markets crash. My view has always been, since the around 1990, I started to develop it, because there was the big crash in 1987, and it was a Monday crash. It was on October the 19th, and I remember there was an article that came out in the Awake magazine, I think in the months that followed that, and it was talking about investing in stocks, because a lot of people felt like, or acted like, it was wrong to be involved in stock. And
that's what an irony. The Watchtower owns so much of it.
Well, no, and what I'm saying is the Watchtower, they basically said it's fine to be involved in stock. Because when you think about it, when you're investing in stock, it's not like simply playing the market, you know, as if you're playing the lottery. You're purchasing stock is purchasing interest in companies that are out there. And you hope that they have a good earnings per share. You hope that they have a good yield or a good prospect for growth. that's, you know, when you put your money out and you risk your money for in business adventures or business ventures, you hope that they will increase in value. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that's what you're looking for. My advice, because I don't give stock market advice, because you know, you have a stock and it's got a 50% chance of increasing or decreasing. But the thing I do say to people now is I will say dollar cost averaging, and that is investing the same amount on a regular basis in something. And that something should be broad, not just a single company. It should be broad, like a Standard & Poor's index fund or a NASDAQ index fund, something that has a basket of stocks. That way, you've got companies that might, you know, one may have trouble and it may go down, but you've got those other ones there. And when you look at the Standard & Poor's, it is said that it has, looking back 10, 15, 20 years, the average increase is about 8% per year.
Right.
Which is much better than you can find in a savings account. Some of the savings accounts, the interest rates are less than $1, less than 1%, I mean. So I don't give advice, but sometimes when I do talk about,
maybe we should find out what the witnesses in the Vatican have. If we knew what Watchtower and the Vatican were invested in, since they're going to have this Jubilee, maybe we'd do okay.
Well, I will tell you though, the Jubilee and what you want to look out for, because in the Jewish system, right, you had your every 7 years you could go bankrupt.
Yeah.
That's what we have every 7 years.
Yeah.
So in the Jewish year, so if you were a rich Jew and you were lending out money, when would you stop lending out money? In the 6th year. Because
that's what they're doing too.
No. Well, the Jubilee was 7 years of 7 years. Seven years.
Yeah, you're right.
It was like every 49 years. Yeah.
Correct. You're right. That's right. 50 Jubilee, but
and so the closer, the closer they got to that Jubilee, the less things were worth.
And so right. So why? Because of the wipeout. So going back to what Casey's saying. If and people are talking about it, when you see banks saying, "Oh, you know, we can't loan money, and they make excuses. Well, maybe the reason they're not lending money is because they're anticipating a Jubilee. So that's
I got on that diatribe just now. What I wanted to say was when that October the 19th, 1987 happened, that's when I started to develop this opinion that whenever we see those major drops in the stock market, that's a wealth transfer happening.
Yeah.
That is a tremendous wealth transfer happening. And
so what would you invest in, Gilbert? Do you think hard metals?
Well, no, it could be, no. The smart money tells you to invest in things that you know. Like, I'll give you an example. My brother Jesse doesn't know anything about the stock market, and it would be dumb for him to invest money. But he knows a lot about freon, copper, silver when it comes to welding. Physical things. So he's better. He can make more money investing in things that tangible to his business. And when you do that, you're not only do you get more educated in yourself, but the money stays with you. Now Zach is right, but when he's talking about doing his due diligence. He's actually researching it. So
I researched and got cigarettes and whiskey because when hard times comes, that's what people want.
Well, actually,
this is true too.
The small bottles, everybody knows,
especially Goldschlager.
Trust me.
Because if you buy Goldschlager, you're buying precious metals too.
Anybody that invests in gold and silver knows that the best thing to buy to have an inflation are the small bottles of liquor, the small bottles, because that
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you could, and in all of South America, African countries, Europe, every time there's a collapse of a nation, cigarettes and small bottles is king.
Are you almost saying that they're almost like currency?
Yeah, everybody knows that they're like
currency,
they're
isn't
barter. They're barter currency. Yeah, you could like
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. In every country every country that has crash.
But I still want to throw that question that Pixie asked you at you. What if a person knows about all those different things? Then what do they choose out of those things? Because you said pick what you know. Look at what you know. But what if a person has a broad understanding? Where would they go?
Well,
what would they invest in?
Well, like for example, Peter Schiff talks about this a lot, and he talks about how he invests in other countries, and he invests in things that you know are always going to be here, like electricity. Even though they're trying to even though they hate nuclear power, you can't turn them off, and they're still going to be producing electricity. So there's a lot of stocks that they're just not going to go anywhere. Another one is what's his name? Robert Kiyosaki talks about how he invests money. Believe it or not, he invests money.
He's rich dad, poor dad.
Yeah, rich dad. He invests money in sperm of cows. So you know how they have that Wagyu beef? He buys the cows that inseminate the other cows.
That makes sense.
But what he's saying is that he dives into something that he knows and he's passionate about, and then he can make investment decisions. And that's where I go back to Watchtower, keeping everybody financially stupid. That the stock market isn't the way to go for everyone. And if you do go in it, you have to learn there's a word called due diligence. Unfortunately, a lot of people get in the stock market, they don't do their due diligence. So you're better off going somewhere else. Because you can make
I got questions about why all those cattle ranches in Texas, they had that big fire in Texas just where the steak was.
Yeah, yeah.
And nobody's questioned that.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I haven't been keeping up with the news. So are you saying there's futures that one should be buying beef?
No, I'm not saying that.
No.
I'm saying that we had the pizza factory ended, and then these other factories ended, and then the chicken factory ended, and then there was a fire where the steak on the hoof was.
Yeah. And then today, another boat, a barge, hit a bridge in Oklahoma.
Get out of here!
They shut down the freeway. It just happened today. So,
oh my goodness!
Yeah. So
I didn't even think they had water in Oklahoma.
Yeah. And see, like, we told them.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to investing, like Casablanca, I think is a great illustration of how people were running away from their homeland, and it was the gold and silver and diamonds that got them out. This is why I said, like in the last video I was talking to, I think it was I forget who it was, but I was saying how this is why Watchtower wants your. I was telling Pixie, I go, Watchtower wants your Picasso, because see what happens is that there's going to be a war.
You said they want your Picasso?
Yes, because
that's the artist.
Yeah, the painting. This is the reason why.
Yeah.
Because if you have $100,000 sitting in a checking account in San Diego because of Kingdom Hall, Watchtower says, no, give us that $100,000. Like they said, everybody gives the money to Watchtower. Watchtower will buy a Picasso. The dollar is losing value. It's going to crash. But then when there's a reset, guess what? That Picasso is still worth the same amount of money.
Maybe I should get a Bentley.
Exactly. So you understand? That's why rich people buy Picassos, because it's always going to be worth something. Maybe not in the United States, but let's say the BRICS nations take over. You're a multimillionaire. Well, you simply take your Picasso over to Russia or Saudi Arabia, and someone's going to give it to you, whatever the currency of the day is.
But let me ask this: a Bentley is not a good investment.
I don't think so,
because depreciation and all that stuff. Yeah.
And you don't know what you're doing. I don't know I don't know anything about Bentley.
Well, what about
So-
Tiffany's? Tiffany's used to be a bank in New York.
Yeah. It all goes back to due diligence. Everybody has to do, like, in what you know. And when you talk about 8% return, people can get more than 8% return if you're doing something that you know. I know a guy.
This is true. Yes.
Yeah.
See,
I know a guy.
when I met,
He was a Jehovah's Witness elder in Yuma, and he just knew how to buy cars. And every Sunday he would go. You see him at the coffee shop early in the morning, like 5, and he would just scour through the newspaper, and he'd have like 4 or 5 newspapers, and he'd buy a car, and he'd make $2,000-3,000. But that was his hobby.
let me explain this. When I said 8%, remember that was about Standard & Poor's total market approach, and it's for people who don't know stocks and bonds and that kind of stuff, and who might not be able to do due diligence. If they want advice, that's the kind of advice I give them. I would suggest to them, do this in an even amount, the same amount on a regular basis, and when there are raises, when the price goes up, you're putting the same amount in, but that means you're buying less shares at a higher amount and more shares when the amount is lower. And so it gives you a lower cost basis and more potential for gain.
Yeah, because you use the word, you use a very important word. It was dollar average. You said dollar
cost averaging.
Dollar cost average. And that's one word you never learned at Kingdom Hall. And that was my point I was telling,
This
the
is
other guy.
true. They never said it at the hall.
These are things that should be studied. And some churches, they actually have classes where these things are discussed. And that's just a crying shame.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Like it takes, this is what I tell people, it takes 15 minutes to read the Sermon on the Mount. If you live your whole life and you didn't know who the Apostle Paul was, you didn't know who Moses was, and you die, you say, Jesus says, what did you do? Well, I read the Sermon on the Mount and I try to put it into practice. I think you're going to be in good hands. So having said that, church should not last more than 15 minutes. Jesus said everything that needed to be said in 15. Now let's talk about things that we can actually use on an everyday basis. Cost, dollar, average. How do
finances
you work? Yeah, how do you work a pantry? What is it that you buy that you could make yourself at 90%?
Cocoa's gone up 800%.
Say that again.
Cocoa.
It went up how much?
Sky high.
Okay. See, Pixie, you keep coming up with these things. It's like futures. What else? You keep talking about
sugar
commodities sugar and cocoa.
And
how about that? And coffee. Wow. Okay.
That's it.
I'm going to be following these things.
Well, check this out. Jesse and I were talking about, like, if we started church, it's going to be the church for the poison mind, but it'll be like I'll give you an example. In the 1970s, when we were kids, we used to go through the alleys, and my dad would give us a stick and with a hook, and we would be able to steal grapefruits, oranges, lemons off the leftover from the trees hanging over. But here's the point: why is it? And a lot of people have oranges and lemon trees down here in Arizona, and we would have them in our front yard. Yeah. So imagine if you had a church, and the church went and told everybody, plant rosemary, plant oranges, plant this. Everyone plants. Well, then Safeway and all of these big retailers are going to go talk to your your local politicians, and they're going to try to outlaw, like they're doing right now in Oregon. They're outlawing people from having these gardens. But you see,
my little neighborhood had the best tomatoes and cucumbers.
So this is what the Black community doesn't do. This is what the Hispanic community don't do. It's like I was telling Eric earlier.
You mean Victory Gardens?
Yes.
Oh, I used to see them in field service, and I had a garden in my backyard. I used to do harvest, and I'm in the city, and I had tomatoes, and I had cucumbers and string beans. That was fascinating.
So as a pastor, as a preacher, now do you understand why they don't want you talking about this at the churches? Because then you empower the people, and the big corporations are like, no. It's always about power and control. The more control, but so by getting rid of the victory gardens, we don't talk to our neighbors. Everybody that had a victory garden talked to their neighbors because you should.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
So these problems are very simple, and it's like that quote that came on that Club Shay Shay. It's a great show, Club Shay Shay, and the comedian was. I'm saying it again. I talked about it earlier, where the comedian, his friend was this guy he knew was a drug dealer, and black guy went to China to meet with his suppliers, and the Chinese are telling him how great the black culture is, the sports and everything is, but we can destroy you at any time because we just pit one against the other. He goes, you guys are great on everything, but you can't organize crime. That's the sad thing.
Yeah.
It's true, and the black person understood it. They're taking advantage of that's our Achilles heel.
That some of that stuff, that's one of the things that Martin Luther King used to talk about, even though everybody emphasizes the I have a dream speech.
Yeah.
That's not what King used to talk about. That was a speech. But King used to talk about starting to work with your your dollars. Work with your dollars and supporting black businesses. It is said that Martin Luther King, I read his autobiography, believe it or not, a man assassinated at such a young age has an autobiography, but it was an autobiography edited by Claiborne Carson. What happened is Coretta Scott King, when it got near to his 25th anniversary of his assassination, she got his memoirs. She gathered all that together and asked a professor at Stanford University to do an autobiography from his memoirs. So that's why it's his autobiography edited by Claiborne Carson. But in that, he was in jail one time, and he asked the guard, how much do you make? And what do you make? And the guard told him what he got paid. And King said to him, why, you should be marching with us.
Yeah.
And so economics was a big part of it. And some people theorize that that's the real reason he was assassinated, because he started talking about this economics. Sometimes when you read publications that black authors put together and they talk about the community, they talk about money bouncing within the community. You earn your money, and how many bounces does it do in the community? And
money.
That's why my neighborhood was so great, because we had white people like me, black people like you, and Spanish people like Gilbert, and some Italian people that had been there a while, knew how to cook. And we had a street that had merchants on it. And the houses fanned out from the streets where the merchants were. Okay? And then the other side of that street was the school. So it was, from 1926, it was one of the first planned communities ever. And we had a downtown that was older than that, where we would shop, with lots of clothing stores for men and women and other things. But we didn't have to, on most days, go a mile and a half to the historic downtown. We could just shop right there in the neighborhood for anything you wanted. Bakery, doctor, haircut, corner store, was all right there.
Yeah. And Zach brings out a good point about about people don't understand the economics of MLK. And I don't know if you know, but the reason everybody who follows gold and silver knows that the reason they killed Kennedy was because of the silver. The year 1963, they stopped. If you get a quarter that says 1963 and under, It's made out of 90% silver, and people hoard them. So guess what happened?
We went to the store that day to get the last of them.
Yeah, and like check this out. What did the Treasury do, or the CIA really? What did they do a couple of years after Kennedy was killed? They issued a commemorative coin for Kennedy, the 50-cent piece.
I remember
it was 40% silver. So this is basically what the silver people and the gold people tell you. Hey, Kennedy, here's your effing silver. He was dead, and they issued a commemorative coin. They had already stolen the money from the people, but they said,
why? Can you repeat? Explain why was he killed?
Because silver is money, and he kept silver in the hands of the people because it was in a quarter, it was in the silver dollar, it was in the silver dime. And when Kennedy's dead, they got rid of the silver, and now everything is nickel copper. Silver and gold by Constitution is always money.
Was he fighting against this? I thought that it was in 1965 that was the first year that they had you could see the brown stuff in it. I thought it was 64 was the last year of the silver.
But they killed Kennedy. They killed Kennedy. So
63.
So check this out. So we get 4 quarters today that are built in 2024, and you cannot
say that again.
You get 4 quarters. 4 quarters that are made today in 2024, and you go to Walmart and you cannot buy 1 chocolate bar for 4 quarters. However, if you have 4 quarters when Kennedy was alive, you could buy a case of chocolates.
And if you still had those quarters today, you could
buy a case of chocolate.
So the Constitution.
You're just true.
So Kennedy was a constitutionalist. He knew that gold and silver was money, and this is why the Americans had women who stayed at home while the husband worked, and they stayed at home. Why? Because a 10 cents or a nickel could buy you a chocolate bar. And people in Mexico, people in Argentina and Brazil, and all of these countries that had renegade, governments, what did they do? They said, we want your dollar because we want it to be safe. It was their way of saving their wealth. If you were in Mexico and you made $1,000 in profit, you wanted to save it. So you went and you converted your pesos to dollars, and you hid the dollar underneath your mattress. It was like having gold, having silver. That's why Robert Kiyosaki says it's God's money.
Which dollar? The Federal Reserve note or like a silver certificate type dollar?
Like a silver certificate, and they would have
that. Okay.
So that's what the rich people would do all over the world, and so it enabled the way of life that the Americans had in the 1950s. Because think about it.
Is it true that the BRICS don't want the dollar as their standard, though?
No, because Vladimir Putin has already given on the ruble. He's already announced that every ruble is backed by a certain amount of grams of gold. And what they're trying to do with the BRICS is say gold is worth this, wheat is worth this, oil. They're trying to put everything under like this is what this is worth, and then people can now trade accordingly. So, like Russia knows that they're going to trade with China regardless, so they want to trade with each other. And before, everything would always have to go through the United States Visa MasterCard system, the Swiss system, and they're like, no, we don't need that. If India is going to buy from Russia, we don't need a third party involved in our transaction. Now, the government, United States, will say our SWIFT department is used to help combat that. Like they say, well, cryptocurrency is for the narco traffickers. Well, everybody knows that the CIA is the biggest narco traffickers. So yeah, people are getting sick and tired of having middlemen in the.
I did find when I was doing some of my research on cryptocurrencies that not all cryptos are created equal. You have to watch out for your meme coins, and you have to watch out for the ones that are just kind of created just to try to get fast money.
Correct.
And you have to watch out for the Sam Bankman-Frieds of the world. But some cryptos seem to be on this blockchain where they're not controlled, they're not centralized, and some seem to be centralized.
But you see, that's not necessarily true. Let me go back to Sam Bankman-Fried so people can understand. It's true what you're saying, but it's not necessarily true, because Sam Bankman-Fried, this is what people need to understand. He was acting like Wells Fargo. You would go to Wells Fargo and you would make a deposit, and then somebody else would make a withdrawal on the other side with Wells Fargo. So he was a clearinghouse. This is a thing. When you buy Bitcoin, you have two choices. You could buy Bitcoin independently, and it's harder to do.
Are you saying he was innocent?
No. What I'm saying is that if you buy Bitcoin via Sam Bankman-Fried, if you buy it through him, he's the holder. You see, he's like the accountant.
Yes, exactly.
So when he went bankrupt,
accountants don't hold anybody's money. Accountants keep track of it, but they're not holders.
No, they're the holders. So when he went down, so did your crypto. So this is what people need. This is why people who do crypto, you need to do your due diligence.
Right.
You could buy crypto and have it in your hard drive in your hand. You could do that, but you have to do your due diligence. Or you could be lazy and you can use a company like Sam Bankman-Fried. But if that company goes under, so does your crypto.
There are in crypto, this kind of stuff, there are hot wallets and cold wallets.
Yes.
And hot wallets are the type that are online, and those are the kind you have to watch more. Cold wallets, no one has control of your money. You are the one who controls it, but you must keep the code. You must not lose the code.
Have you ever heard this at church? No. And these things need to be discussed.
No, I read it in the.
This is church. Yeah, you're right.
Here's the thing. Here's how I feel about that. Church has its place, and church is about the thing, religion, and ligaire, like a ligament. It ties things together. Religion is to bring people. Rebind, as Pixie said, and bringing them back to God. That's what religion's about. When it comes to finances and stuff, it's nice if a church has that kind of thing, but it is a responsibility of people, of us to learn about that kind of stuff by our association with people, the friends that we keep. They say that the your five closest friends, whether they're in church or some other religion, because you might have friends who are not in your religion. So five close, your net worth will be the average of your five closest friends. I've heard that kind of thing said. The people you hang around, that's where you're going to hear about stuff. Church will tell to you about the Bible. I love the way Jesus did when he did the 10 minas and the person who buried their stuff in the ground, who refused to go abroad and do business. I do like that. He said, that person who buries it in the ground, they're not the approved person. Go and do something with it.
Exactly. But
the question is now what to do with it.
Let me tweak it. At church, we can invite Robert Kiyosaki in 2024 via YouTube. We could say, I'm the pastor of the church, and today we're going to listen to Robert Kiyosaki. You see, that's the beautiful thing about 2024 in the world that we live in. What I'm saying is that a lot of people.
Okay, if you want to say that the witnesses have a problem, I think the problem is they don't encourage people to expand their economic and financial interests. That's the problem I have with the witnesses. I don't think the witnesses are responsible to teach us about finance and economics because they're not trained for that. You teach me about the Bible, learn about it, learn it right, and teach me that. But when it comes to financing and economics, some of that's my own responsibility.
Oh, absolutely.
Get myself educated, do my homework, as you mentioned, due diligence, do all that stuff. And then when you're around people, that's what will can stimulate you. If you're around people who are musical people, you end up finding yourself you're into music a lot more. And if you got friends who are into finance and stuff, then you're more interested in that. We're exposed to so much of that stuff these days. We really are.
In the days of Moses, if you wanted music, you would always go to Jerusalem, or not in the days of Moses, but the kings. If you wanted to learn what you had to go down to the temple, and that was the job of the priests. See, they had a function. They were supposed to be teachers. And
in that land, in that land, and the priests, the priests were supposed to teach about money, because the whole Bible is filled with monetary accounts. Mm-hmm. The Bible talks a lot. If you don't believe me, go to Bible Gateway and just type in the word money, gold, and silver, and you'd be surprised so many times. So what I'm saying is, I still say it is a person's responsibility to expose themselves to that. Yes. Yeah. But I know I wouldn't depend on the elders or the ministerial servants or the people who are neither. And I wouldn't depend on the sisters who are pioneers or elders' wives or the sisters who are neither of those things. I wouldn't depend on them.
Zach, this is what I'm saying. Like, I look back as an elder, like how we lost. Like, I'll give an example. We would invite a woman to go up on stage and do a 5-minute demonstration, number 3 talk. But what if what if I say, Pixie, you got 5 minutes, and today this month we're going to be talking about self-help books. What self-help book is the best that you think? And you got a 5-minute, and then she goes up there, she tells you, listen, I read this book from so-and-so, this is what this is about, boom, boom, boom. And she gives a 5-7-minute speech on why she thinks we should do self-help books over here. And so, see, that's what I'm saying, is that we're not telling people what to do, but that's what we missed out as Jehovah's Witnesses, that real friends are going to say, I read this book, you need to, or I saw this video, you need to see it. And that's what
that'd be much better if it was more like the Toastmasters. Everybody write about what you know and get up for 8 minutes and give a speech about it, and then we would really educate each other.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, you see that? So we're not. So you're right.
Look. Let me tell you this. You said we 5 meetings a week. We go to this place and we have these 5 meetings a week. You know something? When I realized it, even when I was in Bethel service, if I didn't read a book outside of the magazines every 6 months or so, one day I realized I start getting depressed. Yeah, because I had to read something outside of that. Correct. Outside of those things. And even after being there and no longer there, I don't want to say I did my own thing, because I was always marched to the beat of the JW drummer. But while I was doing all that, I was studying the other stuff. I was studying about finance and all that stuff, and I do think that with the witness culture, there can be like, you come in there and you're just kept busy. You're on the treadmill. It's 5 meetings a week, but not anymore.
But see, Zach, what you're missing is that everything you're saying is true. But if you were to start, what I'm saying is that you should have been allowed to share the good news of the new books, the new knowledge that you were getting, from contemporaries. And
you want to know? I did. I was open to talk to people, but there were people. Excuse me, my 7th grade history teacher said don't curse, but there were assholes who used to try to throw stones at me because
I would try to have conversations. They'd look at me like I was crazy.
Well, see, so whose fault is that? Yeah. Well, whose fault is that?
People that were not that bright.
Well, no, I think they were bright people. I think witnesses are extremely bright. The stuff we learn, you take a witness, you put them in the middle of the room of the average people, I mean, bright people, and you start talking about Bible, the witness will hold court. The witness. So witnesses
My
are
dad
bright.
could do that. But my dad
Yes.
had hobbies. In the 40s and 50s, they had men to have a hobby other than work.
I think that witnesses are very bright. I think that, everybody around me is bright. I see bright people all over the place. I do think, however, you have to. It is necessary to take control of your own life sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's how you learn about this other. You learn about finances and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I did at 17. I
can't.
took control of my own life.
You can't put it on elders because the elders, let me tell you this. I'm going to go into some secret places, but I was a presiding overseer all those years, but I was sitting through professional examinations and passing them. I was, how they would say elders, they were like goofy and they this and that. No, I was sitting through professional examinations and passing. I was having success and I wasn't making a big deal. Nobody, who knew? Because I wasn't sitting around talking about it. Right. And then there were times when, the circuit overseer would come, and I'll never forget, I was out of town one time. And I got a phone call, oh, you got to do this and you got to do that. Or I was getting ready to go. That's it. I was getting ready to go. And it's like, and all packed up and ready to go. We had the circuit overseer's visit. It just happened to be at this time. And this week I'd be out of town because I got to sit through these examinations. And I got a phone call on a Monday.
Yeah.
And it's like, we need this and we need that. It was from another elder. And it was like, man, can't you catch a break? You know what I mean? So I'm big on that. There is some need for responsibility. My mother was a witness. My father was worldly. They were married before my mother became a witness. I do not blame it on my parents for what I did not get, because my parents they're not finance professors or anything like that. They're just my parents. They teach me how to be a person. That's all. And they send me out and let me get education or whatever. I don't think that the witnesses, the organization is responsible for every shortfall that I have.
Yeah.
I'm responsible for myself. Was I limited because of being a witness? Of course I was. Yes, I was. Yeah. Armageddon, we're not supposed to be here. Is this the new system that we're sitting in? Because 1975, right? 1975, if all that stuff was correct, we entered the reign of Christ October the 4th/5th, 1975, and we're in the new system now. We know what it was like, what it would be like. We're there. You know what I mean? Okay, go ahead. Someone else talk. I ran my mouth.
I could have conversations when I was around my dad and some of the men were there, and they could talk about finances. My mother was brilliant with finances. Mm-hmm. But you get in a room full of women and you have a little business card and you want to invite them to tea or shopping or chat about something. I've never had my conversation so stopped as I did at the Kingdom Hall. And I was beloved in my little town. I was beloved at school, at the library, down at the corner store. And you go to the Kingdom Hall and it's like, I can't make a friend here to save my life.
Yeah.
So I think the world of women in the Kingdom Hall is very Handmaid's Tale. It really is.
Yeah, it was. You remember that? Isn't it? It's kind of like that with the Bible. I forget where it's at. It has to be like Leviticus or something, where it talks like it's against the law. But it's a good law where you can't put like a horse and a dog plowing the land because one's going to be hurting more than the other, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's
unevenly yoked.
That's the word. Yeah.
And it makes perfect sense because, and that's what you're describing. And I feel the exact same way. Like, it's not that they're bad people. They're not. It's just we should never have been yoked. You know, I should have been a different. I should not have been in the theocratic ministry school. I should have been in the Toastmasters.
Yeah.
My last job was theocratic ministry school overseer, and it was my favorite.
Me too. Yeah.
It really was. Yeah.
I wasn't allowed to be that.
And I used to run 3 schools, and everybody was always assigned, and that was my way as an elder to know when people canceled. I knew they were having problems, and especially with young people. And sure enough, when people would cancel, I would know we got to do a shepherding call, not because they canceled, because I know something's not right, and so I just feel bad because like all my life, like I feel like I always wanted to be a minister, right? But now I can't monetize it because I'm an apostate. I'm like, if only I've been a Jew or a Mormon, I really could have made bank.
Yeah.
Hello. Wait. Hello? Why can't you monetize? Sorry.
No, not because there's anything wrong with it. Just me personally. I just
no. But I mean, because you said because you're an apostate, but how does that stop you from monetizing? If you have a ministry, but it's not
because most apostates fall into that category, and some do monetize, and that's good. I'm glad they do. But a lot of apostates just have that attitude where they just don't feel. They just don't feel it like it. But no, I'm glad when I see Jehovah's Witnesses make money. I'm happy for them. Oh my God.
Are you saying because of being you still have a little bit of the witness attitude that you're not supposed to monetize?
That could probably be part of it. Yeah, that is a residual effect. Yeah, but no, I'm not. If anybody made money selling a book or YouTube, hey, all the power to you, man. I'm happy for everybody. But I'm happy.
Was somebody saying hello?
Yes, yes. I just wanted to make a comment. First of all, you guys are having a very excellent discussion this evening, or this morning, and I just wanted to comment that the reason why we really did not concentrate on anything financial, because why bother? Armageddon's coming.
This is true.
So they will always tell us that. Why bother trying to educate yourself? Why bother about anything financial, investing? That was a total waste of time. Because Armageddon was going to come. Everything is going to be destroyed. So it's a total waste of time. So it's very simple. Yeah. Why none of us really now you guys learned about financial on your own. But as far as
the bank when I was a little girl, and my father said you're going to have to go out and work.
Exactly.
So I had clear messages.
Right, but see, the lot of witnesses, they don't have that attitude, and they just don't bother with anything financial, and they just all they concentrate on is just going preaching and preaching to people. Converting people, and because why bother? Because if Armageddon's coming and everything's going to be destroyed, why bother learning all that financial stuff and all these other things?
I remember a conversation in the parking lot of the Kingdom Hall, and this man was not going to buy life insurance for his family. He did not think he was ever going to die. And I was a teenager at that time, so my own mortality hadn't hit me as a concept quite yet in a deep way. But now that I am a AARP member, I'm so glad I saved for retirement. So glad. I didn't think I'd get this old. But the witnesses have a very skewed, wrong, unhealthy notion of grief and death.
Of course.
And you know what?
Listen, my mom. I'm sorry.
I just want to add to exactly what you're saying. Just one point. First of all, hello everybody. This is Stephen. So hello back here. Welcome to
Hi.
Gilbert. I just want to say
you're not clear. You don't sound clear. You need to get closer to your phone. Yeah.
That's my fault. Okay, tell you what, let me turn off my PC. Second, and I'll go straight to the device. How about now?
That's much better.
Oh, that's
one,
better.
One
Okay, great.
signal at a time.
Sorry, guys. You know how you try to multitask and talk and do something else? I just wanted to add to the gentleman who just spoke, he said exactly what I was going to say. I just wanted to go one step further. Not only, like he said, were we encouraged, why bother if the end is coming? We were highly discouraged from those things. You got to remember that. We were highly discouraged from participating in anything, going to college, finance, and all of that. And let us not forget the reason is because Watchtower is not a religion. Watchtower is a cult. All they wanted us to do is sell their product. All the way up until, I don't know, just not too long from now, we sold literature. All we were salespeople. We were just there to go out, sell literature all over the world. Watchtower, whatever book came out, that year. And you remember we even had you would buy the yearly subscription to the Watchtower. You guys remember that? And they were pushing it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you sold a bunch of those, you'd be on the district convention. They would cart you out there, and you give your experience about how you've got 100, annual subscriptions. That's all we were. It was never about us developing as individual human beings.
But
that
we were
was the
also,
last
sir,
thing they wanted us to do.
we were also unpaid labor.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
but
definitely.
my poor mom, 95 years old. I lost her on Christmas Eve last year.
Okay.
She got baptized.
My mother died on Christmas Eve too, by the way.
Yeah, well, she got baptized in 1951. Okay.
Okay.
And here's what I was thinking about is that, like today, we have the advantages of the internet. We have advantages of talking to ex-Jehovah's Witnesses and learning and growing. But in 1951, when you're a housewife with children, where are you going to go to learn about the truth about this religion? Nowhere, unless someone tells you. Unless you're going to, you have to do some really soul searching or really deep study to find out whether or not the Jehovah's Witnesses are really telling you the truth. In 1950, she was studying in 1950. She got baptized in 51. So the thing is, the problem with this is she went through her whole life being a Jehovah's Witness with my dad, and everything was reference to the witnesses. If you talk to her about something, it's always connected to Jehovah and the witnesses and Watchtower. Her whole life was based around that
I understand.
organization. And so, I look at my mother's life. It was sad because I lost my mom. But it was also sad that they really interfere with our relationship, because I was always, thank God, I was always a weak witness. That was my salvation, being a weak witness. So I was out more than I got to fellowship at 29, and I'm in my early 70s now.
Okay.
So really the good, whatever was inside of me, I'm glad was there, because it prevented me from trying to be a strong Jehovah's Witness. So I'm glad that was inside of me. So it really saved me from being, because the ones I listened to on a Rick Farron's program or any other YouTube channel, the ones who go through the most changes are the strong Jehovah's Witnesses, the ones who are the Bethelites, Gideon graduates, elders. Those are the ones who went through a lot of. See, I didn't go through all of that because I was out more than I was in, and they really interfered with my relationship with my mother.
Oh yeah,
they did.
For sure.
Yeah, because I mean,
sure.
the thing is, she would talk to me, but I would talk to my mom, and then she'll say, "Okay, we're talking a little bit too much now. We can't be talking too much, but I can't talk to you this much." And so it interfered with my relationship. Those years, I would never get back.
Right.
And I resent that. My sister called me the Saturday before Memorial, and she called me to ask me about coming. I said, "No, I'm not coming." I said, "I don't believe it." And I said, "Let me can I ask you a question?" She said, "Sure." I said, does Jehovah God change his mind? He said, no. I said, well, then why all these changes in organization? If Jehovah God doesn't change his mind, and they're getting their direction from Jehovah God, then why all these changes? Why all these changes going on? I mean, we're talking about the beard change. We're talking about the suit and ties. You can look any kind of way now.
Tie anymore?
No, but I'm talking about you.
Unless you're an
no,
attorney.
well, I still wear ties. I'm clean shaven, and I wear suit and ties the day I die.
Okay.
Because I grew up in that era. It was a high standard era, and I'm still in that era. I haven't adjusted my standards because we're in the 21st century. The 21st century has low standards. I still have a high standards in the 20th century. Okay. But anyway, the thing is that it's a situation where all these changes. Matter of fact, they were saying that eventually they're going to allow tattoos, piercings. They're going to allow sisters to marry non-witness men. That's going to happen within the next 10 years. They're going to allow that. They also have instituted something where they're going to, and this is going to be of a sexual nature, where things that they don't want married people to do, they're now going to allow that as well. They said that they also will allow, if you're dating as a witness,
that thing you said about things that married people, can you repeat that again?
Well, they said the things that they are prohibited that married people can do, they will allow you to do as long as you don't talk about it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. But I thought they already did that. I thought they already allowed that as long as you don't talk about it.
That's
right.
going to
see a lot of this stuff with these so-called changes is really just smoke and mirrors. Like you can already get a tattoo, but if you're going to come in there with a Mike Tyson facial tattoo, you're not going to be disfellowshipped, but you won't be you. You won't. Right. That's what I said. A lot of this stuff that we're talking about is smoke and mirrors. These are things that really are already there. They're just coming out and saying it. You just wouldn't be used.
Well, the thing about tattoos is this: many people have tattoos and they can't remove them. There are people who have them and they are witnesses. They try to cover them up because they already have them when they become witnesses. So tattoos is a funny thing. Yeah,
that's my point. There's nothing they can do about it. You just like if it's something that's really big and obvious, like you just said, you either cover it up, or for something facial, it's like, hey, you're not going to be used. You can't be up there with a tribal whatever this is on your head. It's not going to happen.
I don't know if you guys are aware of the. I don't know if you guys are aware of the YouTube channel JW Updates.
No,
it's a very good. I would recommend you check that out because this particular gentleman has insight to a Bethelite who's feeding this information. They have a 10-year plan. They hired a consulting firm, and they have a 10-year plan about these changes. And so he had 4 different videos, and I just watched the last one, and 4 videos of all the changes going to take place. Excuse me. And so this one I'm doing now, I'm just giving you the information about what they plan on doing. And one of the biggest things is that they are not going, like if you're dating, they're not going to have any more chaperones. They also, they would say no kissing, no hugging. Well, they don't allow that now if you're dating. But the biggest thing is that they allow sisters to marry non-witness men. So that's going to happen as well. So this is something, here's the thing. The consulting firm is a good thing for them because what they're doing now is they got an outside person or outside firm delegating to them what they should do to make changes to make their organization grow because, as you know, it's a very old organization. And, they're going to die out. So they want to be attractive to young people, keep them in, bring them in. So essentially, Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Halls are going to be nothing more than like a church, like any other mainstream religion. That specialness about being a Jehovah's Witness is going to be gone.
those things
The last
that
few
those,
times I
those
went,
things
they
that
didn't feel the same anyway.
those things that they would say that set us apart, they
Yes.
won't be there anymore. Yeah.
Exactly.
But see,
Exactly.
even when you take that point about marrying, the Watchtower, they used to have this drumbeat, and I think we're all old enough to remember this, about not marrying outside of the Lord. But there again, that wasn't a disfellowshipping offense from Watchtower. Now, your local elders, you know, because I've seen judicial cases where a person got involved, got a boyfriend or whatever, and then they were having sex, and then, you know, so they were privately reproved, and they were publicly reproved, and then they just decided to marry the person. And I've seen this personally. They were told, if you marry this person who's not a witness, you will be disfellowshipped. Well, that was them misinterpreting and completely stepping over their bounds. But from Watchtower's standpoint, I don't believe that was there. But Watchtower used to have this constant drumbeat about only marrying in the Lord. And I know two individuals who married, non-witness guys who turned out to be great guys. 1,000, a million, a billion times better than any brother that I knew. I mean, a billion times
I know
better.
of several cases. One's a Catholic, one was a Methodist, and one was something else, where the churches were in favor of the wedding, and as soon as a young couple gets married, the other spouse converts.
Right.
So maybe the widows finally got the memo on that.
My point is, Watchtower used to harp on that. So what's going to happen now is, if you notice, and I don't know how much you guys keep up with Watchtower, it's been quite a while since you've heard them talk about marrying out of the Lord. And the thing that used to, I asked an elder this, and I don't know what could have happened to me, but I asked an elder this, and I said, why does Watchtower harp on this marrying outside of the Lord? And he said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, what does the verse say? He said, marry only in the Lord. I said, so what does that mean? He said, that means that Jehovah's Witness should only marry Jehovah's Witness. I said, what does it say? What do you mean? He couldn't even process what I was asking. I said, the verse says that you should marry only in the Lord. What Lord? The Lord Jesus Christ. So what is the verse saying? That a Christian should only marry a Christian. And he said, no, that's not what it means. I said, okay, well then explain to me how a person could qualify according to this verse for 2,000 years before the planet was blessed with Charles Taze Russell, who started Jehovah's Witness. That's not what it means. It simply means a Christian should only marry a Christian. And you got to put that in the context of the period that it was said in. It wasn't meant to be for 2,000 years. He's talking about.
And that was one man's opinion. That was one man's opinion.
But that's how it is in this organization. And now Watchtower is kind of rolling back, but it's way too late.
Well, I think it is. I'm sorry.
Gentlemen.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Gentlemen, the deeper issues are that people are dying every day for lack of blood transfusion, and women and children are being beaten and abused in many ways. So even if we talk dogma and even if we talk doctrine, the deeper issues are life and death issues that are happening today where nothing is done.
Incidentally, speaking of blood, speaking of blood,
amen.
It was also revealed that they're going to go back to the old way of the blood issue, meaning no blood at all, no fractions, no blood at all, and it will be a disfellowshipping offense. It's not a conscious matter anymore. They're going to go back to where it used to be, no blood at all.
I think you and I are of a similar generation.
I'm going to go on record as saying that they will definitely not do that. If they're trying to keep themselves afloat, that is the last thing that they would do. If anything, what they would do is make it the same thing as they made with the beards and wearing pants and speaking to the fellowship ones if they come to a meeting. It's a conscience matter. It's not our job to give you medical advice, which is what they should have been saying all along.
Have any of you had to go through this like I did? My mother, she did die. My mother did die also on New Year's or on Christmas Eve. She was 102, sir. She had a good life, but she did die on Christmas Eve and not ever having Christmas. That's an awkward thing for me. I just wanted to express my condolences to you and say how awkward that is for us as witness kids and then later.
This past 4th of July. This past 4th of July, just tell us really quick, my brother, and then you take it.
Sure.
There was a sister that I knew. She had been over to my house a couple of times with an ex-friend of mine because he sort of liked her, but then not really, just one of these idiots. And she, you know how a lot of sisters, they meet a guy and they latch on and they think that he's going to marry them. And we're talking 50-something-year-old people here. And she overheard him say he didn't like big-breasted women. I'm just going to speak frankly because I'm sure there's no kids on the line. And so
Usually
she
it's
went
the other way,
and
but
got
go ahead.
Okay. She went and got cosmetic surgery to get breast reduction to be more attractive to this brother who didn't seem to be that attracted to her in the first place. The doctor in the process of this surgery nicked something. Okay. And she went home. She wasn't feeling well, but she's thinking, well, I just had surgery. Of course I'm not going to feel well. Unbeknownst to her, she was bleeding internally. By the time they realize it, they rush her back. He opens her up. You know, she's losing blood. Now, she'd be here today if she got 1 or 2 pints of blood while they cauterized at the source of the bleeding. But of course, because she's a witness and been brainwashed to believe you can't take a blood transfusion, she died. So when everybody else this past 4th of July was, you know, planning whatever activities and having fun and off of work and at the beach and doing whatever, her family was planning her funeral. And I'm mad at her for being stupid enough to listen at Watchtower, and I'm mad at him for, you know, being in front of her as if he was interested in her when he wasn't in the first place, which is the only reason why she got the damn surgery in the first place. She had already been married twice and survived 2 husbands. There were Jehovah's Witnesses males lined up after her. She's trying to pursue the one guy who doesn't like her, goes and has a surgery and dies because she won't take blood. So,
you know, I will say this regarding the blood situation. Yes, they should not be involved in that. But from my understanding, that's part of the 10-year plan. They plan on going back to where it used to be. No blood at all.
Before my mother died, she had a lot of years after this incident that I'm going to share with you, and she was having another hip replacement, and she did live to be 102. But she was up in age at that time, and I had all the paperwork for her health care. Me, not the witnesses. I had all the legal for her. I get to the hospital the day of her surgery, and around her bed, my beautiful, fragile mother, are these 3 huge elders, all of whom I knew. And they're pushing a paper in my face. And I was so angry, I took my paperwork, legal paperwork, to the nurse's station, and I said some magic words that I want to share with the audience today. I said, may I please have a meeting with the anesthesiologist or the surgical team? The man came there, shook my hand. I said, please give my mother the best treatment you can under surgery. You are way above my pay grade in education. If she doesn't need blood, don't give it to her, but if she needs it, I'll let you do your job. And when I got back, those elders had fled because they are not trained to be in a position to tell me and my family what to do.
That's right. Yeah. That's you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. The thing is that I would say this is that if you have a family member who is a Jehovah's Witness, you know, I would honor their wishes. If I was in charge of their situation, I would honor their wishes. I wouldn't agree with it. Like my mom.
I didn't want her to die. She lived another 8 years.
Yeah, I didn't want mine to die either. But at one point, my mom, when she was in the hospital, she fell and broke her up as well. And she needed some blood. And fortunately, you know, she didn't need the blood. You know, she had to get the blood. They did something else. Well, in that particular scenario, my sister was in charge. One of my sisters was in charge of that. And she's a Jehovah's Witness, of course. But if I was in charge, I would still honor my mom's wishes. Because, you know, here's the thing. Here's what I want to say. We know that the Watchtower is not true. We know this. But the ones who are still witnesses do not know this. They're still brainwashed.
Thanked me because he got information from Inglewood and Patterson and his whole orthopedic team. He said, thank you. She had special shots. She had all kinds of medicines that were on the list from Patterson in Inglewood, New Jersey. He trained his team. He trained another orthopedist, and he thanked me because she didn't have whole blood, but she had other things that were done. By the time I got to the hospital the second time, I did not have a meeting with the physician yet, and the elders were trying to lord it over me. And that's why I was so strident that day.
Sure. Of
And
course.
when I talked to the anesthesiologist, I said, you do what your protocol is. And of course he did. I don't know if she had blood that day or not, but I gave it to the anesthesiologist to do his job and not to these three elders who never even took high school biology.
Absolutely. You know, here's another thing too. You know, I don't know. You guys probably seen that video where they did this demonstration where this brother had a beard. He's going to some department store to try to get something to trim his beard.
Yeah, we saw it.
The thing that gets me about that is he said he's an ordained minister. There is no witness who's ordained. You know, that's a lie. I mean, that's a joke. I mean, none of them are ordained. And, you know, the thing is, for them to go up here and say that they're ordained and they're ministers, it's a total joke. The whole situation is a joke, and it's unfortunate that my poor mother put her whole life in this organization. At one point, she told me, "This is a wonderful organization." I said, "Mom, this is not a wonderful organization. This is not a wonderful organization." I said, "If you did your research, they're not going to tell you that they're not telling you the truth. You have to go outside of the organization and find that out, like I did."
That was impossible until about 6 or 8 years ago. The
That's
internet
correct.
has really brought them down, because
That's correct.
when I
That's
initially
correct.
left in my 20s and
That's correct.
did see my parents, but I
That's
did come
correct.
home to do their care, so it's like I came back into the fold again here in these last few years. You know, I thought I was the only person that had ever left the witnesses when I went to college. I had no lifeline to any ex-witness or anything.
That's right.
And
Yep.
I had a classmate who'd had a Bible study with his aunt, and he says, "Well, I know what it is to have a Bible study and leave." And he kind of helped me understand the big world out there. But it's not like now.
No, exactly. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was the same. I'll be very brief. I was the same way. I woke up probably 6 years ago now. I never heard of 6 Screens. I didn't know you guys were out there. I happened to be renovating my father's garage, and it was probably 11. No, it wasn't. It was 6 o'clock or something like that. And something popped up on my phone about Rick Farron and 6 Screens and extra witnesses. And I said, "Oh, well, what is this?" You know, I just thought it was another video. And that's how I learned about the world of 6 Screens. I didn't know all you guys were out there. And it was such a lot. Saturdays were the worst days for me, because it's like, if you have family that are all witnesses, they're busy doing witness activity. You don't have any non-witness friends. You're just sitting around doing nothing. Or, you know, if you go do something, you're doing it by yourself. But when I discovered this community, it's really been, I want to say a godsend, but I don't believe in God anymore. But whatever's akin to a godsend. It was just fantastic to know that this whole community was out here.
You know, I would say that the thing that really did it for me is that when I seen a video of this ex-Bethelite, ex-elder, and he was expressing why he left, that is why I started listening and started following and started taking from there and listening to other videos. That's what helped me wake up, and then also doing my research as well. Because I would think it's important before you wake up, if they're saying something that's not sounding right, or if they were a weak witness like I was, I probably wouldn't pay any attention. I know I wouldn't.
I was a true believer, and I can say that I thought Armageddon was coming until about 10 minutes ago. It was hard over years. It was hard to get rid of some of this stuff that's got rent in my head.
What does that mean until 10 minutes ago explained?
Some of this stuff's been renting a room in my head for years.
No,
even when I said I'm not this anymore, I'm not doing this anymore, and I finally said to the brother that brought the memorial invite, I said, at my age, I said, if I broke a hip, I might want a blood transfusion. I just told him that.
My question is this. My question is,
I'm sorry.
If the first century Christians were doing their things, when did they ever go to Rome or Greece and hire consultants?
That's right.
Good one.
That's right.
Good one.
Let me say this about that ordained minister thing. The witness teaching is that all witnesses are ministers, right? And they say that their ordination takes place at their baptism. Just saying, that's what
it's a little bit more to being ordained and getting baptized. You have to go to college.
Yeah,
My
dad,
you have to be ordained.
Ordination is one of the 7 sacraments of Catholicism.
Yeah.
4. Yeah. It's entry into the priesthood, sort of.
My uncle, my dad's uncle, be my great uncle. My dad was born in 1910, so he had an uncle way back that went to seminary. And I asked around, well, what do you have to do? It's a 4-year thing. And if you or I went to seminary now, we would get how to counsel families with problems. We get psychology. We get comparative religion. These men have none of that.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
And not only do they not get anything, every elder that I've met had no interest in anything. All they wanted to do is run the meetings and run the field service groups, and that's all. There was nothing educational or intellectual about them.
And the way they treat women.
I would go out in the ministry.
Don't get me started,
elders,
gentlemen.
I would go out in the ministry with these elders, and I would try to work with an elder because I wanted to learn something. You know, by being raised in it from the age of 3, I kind of looked at it as, you know, you have these mountains you're trying to climb, and you get to this mountain, and now you have a deeper understanding, and then you want to go to the next one. You get it, and I would work with these guys, and they had nothing to teach, nothing to offer, nothing. I'd bring up, and I would limit my conversation to just quote unquote spiritual things I read in Watchtower, Wake, some volume, whatever book, and they would always look at me and never have a clue as to what I was. They were like, "Where are you getting this information?" And I said,
Same with me. They don't read their own material.
They don't read.
They don't read their own material.
And you know what helped me. You know what helped me as well is listening to Bible scholars, because this is what they do for a living. This is what they study. They actually know the Bible.
Right.
And so I that's what I learned. I learned a lot from Bible scholars. They teach you about Moses, the history of Jerusalem, the proper years. And so witnesses don't do that. They don't listen to Bible scholars. And, you know, I tell my mom, I said, these people are not Bible scholars. She says, "Oh no, they do the homework for us." I say, "Mom, they're not doing the homework. They don't know. They're not Bible scholars.
They're not.
They're not Bible scholars."
And it starts all the way at the top. The first president was technically the second, Charles Taze Russell. He was not a Bible scholar. That came out when he had to go to court after he said that he was slandered, and he said he knew how to speak the ancient languages, talking about Hebrew and Greek and Aramaic, couldn't speak any of that, all the way to France, who said he could speak the dead languages. And he didn't
even know the Greek alphabet, which is in any dictionary.
Exactly. If you had joined the
back of any dictionary, if you'd opened a dictionary, he could have learned the Greek alphabet.
They didn't know anything. And then you have the modern day governing body. Do you think that they know how to speak Hebrew or Greek?
Who are these
or
people?
Latin,
Brothers, who are these people?
No. Have they even been to the Middle East? Have they even been to the Middle East? No. They know nothing.
Right. That's correct. That's correct. But
when I went to the British Museum, there's a large plaque, because we kind of snuck in with a tour group that just happened to be witnesses, which was crazy. Coincidence? No. And they were talking about Lacash and all like this. And then I went back after that and I said, "Well, was that a museum tour?" He says, "No, they got it all wrong." So then I turn and he points to this sign that's about the size of a pizza box, and it's a brass plaque. and it did not say 607. It had that other date on it, and it was a huge brass plaque that the British Museum had put up there for all the people that were getting the date wrong.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yeah,
I don't have any.
These people know nothing. And
I don't have.
not only do they
I'm
know
sorry.
nothing, they're not even interested in if they were really
That's correct.
about truth. This lets you know that they're not. But if they were really about truth, they would do a top-down reanalysis of the Bible from Genesis to Revelation in the light of every possible thing they could use: new technology, new discoveries, archaeological discoveries. As this gentleman pointed out, listening to the Hebrew scholars, the Old Testament scholars, and completely change their doctrine to manage the Bible. They will
The
never
Bible
do that.
study
They're not about
lady,
truth.
the Bible study lady, the sister, so-called, that was leading the Bible study when I came back here to do care for my parents, and humbled myself to read 3rd grade. She told me that I shouldn't. She told me I should not be subscribing to Archaeology magazine.
I'm sure. Yeah, you might learn something.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I
ridiculous.
really don't. I don't hold any malice against the Jehovah's Witnesses. I really don't. My sister, she the one that invited me to the memorial.
Mm-hmm.
She has a tumor in the back of her brain. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And you know, she believes in it. Been raised in it like all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I told my sister? I said, I don't believe it, but if it gives you peace, you continue to do what you're doing. See, here's the thing. When I told my mom I no longer believe this, this is before she was sick. If she was on her deathbed, I would not have told her that.
I understand.
And so my point is that yes, I know it's not true, but people need to have some hope.
I agree with you.
And when
I believe in hope.
and when they're dying,
I believe in
or
telling them any story you need to.
I don't know. I don't know how long my sister's going to be here. I feel sorry for her. But I told her, I said, if this gives you peace, being a Jehovah's Witness, you go ahead and keep doing that. I said, it's not against the law. It's not against the law. So, you know, the thing is, see, I tell my family members who are still young enough and healthy about this. But if they're at death's door, I'm not going to tell them.
Well, let me tell you a story, because I hate to repeat it, but you sound like you're new to our chats here, so I will tell it again. Again, my mother lived to be 102, so she was about 100. And the Bible study lady was coming and bringing all these people. And she says, why is she bringing all these ladies? Can it just be us and the bath girls? I said, yes, it can. I said, as your caregiver, I said, I wanted you to have your spiritual stuff, not mine, because that's my job as a caregiver. So the Bible study sister says, oh, sister, you want to give your house to the Watchtower Bible and Tract, don't you? And my mother looked at her, and then she says, well, they're Christ's brothers. You want to give your house. My mother says, no, they're not. Christ's brother was James. And then she says, oh, but you want to sign over your house. And my mother looked at her and she says, depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I knew you not.
Wow.
Got her out with the Bible, because nobody was going to get our little cottage. No way.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah,
I really feel
in the African American community where I grew up, there was one African American witness. He was a much older gentleman by the time I was born. His name was Brule, but apparently he was well known. And he was wealthy. He was a millionaire. He owned a lot of property. And when that gentleman, he was married, but when that gentleman passed, he had willed all of his property, millions of dollars of property, to Watchtower.
That's a sad thing, because he could have helped people get education.
He could have done all kinds of things. I mean, and in the apartment complex that we had friends in, it was just loaded with witnesses, and all of those apartments, you know, he owned all of that, and he gave all that property to Watchtower.
And every time I drive past
pity.
there, which is not too often, but I think about that.
That's
Martin
pity.
Luther King
Maybe
would have
if he'd
told
been
him,
younger, he
bounce
could have
that
given
money.
them all an apartment. You know, you've been paying rent, here's your free apartment or something. I don't know.
Could have done all kinds of things. I want to digress for just a second. There was something that Gilbert said that was so long ago now that I can't even remember.
Can I just make this
today
one
I have
little
family.
a little joke? Martin Luther King would have told him to.
Stay with us if you're listening in on Facebook and YouTube. We'll be right back. We just have to get the telephone line working once again. The phone goes out every 6 hours, but we'll put it back on so you guys can stay listening in. Yeah, the phone line goes up every 6 hours here at the 6 screens, so we'll put the phone line back on. That's what
Welcome
you'll
into the
hear.
live
You're
6
hearing
Screens
people talk
conference
on the
call.
phone line.
We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash. Thank you. There are 6 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
Don't even know none of us know what Bubba's going to look like, 5 or 10 years from now. We're talking about a 10-year plan now, so they might be getting rid of him, sooner rather than later. But I
think they'll take care of themselves.
Say that
that goes
again?
without saying.
You think what?
It's my opinion. I think they will take care of themselves.
Oh yeah,
Right,
no doubt about it.
And they'll do very well. And
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just going to say, I want to move back to the subject because of that guy in going to Bethel and living his life and with no money. And it goes back to economics and why Watchtower doesn't teach economics, because in the whole Bible there's accounts of men and women who worked all of their lives, with their hands. And what is the goal of every elderly man and woman? To give an inheritance to their family. And as you get, the older you get, the happier you get thinking, what am I going to give to my children, my nieces and nephews? But Watchtower even steals that from you. They steal and it's the joy of inheritance. So the point about working, the point about making money, a biblical view, and even Jesus talked about this, is you're productive in your hands, and that brings you joy, but you're also giving an inheritance to your children.
Exactly.
And that's the beauty of what God has given us as mortal men, to be able to pass on to future generations. And they don't want that discussion. And then this is why we don't talk about politics, because that is how the Declaration of Independence ends, that they pledge everything to their posterity.
Yep.
It's a way of thinking.
And also that, and also the way that what's so diabolic about Watchtower is, if you go and you read Proverbs and Ecclesiastes, and even when I was a kid, I used to love those two Bible books because they were so different from the drab history and the scary, visions and dreams of Daniel and Revelation. This was something that I could read and read. I didn't understand at the time, but it's philosophic. Proverbs and Ecclesiastes, and they talk about leaving an inheritance for your children.
That's right.
And Watchtower takes that and they turn it into, oh no, that's leaving a spiritual inheritance. You give us your money, you just leave a spiritual inheritance of having been a quote unquote faithful witness for 50 years or whatever.
Well, I think they took the scripture out of widows and orphans. This woman was not concerned for my welfare. She just wanted to get that
Correct.
house.
And I will say about I will say about Ecclesiastes. It's the only book in the Bible that is it's like sweet and sour chicken or sweet and sour beef. I mean, it's a roller coaster ride. It takes King Solomon takes you to the highest of highs, and then he drops you to the abyss because he says things like the vanity of the vanities. He just talks about he talks about the greatness of everything, and then he takes you to the lowest. So it really is a literary work of a genius, pure genius. When I read it, that's my favorite book because I actually
and it's so strange
and I get sad and happy.
Yeah, it sticks out like a sore thumb, because the rest of the Bible kind of has this way about it. So, and then you read that, and it's so philosophical and it's so different. You're like, it just, and now I can understand why Watchtower doesn't spend a lot of time talking about it. Because when a person read that, they would say, well, wait a minute, you guys are teaching this, but it says clearly right here, like you said, everything is vanity.
Yes,
and a striving after the wind.
Yeah, but also the reason they don't do it is because there's 3 or 4 times where King Solomon says that at the conclusion, having observed everything, is that there's nothing better than a man to go out in field service on the weekends. I mean, no, to eat and drink and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Exactly. And then you come to find out that, oh my God, that's true. Nothing is more important than eating and drinking with your family and friends. That's nothing.
Yep. And I say all the time that we have spent our lives building for Watchtower and didn't build anything for ourselves.
Yeah.
And if you were to read Proverbs and Ecclesiastes, it's clear you were supposed to be building for yourself. And as you said, Gilbert, we're supposed to be leaving a legacy for those behind us. And that's a monetary legacy to our families. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Watchtower turned that into, like I said, you give us your money, give us your time, and you're leaving a spiritual legacy, which they don't even bother to explain anymore. They just throw these stupid words around with no meaning.
Let me throw this at you. Proverbs, I preach this all the time. Proverbs 1:14. King Solomon describes, he's a genius because he tells you how the mafia works. He tells you how the Federal Reserve and the banks work, the governments work. In it, he says, and he tells you to stay away from these people because they're murderers. And he says, stay away from the men that say, come, let's put everything in the same pot and we'll share the loot. That's religion. We're all going to put money in the same kingdom hall and share it. But you can't play basketball at the parking lot. You can't have a party at the parking lot. You can't do anything there because they own the pot. So this is how the banks screw us over. The banks say, hey, everybody, why don't you put a 401k with us? Why don't you put pensions with us? Why don't you buy a mutual fund with us? Then the bank owns the stock and the voting, and they have the voting rights. The banks vote on your behalf because they hold your money. See, but if you were to buy the stocks directly, then you would vote directly. But because you bought a mutual fund, you put the money in a pot, and Wells Fargo decides who's going to be the CEO of this other company over here because they have the voting shares that you conveniently surrender to them because of a pot. And that's whether it's the government or whether it's the mafia, it doesn't matter. Solomon is giving you financial advice.
Wait, but are you? Let me ask you this about stock. Are you saying that the shareholder does not get to vote for themselves?
That is correct. Hold on.
That's not true. No, they send it to you in the mail.
No. Hold on a second. Mike Maloney is he's one of the greatest guys that I mentioned earlier. He talks about money. He had to fight with his bank to get the Tesla share stocks, and he had to get a certificate in his name because they wanted to keep it just in. Oh, we have it on account with you. No. So if the bank were to ever fail, he would lose his shares because the shares, although on computer they're in his account, they really belong to Bank of America. But once he gets the certificate, once you buy on Wall Street directly the shares and it comes in your name, then you can vote for it. So yes, you can go to Bank of America and you can say, I want Wells Fargo stock, and they'll send it to you and you vote. And every time there's a voting thing, you get it in the mail.
But purchasing stock, often you have a broker and you purchase it directly, and you may not get the certificates because that's a lot of movement. But when there's a shareholder meeting, you do get the proxy statement in the mail so that you can do your voting.
That is true, but it's not in a mutual fund. And then also the broker owns in some cases, actually owns your stock. And so
in a mutual fund is different. Well, no, in a mutual fund, you know that you don't actually hold the stocks because it's a basket of stocks. It could be hundreds of stocks.
And that's the point I'm trying to make with King Solomon.
And the thing is, but that's a safer investment. I don't think that should be poo-pooed because to invest in a basket of stocks is safer than just owning a single stock outright. You know what I mean? It's like don't put all your eggs in one basket.
But you're missing the point. When you do that, you surrender your power to the broker and to the bank. Interesting. Whereas King Solomon is telling you, this is what the wisdom of King Solomon in Proverbs 1:14, straight out of the gate. He's telling you, stay away from the pot.
I think if King Solomon came back today and was involved in the American banking system and the New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ and the over-the-counter markets and the pink sheets and the gray sheets and the white sheets, he might write something slightly different.
I don't think so.
I think he would. It would be something slightly different.
But the point is that when you put
there's always context to be taken into account.
When you put things in a pot, you surrender your power, and that's what King Solomon is trying to tell you. These are evil people that they're trying to say, come to the church and give us your money, and we'll build a kingdom hall.
No, when there are mutual funds today, they're called mutual funds, but there used to be things called closed-end funds. There were mutual funds that were traded on the stock exchange. Today they're called electronically traded funds. Correct. And those funds, a person who does not know how to invest in the market, who might pick just a single company that can go up or down, so 50% chance either way, if they put their money in something that is like a Standard & Poor's fund, so that it invests in 500 companies, or it might match the index. Standard & Poor's, you can do Standard & Poor's funds, but in financial sector. So, but the thing, it is a safer way. It's a safer way of investing because you don't rise and fall with a single company.
Okay, but hold on.
You know what I mean?
Zach, you're absolutely you're wrong because you're still in a pool. You're still in a pot. And there's nothing wrong with it.
What I'm saying is, when you look at the Standard & Poor's or when you look at the Dow Jones, you have never seen them drift back to zero. Even in 2020, when all those funds dropped, they quickly picked up and kept going where they were going, because they had those are companies where they're having outflows of cash and inflows, their revenues coming back, and they have earnings and they have dividends and they grow for the most part. They could fall, but generally they don't fall to zero, and they have an upward movement. That's why you always talk.
No, but that's what you don't understand what you don't understand is that
we understand is both of you guys. We understand exactly what you're saying. Because what Zach is talking about is it limits your exposure a bit more, and I understand what you're saying, Gilbert. When you're saying you don't really own the stock; it's in a pool somebody else controls.
If you don't own it, if you don't hold it, you don't own it.
I get that.
Hold it in your hand, it's not yours.
Right. I said, but if you hold it in your hands and you own it, and it's a dud and it drops from $100 a share to $5 a share, what good is that?
Right. Exactly. Correct. Now I just have one question, and this was something I wanted to ask Zachary. Zach, and I know you don't give financial advice. I was just wondering if you have a book that you. What's that?
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying no, I don't. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I know. I wasn't asking for that. I was just asking if you had a book that you really enjoyed on the topic of what we're talking about that you would recommend on finance or on investment. Really, if you ran across something that you thought was really good.
It's I did. My textbook was Principles of Investing in school. In must have been one of my first, my third or fourth semester of college. I think that,
like, if you've read anything recently.
yeah, there's a book I'm looking across the room. I've got a book. It's a thick book that's on cryptocurrency, but I think the important thing, I've been pushing this with people I know, is to get something that discusses the stock market in general, like stocks and bonds, because to learn that, it gives you the foundation for being able to move into other areas later on.
I wonder if tax-free bonds would work if the dollar is weaker.
Bonds often are have an inverse relationship to interest rates.
Mm-hmm.
So I personally was so afraid of bonds when the interest rate was 0.000, because as soon as the interest rate goes up, then the price of bonds will drop. So if you have them and that interest rate starts to go up, the bonds you have will start to drop somewhat.
Right.
Tax-free bonds, usually they have a lower interest rate on them.
Mm-hmm.
So
this has been so educational. It's 4 in the morning. I'm going to let you gentlemen finish it up. Have a good night.
Pixie, I have to say, all night long. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No,
go ahead. I was going to say,
if you come across something, write the title down, and then the next time we're all together, I'll remind you, see if you've run across anything.
Okay. And Pixie? Did Pixie go?
I'm here.
Pixie, you've been dropping things all night long, starting with sugar and cars, and then cocoa, and then there was something else. But when the brother was talking about the changes that are going to happen, like in the next 10 years, and he said sisters will be able to marry unbelievers, I wanted to, I couldn't say anything then because it was serious. I didn't want to sound like I was making fun. But because of our earlier conversation, what I wanted to say is, I wonder if you can buy futures on that. Sisters being able to marry really.
Good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
You have a good night.
You know what?
Okay.
We're laughing about that, but that's really sad, because you have tons of women who have gone their whole life without never having been in a relationship, and all that means, never having gotten married, and never having had children, because they listen to this organization. And now when the organization is about to fold up, now all of a sudden they want to take themselves out of the matrimony policing business. And I know people who've been like that, who have not gotten married, or they got married but they didn't have kids because you don't want to raise kids in this world, and it's about to come to an end, and all the rest of that. And now they're up in age with nobody to take care of them.
Yeah.
So, Zach, would that be a future or
I was going to say that again. It cut off. But say it again.
Would that be a future or shorty? Like, I'm gonna do that. I'm just shorting on that one.
I don't know how you put it into a financial statement. You know what I mean?
But the brother's right, man. That's some cold stuff. What they put the women through,
Yeah.
That is,
But wait a minute. It's not just women. It's
men
just
too,
people in general. Yeah. They're all is happening to all of them.
But the men always had much more opportunities to get married. I think somebody said it was sisters for any one brother, and if you're halfway decent looking, that goes up exponentially. Or if you have a couple bucks, that goes up exponentially. And I've seen it. I've seen really unattractive males that in the real world would never have married as good looking a sister as they married in this organization. I've seen morbidly obese guys, you know, get married. In the real world, nobody would have married them. But in the cult, it's a whole set of different rules and outcomes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and then the other thing about it is the shame factor. So a lot of them didn't get married, even if they met somebody. They didn't get married because they were shamed. And remember, Watchtower periodically would have this thing where, oh, if you're a sister and some guy at work comes up to you and he's acting all nice and, you know, make sure you reject. And that's what they would do. And now they're way up in age and they're alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's sad.
It is.
Yeah, and
it is.
It sets them up. You know, like the playing field. You know, we're supposed to have an equal. In a perfect world, we're supposed to have like an equal playing field, and unfortunately, they set the women up for failure. I always say that with Watchtower. That the field is set up, and I'm not blaming Watchtower 100% because you know some women take personal responsibility, like Zach says, but the playing field is lopsided against these women. They've got a big hurdle.
Well, that.
Yeah.
No, I said personal responsibility when it comes to getting a financial education, you know, learning more about other things. But with this thing with women, with sisters dating outside, that is kind of a rule that they have. And I'm you know how you close in the Pay Attention to the Flock book, the green one, that's the one that was in when I was a witness. In the disfellowshipping unit 5, right? Unit 5, A, B, and C. That's the part of the book you seem to use the most. But wasn't there something about you could not be disfellowshipped for dating a person who was not a witness? You could be marked. You could be marked. And let me see. If you had difficulty, like if a person committed fornication with someone who was not a believer, and that person was kept dating that person, what would happen in the judicial committee hearing? If the person did commit fornication and they were still dating that unbeliever, did it affect whether or not they would be disfellowshipped or not?
Yeah, I think he would be disfellowshipped.
Yeah.
And see, the elders that I knew, on top of it, their attitude was, we told you not to marry this person, and you did it anyway. That's why you're being disfellowshipped. And I know many instances of that.
But I'm not talking about them getting married. Yeah. I'm just saying they've committed fornication.
Yeah.
And the person they're still dating. You know, you're having the judicial committee hearing, and they're still dating. Because the elders would ask, "Are you still dating?"
Well, that would be that he doesn't have the act of repentance according to the Jehovah's Witnesses. That if he was repentant,
I would think it would be that way.
But you know what? That happened to me, and I did a video on that. That exact same thing happened to me, but because I was in the Spanish, and it just my circumstances was completely different from all of these Jehovah's Witnesses. Because you know, like they needed elders, right? You know, we're growing city, growing congregation. But when that young man, when I finally got the confession out of him, I had to yell at him, but he finally says, yeah, you know, I had sex with her. And I said, I go, doesn't it feel good getting it all out? And he goes, yeah, it feels great. But then I told him, I go, what you don't realize is that you're doing this behind this girl's, the father doesn't know about it, her mother. You're abusing this girl. And I didn't use the Bible. I pleaded to him, like, I go, look at what you've done to your family name. Here you are having sex with a girl, hiding behind, you know, her parents don't know. You're going to go have sex with her tonight, aren't you? He goes, yeah. I go, you should be ashamed of yourself. What if she gets pregnant? What if she wants to get married? So I appealed to his humanity, and he disfellowshipped himself.
So he did get his fellowship.
He says, I can't. He goes, I need to clean up my life. I go, yeah, just clean up your life. And about 2 years later, 3 years later, I saw him at a gas station, happy as can be because he's married, has twins. But but I didn't go. I did, even though it was a Jehovah's Witness and we did the fellowshipping. I appealed to him on a humanitarian level. It's like, dude, you're a player. You're not. You're destroying everything, and you know, this is not what your parents, you know, brought you up to treat women this way. Yeah. And he cleaned up his life, and he was happy as to be. And I apologized that I disfellowshipped him. You know,
were they married? Was he married to her?
He ended up marrying her, having twin kids, and he thanked me. He goes, Gilbert, because I know everything was wrong to disfellowshipping. But he goes, I had to clean up my life. I had to clean up my act. He goes, yeah, because the problem is not so much the fornication. The problem is that you're not building a foundation. And he understood it. So the other elders were like looking at me weird because I was appealing to him from a different angle. And I say this because in the Spanish, I had this liberty. Today, I wouldn't have the liberty to talk this way to people. But I had so much liberty that I'm looking back now and I'm thinking, I couldn't get away with this today in this religion. And if I was in the English congregation, I would have been on the judicial committee. The elders would be like, Gilbert, you can't do this. But we appeal to their humanity. And that's the problem with the way Jehovah's Witnesses look at sex. People have been fornicating. People have been doing homosexual acts since God knows when. Who knows when? That's not the problem. The problem is either you're building a better society, a better family, a better life, or you're just kind of like Elaine said in Seinfeld, you know, we're just playing around.
Elaine in Seinfeld.
Yeah, she says that we're just playing around. And then he goes, yeah, well, that's easy. You're both going to go to hell. And so that's the problem. Is their view of sex is like, you know, you have this magnificent tool that God gave you. What are you going to do with it? You know, are you going to make something better, or are you just going to make it worse? And that's the same thing with money or anything else. Any gift God gives you, are you using it to better mankind or not?
Yeah.
That's what I regret in my Jehovah's Witness experience. My regret is like, and I knew I couldn't do it, but I was like, man, I wish I could have done more and talk to the people this way. And well, YouTube allows me to do that, but that's like the missed opportunity. Like, man, we really missed the mark. I wanted to hit that bullseye, you know. And yeah. So
I won't go into much detail on this because I always get nervous when I'm talking about things that happen, and because these are personal experiences that people have had.
Yeah.
But one time, you know how you have young people in the congregation and they start making, you start hearing accusations about this person, that person. So we had these young sisters, you know, they were in that age where they're sort of late teens kind of age. And there were accusations starting to go around about them. You know, one time I saw them together and I thought, oh, they're together. You know, just, you know, and accusations about them and boys. And so it got to be too much. So then we had, I used to sit in the, you know, be at the Kingdom Hall. And these young sisters were able to sit on opposite sides of the Kingdom Hall. It's the weirdest thing. And they could have conversations with each other. So one would turn and look at the other, and you see her lips moving, and the other would answer, and you could see they were having conversation. They I don't know if they could read lips or what. It was a fascinating thing to see. I'll be honest with you. And so when it got, now, I was the presiding overseer. I only say that because
they were chatting before chatting, before texting.
Yeah. So yeah, it was like they were doing lit texting.
Exactly.
So
There you go.
So finally, it got to the point where we needed to meet with them, with their parents and everything. So we had this meeting at the hall, and I told the elders, and I told the families. I said, before we went, two of us would go in the room because it was like an investigation. Two elders, and we would talk to each family, one after the other. But before we got started, I told the elders, and I even told the families. I said, they are able to talk to each other from across the hall from each other.
Oh my God.
And we really do need to get at the truth. So, once you talk to one person, you don't want them to tell the other person what happened. So I asked the families, I said, can you sit separately from each other? And I told the other elders who would be up there, can you make sure that these sisters don't speak to each other? Can you please make sure they stay separate? And they shouldn't even be looking at each other because they can talk across the hall at each other. So then we start. Two of us are downstairs. I'm down there with another brother, and we're asking questions and, getting, one family and then the other family. And at some point, I had to come upstairs in the hall. And when I came upstairs, the three sisters were sitting together talking. And you want to know, that's one of those times, if you feel like you're serving God and trying to get at the truth, and the reason I say that is because the real deal in the congregation is that publishers, whether they be pioneers or not pioneers, or elders or not ministerial servants, they report on each other. Right. And if they don't see anything being handled or taken care of, it gets bigger and you have a problem. So we were trying to take care of this. And one person, it was a sister and her son, we needed to talk about him. And so she's in there with him, and we go through our 5 or 10 minutes talking to them, trying to find out, if there's any truth to anything. And then, so we're finished with them. He walks out of the room. His mother stays behind. And then she says to us, and he often lies, and he doesn't tell you the truth about anything. And I'm thinking, she waits for us to be done, and now she's telling us he wasn't telling the truth. He didn't say when he was in here. It was such a frustrating thing. It was so frustrating, the whole thing. When you think about it, it was frustrating. Okay, so that meeting ended, and nothing happened because everybody said the right thing, and we didn't find anything. And then one day, maybe about a month later, one of the young sisters, and I called them. There were three of them. I called the three sisters the Supremes.
Okay.
Because it's not it's not a put down. It's kind of like a cool name. Yeah. But when I said the Supremes, but one of them, she had recently been baptized, maybe within the year or so, and the sister who studied with her was kind of a friend of mine. It was a couple, and the sister called me up one night, one evening, and it was maybe a month and a half after that big meeting that we had, and she said to me, "Brother Zachary, do you know that a baby was born in our congregation last night?" And I said, "No." I said, "No." And she said, "So-and-so had a baby." and it was one of the sisters, and it was the one that I considered to be the most controlling one. She had a baby, so when we were talking to them, she was already pregnant,
and she wasn't showing.
She wasn't. I didn't see any signs of it, but she did end up getting disfellowshipped. Then the reinstatement time comes around. Time for her father came in and said, "When's my daughter going to be reinstated?" And so we're talking, and she's in there. We're asking her, "Has anything, everything's going okay with you? There's no fornication. You make sure of all that, and everything's fine." And about a week later, her father comes to me. Her father says, "Oh, brother, remember that thing we were talking about with my daughter?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Forget about it. She's pregnant again."
Oh, wow.
And she was well along. So she just didn't show it. She was well along. Wow. But
No,
please. So that really did happen. Here's one time Rick had on 6 screens. It was about 5-6 years ago. What's the thing that you're most ashamed of, as when you were in?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember.
I came on. I don't know if you remember when I came on, and I said, the thing I'm ashamed of is that there was a sister who got disfellowshipped. And I explained that there's documents that you have to fill out. There's like 2, back then, when I don't know what, they may do it all on computer now, but you do like there are 2 cards that should match, that have a person's name and it has the sin on it. It's just a one, it's fornication.
Yeah.
Both of those cards. And then there's a sheet where you write it up. And you're supposed to send the sheet in, and one of the cards, you send those to the society in a blue envelope. And you keep one of the cards in the file that has the manila envelope or something with the case in it, with the elder's notes and stuff. Well, when it was time to do that stuff, we didn't have any of those cards or the sheet that you send in. The card is a little index card, and then there's an 8.5 by 11 sheet that it summarizes the case. We didn't have that because there were other people there were a couple other people who had gotten disfellowshipped, and so we had no more cards. And the brothers on those cases, those chairmen, had never sent their stuff in. So the society only sends you something back when you send stuff in.
Correct.
So we didn't have any blank sheets or stuff to summarize this case on. And when we finally got them, I never got it done. And so that sister who got disfellowshipped officially,
not disfellowshipped.
She has never been disfellowshipped. Yeah.
She's technically.
But you know what? There's two things. There's 2 things that just scream out at me the whole time you've been telling this experience. One is. Okay, my phone is lost. One is education, and then the second one is Holy Spirit. One of the things that I'm going to talk about the education first. I know many instances because again, I was born and raised since the age of 3. So when you get to those teenage years, you see that sequence repeat over and over again, right? And I always said to myself, why doesn't Watchtower teach contraception? Now I know that's insane. I know a lot of people are older, but I said it's so unfair that a male can go out, he can have sex, no matter what happens he is never going to get impregnated and bring a child to birth through his body 9 months later. But the female always can. And then when she brings a child, she's going to be disciplined because there's no getting around that you must have had intimacy unless there's another immaculate conception going around here. So she's going to be disciplined. Then, I don't know if you guys have had that experience, but the brothers always look down on sisters that have had relationships, gotten pregnant, been disfellowship. Now they're reinstated. They're automatically on like tier 2 or even tier 3 when you start looking at women or sisters that you're thinking about marrying. They're like way below. They even, unless they're amazingly beautiful, they don't stand a chance of getting the top tier males. Even if the male liked her, the parents are gonna, and the elders for that matter, are gonna talk that male out of getting with that female. You don't want that. She's been touched by the world. She's been corrupted. She's got a baby. You don't want that. So she's automatically down. And I'm thinking a lot of that comes from ignorance because none of these born-ins, the males either, know anything about contraception. So unless that pull-out game is real strong, it's not going to happen. And obviously they're not being taught at home because at home is just reflecting what they're getting in the Watchtower. Second thing, talking about the Holy Spirit, I always wonder, even when I was younger, where was the Holy Spirit in all of this? Like when you were talking and you were like, the girls are telling you one thing and the guy who lies all the time. Did you ever feel as an elder, either one of you, that you felt Holy Spirit revealing things to you, or did you, or was it really just, a human thing where you're talking to people and you're trying to squeeze the truth out of them, trying to use some kind of psychological trick? Sometimes you get it out of them, most time you don't. How did you feel?
I do feel that there was one time, and it involved an elder. I felt that I'm when I say one time, I'm talking about a time that it felt strong.
Okay.
It felt strong. I'm being very serious. There was one time that it was I don't even want to go through the experience, but it was almost like something was being revealed. It involved a sister being maligned, and it was some years later, and now the truth was really coming out, and it did feel like something was revealing this strong, but it was about the brother who had gotten away with it all. And it was like, it was, if it wasn't, one would feel that it was definitely Holy Spirit, and if it wasn't, it was quite a hell of a coincidence.
Okay.
But yeah, I did feel it. It was one of those times when you're like out of your at your wit's end, and you're like, well, the sisters say if you just open the Bible to a certain scripture, and they say Proverbs or Psalms, it's really strong. And so I do that, and it doesn't make sense, and I do it again, and it doesn't make sense, and then I say, I pray, and then I say, this time, I'll do this one more time, and then I'm going to let it go. And that time I let the Bible open, and the scripture that I read was so powerful that all this worry I had and that I'm sitting there thinking about, my head hits the pillow, and I'm dead asleep within like 3 minutes.
Okay.
So that happened. And then the next day, I got a phone call from a presiding overseer from another congregation. And the phone call was about the situation, but from the sister's point of view. And, it was coming to me as the presiding overseer in the other congregation. And it just started coming to light just like that. It was an amazing thing, and I probably, if I never feel that Holy Spirit ever hit the witnesses, that one experience will be the one time, like lightning, being struck by lightning. That was at least the one time it seemed to have hit.
How about you, Gilbert?
Well, the thing is, I'm an odd case, really super odd. I mean, come on, I'm the oddest Jehovah's Witness you ever met. I'm the only one that's run for company body. But here's the thing: as a kid, what scared me to death is Jesus says, don't sin against the Holy Spirit. So I'm terrified of the Holy Spirit, but not like but so I've always lived my life like, the Holy Spirit is over here. Okay, I'm gonna walk over here. I'm just not gonna even chance it. So I always stayed away from the conversation of it. That I could because I was always had a healthy fear of not making a mistake. But never, ever since the 7th grade, I remember it. Ever since the 7th grade, I always knew God was with me. I just knew it, and I knew about the Holy Spirit. But I was always like, I'm just not going to say, how the Jews were afraid to say Jehovah, the name, the divine name. Well, I was kind of always afraid to say the word Holy Spirit, but I knew it existed, and I could feel it. I could sense certain things, but I wouldn't. I was afraid to just talk about it. But it was always in the back of my head, like Zachary was saying, like if you had a certain feeling. Yeah, in the back of my head, I would have those same feelings, and I would mention in my prayers, But I always avoided like using it as a tool or as a hammer. Yeah, I was afraid, just like the Jews were afraid to use the divine name. So I would always just rely on the
afraid of
scripture.
using Holy Spirit, you mean?
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable just saying Jesus said or the Bible says, but and I would always get upset with my brother Jesse. I always tell him, I go, they never use the Bible, because I would always be the kind of person where I was like, here we are, Jehovah's Witnesses, and we never use the Bible. But I would never talk about the Holy Spirit in conversation, and even like right now, I don't like talking about it. But I believe in it. It's just
Holy Spirit. Yeah,
I've always had a fear of it. Yeah, I've had a healthy
Hey
fear.
Zachary, he's gonna have nightmares now.
I know. Yeah. But I believe in it just as much as you do or anybody else. But I just
I understand. I understand, because I'm sure there were certain things that used to kind of give me the willy. So I totally understand. Yeah. I had a funny situation right as I was waking up. I was at the Kingdom Hall one day, and this was Saturday, and we were doing the yard work and all of that. And you know how friends will bring in coffee and refreshments. And so there was this little kid, and they told the little kid, don't eat all the donuts, because every time you saw him, he'd have a donut in one hand and a donut in the other. We didn't want him to get a stomach ache, so we said, hey, don't eat. So later on, when we sat down to take a coffee break, when we had coffee, we had no donuts. And so the Kobe says to this little boy, now we've all been seeing him eat the donuts, right? He said, did you eat all those donuts? And he said, no. He looked him right in the face. He said, no, I didn't eat all the donuts. And so he said, you didn't eat all the donuts. He said, no. And everybody that was there, they all tuned in on this, because this was going to be this showdown of how God's Spirit can reveal and move people to tell the truth and all of this kind of stuff. And this is a little kid. Okay, this is a little kid. And so the Kobe kind of folds his arm, and he gets this face as if he was some kind of Jedi master, and he's using the Force with everything in him to overcome evil. That little kid folded his arms, and he just sat right there looking at him. And so he asked him 2 or 3 more times, and he every time he said no. And so finally everybody got disinterested, and he walked away. And the Kobe, of course, was enraged to hear this little kid just wouldn't tell him the truth. And we all knew that he ate the donuts. And so I was always like, well, where's the Holy Spirit? Isn't that where the Holy Spirit's supposed to come in and motivate a person to do whatever? So anyway, I don't know why I always remembered that. But when I grew up, because again, I'm a born and raised, and when you get into those teenage years, and then you have some kids that are also born and raised, but they have zero interest in being a witness. You know, they're just there until they get out of their parents' house. And so they'd be into everything. They're smoking cigarettes, they're smoking weed, they got girlfriends, they're listening to rap, they're doing everything under the sun. And I would know what they were doing. And then elders would come to me and ask me, and I don't like that. I'm not a snitch. That's not my job to tell you what somebody else is doing. And I would always say, well, isn't the Holy Spirit supposed to reveal stuff like this? And they would just get so angry at me. Do you know something or you don't know something? It's your responsibility. I said, no, it's not my responsibility to tell what somebody else is doing. I said, you go talk to that person. If they don't tell, then that's on them. I have nothing to do with it. And I said, and besides, isn't the Holy Spirit supposed to reveal all of that? And it never did. It was always they got it out of them by hook or by crook, or they didn't. And that's why I just asked that question. I just wondered.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned like that about the kids, because I learned very early on that not everybody's cut out to be a Jehovah's Witness. So I never, right. So I never pushed it on people. I never wanted to convert people. And later on, I had a girlfriend, and she did the old, your God will be my God, Ruth and Noemi type thing. And I was like, oh hell no, you cannot be a Jehovah's Witness. I was like, no, in the back of my mind. But anyway, the point is, there was a woman, and her husband would yell and scream and throw the witnesses away. Like nobody would go visit the sister. But he loved me. And when I would visit them, he loved, and everybody said, Gilbert, why are you the only person that this man loves? And this was more than one sister. A lot of men would be like, Gilbert's okay. And it's because I never tried to convert them. I knew they were never going to be Jehovah's Witnesses. So I was always talking about their work, their profession. I would talk about things that they wanted to talk about. And a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses don't understand that. Like, dude, you can't put a square peg in a round hole. You just can't. And I think I was smart enough to understand that, but a lot of my Jehovah's Witness brothers weren't. And I think that's why a lot of people have this resentment with witnesses. It's because they can't see, like I don't like rap music, and if you're it's like you trying to make me like rap music. I'm like, dude, no matter what you do or say, I'm not going to like it. Right? I like Sinatra. And it's the other way around.
That's how I know
we're supposed to like it. Yeah, we can't force each other, and I learned that. And so I never. So I would just leave people with something good, something uplifting, and just let it go. But some people can't. They feel that they have to convert everybody. It's like, no. Yeah. And that's
you know what?
That comes in.
And on top of that, the other thing that used to drive me nuts as I got older, not in my younger years, but when I got older, again, going back to disfellowshipping. And I started speaking and having conversations with people who are disfellowship because I just wasn't afraid of elders. I don't particularly like elders. I never. After I got past being a teenager, I just didn't like them, and I didn't like them because lots of different reasons. We won't get into that. But anyway, the thing that struck me about the disfellowshipping arrangement, I couldn't support it, and one of the reasons why I couldn't support it is because to me, Watchtower treats it as a one solution. One thing solution. I don't care what the problem is, this fellowshipping is supposed to fix it. So if you have emotional problems, and there's certain people who have emotional problems, their brain does not work like every other person. They get this fellowship. How do you think this fellowshipping is helping that person? They need they need to talk to a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a therapist. Then you have a person who's dealing with addiction to whatever. So your solution is to disfellowship them as if that's going to help them deal with their addiction, and then you discourage them from getting the proper treatment that they need. Even people who are having sex. Why is disfellowshipping the only solution that you can have? Because it never works. Everybody knows this fellowshipping is there. Everybody knows if you have sex about 3 times in a row, you're going to be privately reproved, publicly reproved, and you're going to be dysfunctional. Does that stop from getting?
It makes it worse.
No.
It makes it worse.
Yeah, all of it makes it worse. And even like when we're talking about the younger sisters, like Zachary, when you're talking about the Supremes, they got pregnant. What that child needed was some love. She needed some hard talking to. She needed some education on everything from choosing the right person to be with to, not getting pregnant, how you prevent that from happening, what you're going to be doing with the rest of your life now, because now your life's altogether different. That's what she needed. But instead of receiving that, she got nothing. And so I just realized that this fellowshipping business just does not work. I can see in an extreme case like the one case that the Bible mentions where the guy is sleeping with his dad's wife. Yeah, that's like way out there crazy. I can totally get that. But also in the real world, I don't think anybody would have talked to that person anyway. They'd have been like, this person is freak nasty. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want him around my wife or my daughter. So the shunning, if you want to call it that, would have happened, organically. Didn't need to be an official, it would have happened anyway. Like we all know people that we choose not to be around because we don't agree with the way they live their life. It happens organically. You don't need to have somebody read a letter off and all that craziness. But so I just didn't agree. And the older I got and the more I saw it used, it never assists in any way. I know a sister, she must have been this fellowship at least 4 times, just back to back to back. And it was because she felt terribly alone. She just wanted to be with somebody, couldn't find a Jehovah's Witness male. I don't know if the person she was involved with was the same person. Was it always somebody different? I don't know. But it was just back to back to back. I'm like, how obvious is it that this does not work?
Yeah.
And that's why I just couldn't respect it. I'm like, this is nonsense.
You mentioned when you're a teenager, about the teenagers, the elders. This is a very common thread. My brother Jesse and I, we talk about this personally. And what happens is the teenagers, because I've noticed this when I was growing up too, the teenagers that are growing up in the Jehovah's Witness religion, they don't understand what they're saying, but deep down inside, they're saying, I've heard of a couple of say, I don't want to be a hypocrite. So it's not that you don't respect the elders, you don't respect this. Well, what happens is you're seeing things and you don't know how to put them into words. And a lot of these young kids see the hypocrisy and they don't want to live their life this way. And so then they say, well, I want to go somewhere else. But technically what they're really saying, now that we're older, we look back, is I see the hypocrisy, I see the double life, I don't want to live like this. But they don't know how to put it into words. And so they just drift away. And that's what you experienced as a kid is, you saw things and it just didn't jive with you, but you couldn't. But
there's always things that you see. I mean, I remember seeing racism. I remember seeing the preferential treatment. If you're an elder's kid, you got away with a whole lot more than a person who wasn't an elder's kid. My dad was this fellowship when I was a little boy. I didn't even know what it was. And so, I never understood for many years as a little kid growing up why, I didn't associate with the other kids at the meetings. I would hear about these little gatherings. I didn't even know what a gathering was, but I would hear about, gathering. I'm like, what is that? And so they all got together, but they would never invite me because my dad was this fellowship. And that went on all the way up into my teenage years. So yeah, you definitely see things.
Yeah, and that that shunning is disfellowshipping is like what Emerald Lagasse says. They kick it up a notch because, when I was a witness, we would say how like Congress censures people and they kick them out of Congress, or Pete Rose was kicked out of Major League Baseball. The difference is it's not an institutionalized shunning. You could still have dinner with Pete Rose. Pete Rose just cannot participate in major league functions. So that's that's where the Jehovah's Witnesses they kick it up a notch, where they and disfellowshipping, or not disfellowship, but expulsion is a better word, is proper because every organization has to have a way to expel people for, especially elders, leadership positions, for bad behavior. That's taught.
Right.
but it doesn't mean you can't have dinner with them the next day, or it doesn't mean you can't associate with that person. Yeah. Hey.
And you know what's interesting? I've been dying to make this comment on Six Screens, but I had dinner with my mom today, so I missed it. And then last show, I couldn't get in. But there was something that stuck out to me that I have not heard anybody else comment on. And this was this last section of changes about the slacks, and you can speak to somebody at the Kingdom Hall and all of that. There was a part in there too where they talked about parents with disfellowship kids under the age of 18. And as soon as I heard that, my ears kind of perked up, and because I have a special place in my heart for these witness kids because I was one,
Yeah.
And they were talking about, and I can't get the exact wording to come to my mind right now, but basically it was saying that, the parents are going to administer discipline and watch, the elders are just going to kind of back up whatever it is that the parents are saying. Now, I guarantee you what's going to happen is you're going to see Watchtower lessons and more so those god-awful videos and all of that, where they're going to be showing the parents how you go about, shunning, if you will, your under 18-year-old disfellowship child that lives at home. And it's going to be stuff like, well, if you're sitting down at the family dinner table and you're discussing spiritual things, would it really be wise or appropriate to bring your invite your disfellowship child down to have a meal with you? And of course, they'll say it in such a way that parents will say, "Oh yeah, we can't do that." So now you're isolating your own kid at home. What about going out for an event, to the movies or to dinner? Would it be appropriate to invite your disfellowship under 18 child? Other witnesses might be there. Oh, is that gonna stumble them? Or are they going to get they'll come up with ways that they're going to teach the parents how to shun their own children at home. And I have not heard anybody comment on that. I've been trying to comment on that. As soon as I heard that, you guys are the first ones I got a chance to tell that to. But did you guys walk away with that same impression?
But the dynamics have changed. Let me give you an example. And I don't know how it works right now, but everyone is just marking a checkbox. So you really don't need to disfellowship anybody anymore. I don't know how you can disfellowship somebody if they just check a box.
You know what I'm saying? You're talking about the one for showing you were in the ministry that month.
Exactly. Yeah. So are you going to have a judicial committee? And I don't think don't you think they want to get away from the judicial committee because that creates?
I think they want to get away from it because they've lost so many people, and they know that these elders, as you just said, Gilbert, when you said kick it up a notch, these elders have kicked it up a notch. They've been disfellowshipping people left and right, where there's times when they could have been merciful or lenient, giving people chances, and maybe the person wouldn't have been kicked out. But I'm interested to see what you have to say exactly. Did you hear that part, and did that stick out to you as well when they talked about the elders?
I did hear that. I did hear that.
Okay.
I did. Okay. I did. And
you did?
My thoughts. Yes, I did. My thoughts on that whole thing is that usually when the witnesses come out with something, when they come out with something like that, so major, so big, there's the initial announcement, and then there's the cleanup one.
Yeah.
The one where they explain, well, this is how it's going to be done. That's how it's going to be done. There was a thing that wasn't so big. It had to do with circuit assemblies. When they were sometime in the 80s, they were kind of supposedly simplifying stuff. And they said there would only be one circuit assembly a year. And then they said there could be a special event. And a special event was a thing that you would have infrequently. It would be just maybe for a few hours even. And so when they said we're going to have one circuit assembly a year, and then you can have a special event, that sounded too loose to me. And that's what it turned out to be, because what they ended up doing is that's when they introduced the special assembly day. And the special assembly day wasn't exactly an option like a special event used to be. So they said one circuit assembly a year, and that's what it sounded like. And you can have a special event, but when they put it in practice, it was one circuit assembly a year and one special assembly day a year. So it wasn't free and optional. It became like a 2-day circuit assembly and a 1-day circuit assembly every year. Correct. And that's how I see that. The whole idea of being able to say something to this fellowship person, I think there's more of an explanation that's going to come behind that.
But we haven't seen the rest of it yet. There's more to come.
Right. And it might be to restrict some of this freedom that they put out there. It'll be.
But you know what's interesting to me? It sounded so, because we all know that the decision came in with Norway, and then that immediately they come out with all of these changes. And it just seemed to me that these changes were so rushed that they don't even have them thought out yet. They have no idea how they're going to roll all this out. How do you limit what the beard is going to look like? I mean, I know what they're going to do. They're going to have the videos. People will have beards. They'll all look exactly the same, the way witnesses look anyway. And that's their way of communicating to you. This is about how long your beard should be. Then, with respect to the women, sisters wearing pants, they'll put those in dramas, so you'll get you can only wear the pants unless it's 50 below zero, or you don't have a part, and definitely don't wear them to the memorial or the assemblies. So they have their ways of communicating, but it was just obvious to me that this was so rushed and ill thought out in terms of how they're going to do the execution that they couldn't provide any details because they don't have them yet.
I'm going to get ready. I'm going to go. I just want to say this, Gilbert, that thing about something you had mentioned earlier about our posterity. I actually used to use that in the public talk, and I think the name of it was something like Decide for Divine Rulership Now. I used to read the preamble of the Constitution, and in there it did talk about our posterity. Yeah, I would say the right thing. I did actually use that, and there was something else I wanted to say about. I made a statement about the one time this Holy Spirit seemed to be working, and one might say it's like a lightning strike. I just want to say I have been struck by lightning, literally. Yeah.
Oh wow!
I had,
That's how you got to be so smart.
No, that's smart.
Let me go outside right now on a rainy day. I need some extra brain power.
So I'm pretty safe. I've had my lightning strike. You know, it doesn't happen twice in one lifetime. But it was a goofy thing because while I was in college, I was also going to music school for piano lessons, and my piano teacher gave me 2 tickets to a former student of hers who was now professional, and it was a piano recital. A duo piano recital, 2 people together. They were duo pianists. So they played on 2 pianos, 2 separate pianos, but they played together, one composition. And so it was really raining, and I took my mother with me so that my mother could see. I wanted her to see I'm not the world's greatest pianist or anywhere near it. You need to see real people playing the piano. So, but we were crossing the street, and it was raining, thundering, and lightning. And I was holding an umbrella, and it lit up like the daytime right where we were standing, and something hit my wrist, and it felt like
Holy Spirit.
When you,
That's why I
but
afraid of it.
It felt like it was in more of a destructive role at that point in time. But you know how if you take a magnifying glass and hold it with the sun and it hits your skin.
Yep. Oh yeah.
That it was like it felt like that just for a split second, and I saw something go like into my wrist, and I didn't think anything of it much. And my mother jumped, and she jumped into me, and then she made the statement. I would have almost ignored it. She said, "That stunned you, didn't it?" And that was her term that she used when somebody got struck by lightning. She said she saw this something happen too, and she said, "That stunned you, didn't it?" And that was my confirmation. Oh yeah. But what I tell is, I think a spark came from a major bolt. Just a spark came and hit me in the wrist. But my mother saw it too, so I had confirmation. I never asked her, what did it look like to you? Was there like a big thing there with my wrist or what? But I did feel it. Yeah.
But
So
you know
there
what?
you have it.
Think about that. I'm just going to say this really quickly. That was the other point. If you guys, when we were talking about prosperity, Watchtower, of course, would have been better off if they let people go to college and impose the equivalent of a tithe, right? They'd have more money. But do you guys remember how Mr. Farron always says, Watchtower tells you before they tell you? Do you guys remember that talk not too long ago from Loesch where it was all about tithing? And I've been waiting for them to double back on that. And I'm like, are they foreshadowing that they're going to set up tithing or something equivalent thereof? And then I don't know if the Norway thing hit and then they had to, drop and immediately jump onto that or not. But that's another thing we can be looking out for in the future. Are they going to try to impose some kind of tithing?
If it were me, I would just go subscription based, JW.org. If you're an elder, you got to pay $50 a month, access the website, and because they put a lot of money on that website. At the library, anybody that knows, it costs a lot of money to have libraries and all that other stuff, and you can even do dating sites on the JW.org, and allow the public in at $10.
Don't give them ideas. They're listening.
Yeah. But because think about it, you got 7 million. Let's just say 6 million Jehovah's Witnesses. Let's just say 5. But if you can get $10 to $50 a month on subscription, and I mean, you're getting Jesus at a steal. I can have Jesus and Jehovah for $50 a month. I mean,
don't forget you can buy the Trump Bible for $59.99. And then you got a nice little embossed flag with stripes and stars.
Right. Yeah. Well, before we kick it up again, I'm going to say goodnight. I just wanted to mention that, Zachary, when you were talking about prosperity, it occurred to me that of tithing, but they haven't doubled back to it yet. So if you guys hear them double back, let me know. It's like Farron says, they don't tell you stuff without they tell you before they tell you.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen.
Well, okay.
Great night, but I should say good morning.
Yeah. Good talking with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and it's 5:08. Everybody get to sleep.
Yeah.
All right. Good. I'm still going to say good night. Okay. Good night. All right. Bye-bye.
Good night, Zach. All right. Who's left here, man? Everybody's gone. Everybody's gone. The GB, the governing body, would never stay up this late to talk to the sheep. Isn't that sad? But in Rick Barron's world, people stick around to talk to you night owls because you got Jehovah on your mind. Jehovah on my mind. But nobody sticks around to talk to you unless you're on the 6 screens of the Watchtower. So, should we yell and scream and try to wake Rick up so he can turn off the show? Or should we just let it ride into he'll probably wake up like at 7 Eastern time. And then maybe he'll do that. But everybody is off the phone line. And only those of you went, oh, we have one. We have a fish.
Hey.
We're fishers of men here at the 6 Screens. So,
Yeah. What's going on? It's Aaron. Is it
Oh.
only me and you now?
I'm in Mountain Standard Time, but so Aaron, what neck of the woods are you from?
Delaware, East Coast, USA.
Oh, okay. Do you have a brother named Moses?
He's a bit older than me, but yeah, about 5,000 years older.
About 5,000. Okay. Oh, so you're that guy. You're the one with the iPad on his chest.
I suppose.
Yeah, remember that Aaron guy that had that? It looks like an iPad, huh? Amazing. So what do you got, Aaron?
Well, I'll tell you, I've been working every Saturday now for the past, I don't know, month or so, because I drive for Lyft now. Quit my job about a month and a half ago, and I never looked back. And I'm much happier now than I was then. But I did not expect to work for 10.5 hours tonight, come back, and this show to still be running.
Wow. Now, is the sun up where you're at or no?
Not yet. No, it'll be up probably about an hour and a half from now or so.
That's when it gets busy because of the airport. The airport runs, right? You do a lot of airport runs from the hotels to.
Well, since I live in Delaware, I mean, I mainly just do drop off in that area. I don't really drive. I don't really do pickups there because it's kind of too far from home.
How close are you from the bridge that collapsed?
That's the Francis Scott Key Bridge, right? Baltimore. Yeah, Baltimore is about an hour and a half from here.
Oh, okay. That's right.
I did a JW meetup with Joe and Fran there 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I've met them down in Phoenix. Yeah, they're nice people, man. The thing with Joe and Fran is they're identical to what you see on TV. So it's like when you see them, it's like it's not like a shock or one way or the other. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was almost, to my mind, it was almost like meeting a celebrity.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so you're a Lyft driver, XJW. You XJW?
Yes, I was in for 22 years of my life, I guess. The first 22 years.
I can.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. Did you marry a JW, or did you find yourself a hot woolly chick?
I did end up getting married at 20 and divorced at 26.
Oh man, kids with her or no? Oh man,
no kid. I never had any kids. Not up until now, and I'm almost 41.
Oh wow. Yeah. So, is your ex-wife, is she still Jehovah's Witness or no?
As far as I'm aware, she is.
You see, she loved Jehovah more than she loved her husband.
Well, she probably would have still be with me if it wasn't for the divorce. But
well,
I wasn't that good of a husband when I was in my 20s because, well, I went straight from my parents' house to living a married life. So I never experienced life on my own at all, and it wasn't a good fit for me.
Yeah, and most people get divorced because they all have the common driving force for divorce is marriage.
Right.
When I got married, no, just kidding. I was a little joke there, but yeah. So you're happy being on your own. I've heard different things about Lyft and Uber drivers. Some people love it, and some people just they just. But you seem to be happy.
Yeah, it's good because as a Jehovah's Witness, all of my back then, most of my friends and everything was in the organization, and when I left that, the only people I really kept up with after that was people I met at work and other places, but that wasn't that many. So now I've just had such a hard time meeting people that being a Lyft driver is really good for me, because I can just meet people and there's really no strings. I just take them from point A to point B, but on the way we get to have nice conversations. So, it's pretty nice.
HBO had a TV show, and it was called Confessions of a Taxi Cab Driver. And so, depending on how you manage the conversation as a driver, you could become like a Catholic priest and hear all of these people confess crazy stuff to you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of people just like to talk and vent and stuff like that, and it happens regularly.
Mm-hmm. So you could say that we're the Lyft drivers of the extra Jehovah's Witnesses here on the six screens late night, because we do a Watchtower should have, like, if I was working at Watchtower, because I'm supposed to be working there, I'm GG for GB, I ran for governing body, but they wouldn't let me in my offices. But here's the thing, Watchtower has telephone lines, but no one's manning the telephone. People need a call. People have a lot of questions, but Rick Barron is doing the job that, like you said, you check back in and people are still here, taking care of the sheep. So do you have questions? Like, what's bothering you? Like, why are you listening to Six Screens? You just want to keep up with the news, or do you want to confess? You want to confess something? Because it's Easter.
It's mainly just keeping up with the news. The news that the Watchtower doesn't want us talking about.
And so, what about today? Today's Easter. So, you going to do anything, or do you have anything planned?
No plans right now. But I haven't taken very many days off lately, so maybe I'll just do that and kick back a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, go to a church. You can go to a nice, Asian church. And just say that you're interested in learning the language. You need to find Jesus. You looking for Chinese girl? Get out.
Speaking of that, I was with a Chinese girl for about 5 to 6 years. A few years ago.
How was your guys' like language barrier?
Well, she speaks English, and she's Americanized. She's been here for quite a number of years now, and she's a nice person, but I don't think she ever really fully understood the ex-Jehovah's Witness background that I would try to tell her about.
Oh, okay.
It seemed like she was almost insensitive about me towards it when it came to certain things.
And so it just didn't work out, or?
Well, I guess we just wanted to go in different directions in our lives. So yeah, pretty much it didn't work out.
Yeah, and a lot of Chinese people I've noticed that they really, really have an attachment to money, and a lot of it has to do with extreme poverty, and it affects people differently. And Americans have not seen the extreme poverty that some of these people from different countries have seen.
Not yet, but they will.
Yeah, but they will, correct. But the point is that, it does affect like when you say going different directions. Some put a value, and some Americans will say, well, it's really not as valuable as you think it is. But when you have different backgrounds, and you view things differently from different angles, I could totally understand.
Right.
Because I know, I have some Chinese girlfriends and stuff, and I've noticed that about them. They're really preoccupied about money. They're constantly worried about it because it's always in their conversation. And but I don't judge them, negatively for it. I'm just saying I understand their background, because my aunt, my mom and dad, they're from Mexico, and they came to the United States, and my aunt also, and they saw they were down close to Mexico City when they were babies, and they saw extreme poverty. They witnessed it, And so my aunt, I mean, she'll store food, and then, you know, and my cousin has to go and says, "Mom, this thing has been in your pantry for 5 years." You know, they're hoarders because in their mind, they think that there's going to be a day where there's not going to be any food. But it has to do with in their growing, when they were babies, they experienced this, and so yeah, I can understand you having this problem with a girlfriend. Yeah, maybe a Mexican woman would be better for you.
Oh yeah, you know, I mean, I like Mexican and Latina women, but
yeah.
Matter of fact, I dropped one off tonight. That was she was pretty interesting, but she didn't want to really talk or anything, so I just dropped her off, and that was it.
Now, most women are like their mother Eve, and they love to hear lies. They just love it. So, like as a Lyft driver, you can just come up with some doozy lies, and you know, like say this is your second job, your first job is this, you know, and get a reaction on these women. Like if the bigger the lie, the more interested they're going to be in you. You know what I mean?
That's an interesting proposal.
Yeah, because I mean, look, Eve, you know, she just loved that lie, you know. She fell for hook, line, and sinker, you know. And,
indeed.
Yeah, so that's and I know some women might be listening to this and they'll get upset and offended, but if they just raise up their right hand and says, "Hi, my name is so and so, I'm a woman, and Eve is my mother, and you know she loved the lie, and I this is my weakness," and well, you know they can openly confess their sins, you know, and their shortcomings, and
well, the governing body likes lies too, especially Gerald. What's his name? Gerald Jackson. Jeffrey Jackson. He went up there and said he said a bold-faced lie when they asked him at the Australian Royal Commission. Right? He told a couple of them.
Well, he said, "Well, that would be preposterous." What is it? That would be yeah. No, that would be presumptuous of us to say that we're God's own child. And but see, that's why the confession is so important. And being that today's Easter Sunday, it's good to confess. And that's one thing that, as Jehovah's Witnesses, you were never taught the reason why you should openly confess your shortcomings and your sins. And it doesn't mean you have to do it on YouTube, but you have to do it at least in your bathroom when you look at yourself in the mirror. You have to just say it, and whatever it is that you're doing wrong, you just have to tell yourself. You have to get in that habit of saying, "No, I suck." And you just say it, whatever it is. But at least because you break that Jehovah's Witnesses were never taught you to do that way, and you can never become a better version of yourself if you don't recognize your errors.
Right. True that.
Yeah, that's why Easter is really good. You know.
Yeah. So if I had a chance to call in to earlier to the JW World News, I was going to mention a little experience I had last week with after the memorial on Sunday night. So
did you go to the memorial?
Well, no, but I went out to work after it.
Okay.
Or maybe a little bit during it, and you know, about an hour into my shift, I got a pickup at the Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
And it was around 8:30, so they were letting out at the time. So I went there. I sat there, waited for the person to come. Her name was Patricia. I didn't know her from when my time as a JW. I wish it was someone that I had known, but unfortunately it wasn't. But so she got in the car, and somehow, you know, she mentioned that, well, we had our memorial tonight, and I said, yeah, you know, I'm aware of what that's all about. And she's like asking me, oh, you know, are you studying or whatever? And I was like, no, I just said, I'm just aware of what's going on in the witnesses or whatever I said. And it was just it was a conversation that I tried to mention a lot of the things that, you know, about the beard. So first I asked her if there was any women, or if there was any women in slacks there. She said that well, I know I saw one coming out personally that was in slacks, but she said maybe she saw one or two, and I said, she says, oh yeah, there's some men with beards in there and all that. And then so we started talking about the changes, and I said, well, it's kind of strange how Tony Morris got removed, and then all of a sudden now they appointed these two new governing body members, and now all of a sudden these rapid changes are happening. She didn't want to hear that.
Yeah.
She was
That's
just
right.
she was just saying, oh, Jehovah's Chariot is moving forward, et cetera, et cetera. She was just spouting the jargon that they're taught to say.
No, Aaron, you were telling me that Patricia, your Uber customer, your Lyft customer, told you that Jehovah's Chariot is moving forward.
Something to that effect. Yeah, yeah. She was very, very indoctrinated, very brainwashed, and very repetitive of what she hears from the platforms and reading in their publication. And so I said, well, no, she was an older lady. Well, she was a good-looking older lady, put it that way.
Oh, okay.
But I think I might have mentioned too. If you don't do any research outside of the confines of this organization, you can't really gain a perspective and become a critical thinker. So, yeah, and it was.
Well, there went your tip. Yeah, she. I'm not gonna. I don't expect a tip after all the things that you were saying.
No, but she did tip me though. She tipped me like $4 or something.
On top of that, she tipped you. Damn.
Yeah, well, maybe I planted some seeds that would help her to wake up later. You never know, right?
Now you took her home?
Yeah, from the memorial.
Now you know where she lives. Now, in this Kingdom Hall.
Yeah, I guess.
In this Kingdom Hall, was that your Kingdom Hall too, or no?
No, it was a different one. I don't think I had been to that one.
Mm-hmm. And at any time did she feel that you were like an apostate, or no?
She didn't say so, but who knows whether she was thinking that or not. But I don't really consider myself to be that. I just
correct.
I'm not actively, or let's say according to their definition of what an apostate is, I'll say I'm not
like
actively doing what Rick does, like actively promoting, talk against the witnesses. Maybe I am. I don't know, but
like me, I ran the governing body with Jehovah's Witnesses, right? GG for GB. You can get my voting ballot. No, really, you can vote for me as governing body member in Russian, in French, in German, in Italian, in Portuguese, and Spanish, and English on ggforgb.com. And I flew airplanes over the convention telling them to vote for me as governing body. So that I would be an apostate. You're just a fader. You're somebody who just.
But I still believe in. No, I disassociated myself from the JWs, but I still.
No, but in Patricia's mind. In Patricia's mind.
Right, but I didn't tell her that I used to be a witness. And all. I didn't tell her. I just told her, I'm someone who keeps up with what's going on in the organization. That's exactly how I said it. So.
Yeah. So she,
But
so
like as far as
I would think, she thinks you're just a fader. You're somebody who faded out.
Possibly, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what it sounds like.
But I mean, I still respect Christianity, and I still, I still believe in what's in the Bible and God and all that. So in that respect, I'm not an apostate because I haven't left Christianity.
So what do you think? What are the odds? Like in the movie Casablanca, when Humphrey Bogart is drinking and he slams his fist on the table and he goes, "Of all the towns and all the gin joints and all the world, she knocked into mine. She watched into mine. She walked into his bar." So, of all the places that you could have been called to at 8:30 in your town, why do you think he got called into the Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses? You think it was coincidence or divine?
I don't know whether to place it on fate or coincidence or kismet or what.
Well, yeah, because earlier we were. Huh?
I mean, I think it's just something that happened because I was in the area, and people need rides. I mean, that's all it is. That's what it's all about.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, at nighttime, if you ever listen to Coast to Coast with George Norrie, and he's the UFO guy, way back, Coast to Coast has been going around for like 30 years or so, 40 years in AM radio, and he always says there's no such thing as coincidences.
Right.
So I don't think what happened was a coincidence. I think whether it was for your benefit or her, or for, what was that girl's name again? Stephanie or Jennifer? Patricia, yeah. Patricia. Now, if you still remember Patricia's name, it must have really left an effect on you.
Well, yeah, because that was unexpected. I remember every ride that I've done that was weird and unexpected. Not just that one.
But you don't remember everybody's name.
I remember a lot of them.
You do?
I've done 450 rides in a month and like 5 or 6 weeks.
Oh, okay. So you're like one of those people that are good with names. Okay, that's very good. That's real good. I'm not. That's one of my weaknesses. I know I need to work on it. Like, that's why I mentioned your name, Aaron, a couple times, just because I have to try to remember.
Right.
But some people are just good. Patricia. But wow, I think, because like when I do my videos in GG for GB, I always say, give me a thumbs down. Make sure you don't don't subscribe, because I don't believe. Yeah, really, I do that, and I say because I don't believe in the Google algorithm. I believe in the Holy Spirit, and I believe if you're meant to see one of my videos, if you're meant to hear me, it's going to happen, and if not, you'll go somewhere else. And so, using that same logic, I really think the stars aligned, and she clicked the button on lift, and some angel was there saying, "Hey, man, we got to do this," And you're right. Some seeds were dropped. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah, she probably doesn't know who.
Sorry.
She probably doesn't even know who Anthony Morris is, because it is a known fact that.
Well, yeah, she did know. She did know, and she tried to argue with me about that point, but she eventually did have to concede that he was removed. She was trying to say, she was trying to brush it under the rug and say, oh no, he wasn't removed. He's and she was like, he's still a Jehovah's Witness. And I said, no, I'm not arguing that fact. I say I know he's still a witness, but the thing is, he was removed from the governing body. He didn't step down voluntarily. And I was trying to tell her that, and she didn't want to hear it.
Well, see, this is very, very interesting. The reason why I say it is because it's a known fact. It's a known fact that ex-Jehovah's Witnesses know 1,000 times more about the Jehovah's Witness religion than they do.
Yep.
I mean,
exactly.
You can get 10 Jehovah's Witnesses, active pioneers, publishers, and I would say 2 or 3 of them might know who Anthony Morris is. Maybe they just don't know, and they I'm sure they watch the videos, but they don't remember his name. They just maybe. Yeah.
Another thing she said too that I've just remembered is that she said, his videos are still up on the JW.org website. And I said, for now, they are. Some of them are for now. But how long are they going to be up? Right? Am I right about that?
No, you're right, because that's what see, birds of a feather flock together. That's what the communists do, is they call purging. They start purging people out of their existence, like if they never existed. They purge you from.
And Watchtower has done that over and over again over the years.
Yeah, because they're communists in nature. It's the same thing. One world government. Disfellowshipping. It's all straight out of the Communist Handbook, and so they're of the same feather. They do things identical to each other. It's just they call it different names.
Right.
Wow. Now, did she give you her number?
No. Nope. Not at all. She's too old for me. So why would she?
Well, if you give me her address, I can mail her the voting ballot. No, but then she'll call Luke, and then she'll get you into trouble and all. Nah, it's not worth a can of worms. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. Yeah, she'll say that you're stalking her or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you know what? But you know what? It would be interesting, like if sometime this week you run into her again, because if she's a Lyft driver, a user, she might use it again for something else. And I'm telling you, man, if it happens again, you got to be on good behavior, because then the stars are aligning. You know, there's something happening behind the scenes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the thing is, you know, it's really hard to get the same person twice by trying to do that. Like you can get, I've had the same person on different occasions by chance, but if you're trying to do it, you probably won't get it to happen. So
correct.
I can be in that area. I can be in that area, but you might get another driver that's in the same distance away as me. You know, you just never know.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying, or you know, she might get a lift and she goes to Target, and then and then you might be over there. But what I'm saying is if it does happen in the near future, I'm telling you, man, there's no such thing as coincidences, and you got to be like sharp in your best behavior. Don't push it, you know.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, the best thing that we can do, in our experience as the veteran apostates that have been doing this for ages, you know, for lots of years, is the more they talk, the better.
Yeah.
Like if you could ask questions like you were doing, but the more that they're the ones talking, like, you know, what happened after Morris? They start, the more they yap, the bigger the hole they're making for themselves.
Because they're trying to convince themselves that what they're saying is right?
Yeah.
I would imagine. Yeah.
And they see it, they're like, dude, this mental gymnastics is very hard on my brain. But if you're the one doing all the talking, it's easy for them to just dismiss you. But if you're just if you're the other way around and you're like, I ask questions and let them talk, they're going to be like, wow, that was a workout trying to justify, you know, this Bible teaching. Yeah. So how long have you been listening to the Six Screens?
Well, regularly, probably, I don't know, a year or two, but I've known about Rick for more than 18 years because I had his, and I've said this before when I called in, but I had his judicial hearing that he recorded with a hidden tape recorder inside of a book. I had that back when I was living at home, and that's when the last time I lived at home was when I was 20. So that was 20 years ago. Yeah.
Wow, you remember? You have good memory. Wow.
Oh, I still have the very same MP3 file. I never got rid of it, and I still listen to it.
Wow. That's
yeah,
awesome.
Rick is one of the OGs in the XJW space, and he's been around for a long time.
Oh yeah. Rick covered us when Rick was on assignment with us. He was covering our protest when we did it in Warwick. We took it to Warwick's front door, and he didn't participate in it, but he did better. You know, he did a full news report on it. Yeah. So, and we did the actual the protesting and stuff. But he was there, we were protesting and everything. He was there, with the cameras and recording everybody. Yeah, he was doing a good job. And
wow.
That's that's what I really liked about it. It's like because we never thought about it. We just went and protested. But if it wouldn't have been for Rick, we wouldn't have had the documentation that we wish we had today. But the other thing is, is there a favorite show that you have outside of JW World News? Like, do you tune in on Sunday?
I do catch the Sunday programs sometimes, like the Christian Court and other ones. It's interesting to listen to those things, for me.
No, but what I'm saying is, did you have an all-time, Johnny the Bethelite in the 18 years? I mean, is there something that for callers that stand out?
Well, ironically, I wasn't around, during listening to Six Screens back when those people were actually on the air, but
Yeah.
I do know about Raven Giuliani, probably the most controversial Six Screens call that ever happened. That Rick just happened to mention it one time on the show about a month ago, or maybe more than that now. He mentioned it, and I said, "What's up with this Raven Giuliani?" She was talking about the fact that she was satanic ritual abuse happened to her when she was a kid in the Watchtower. I don't know if you heard about this story.
Yeah, that was big. That was
Yeah.
huge.
Yes. Well, it got me so interested in Rick talking about it that I wanted to look it up. So it just so happened that it was no longer on the Six Screens of the Watchtower website. I don't know if he's since put it back up, but I was able to find it through the Wayback Machine. And I downloaded it and I listened to it. It's a 3-hour show and it's riveting.
Wow.
Completely riveting.
Yeah, I just me personally, I don't get into that stuff. Like, it's like when people do the satanic stuff or the Illuminati stuff, I'm like, yeah, it's way above. But I'm glad other people do because they're able to catch things. They're pretty insightful. And,
yeah, well, that show was back in 2008 and a long time ago. And even Barbara Anderson was grilling Raven during that interview with questions, and Barbara was sharp, man. She was sharp.
Well, now fast forward to 2024, when you see what's happening with Jeffrey Epstein, when you see what's happening with P. Diddy, P. Diddy, and then Cat Williams is talking about T.D. Jakes and P. Diddy, best boyfriends. It makes you wonder, like now what this girl was saying, about Watchtower. I believe every conspiracy now. Yeah, I believe it all. It's like.
Well, do you know how the term conspiracy theory was originated
something
from?
about the CIA to cover all of the people that JFK.
It was. Yep, that's exactly what it was. It was 1982 was the first year it was mentioned. Yeah.
We didn't kill JFK. You're a conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. It's what I'm trying to say is that in 2024, because of everything's happening in the world, these what everybody considered salacious allegations. Well, they may be untrue, but the evidence is saying that no, maybe there is some truth to this.
Right.
And then when you see the demonic images in Watchtower literature, that is plain as day, the subliminal images. I mean, plain as day. You can see it. You don't need a mirror. You can see it on some of the stuff. I have it on one of my YouTube pages, and it's the demonic images, and you see it, and people are in denial, but the point is so nobody gets fired, nobody gets disfellowship for this, they just keep moving along, and then this woman is saying these things about satanic rituals. Yeah, well, what am I supposed to believe?
Right.
I mean, what am I supposed to believe? I have to give her the benefit of the doubt.
They say that you believe one side and you listen to both sides, and the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? So.
Yeah. And then you open up a Watchtower magazine, or you get all these books, and then you see the goat images everywhere. Satan and the goat things, because you get those mirrors. You see those videos with the mirrors. You get a mirror, like a glass, a square glass, a rectangular glass, and you put it at these images. You put it in these images. All you have to do is on YouTube type Watchtower subliminal images. You'll see different videos. And you're like, holy shit, these are satanic images. And then the penis and the penis and the songbook, and then and so what I'm saying is, these allegations no longer seem far-fetched.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, somebody else on the line or what?
I don't know. I think it's just you and me.
Nah, there's more people on, man. They just,
They're probably just listening. Yeah.
Yeah. Or they probably feel they don't want to talk because they've been disfellowshipped and they don't know if it's okay for them to call in. But
I
it's
wonder
Easter
if Grace.
Sunday.
I wonder if Grace from Sweden might be kind of snooping and listening, but not wanting to say anything. I hope she's listening.
Yeah, but it's Easter Sunday, so if you're disfellowship, we can talk to you on Easter Sunday. Yeah. And this is a place where Six Screens where disfellowship people can speak. Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm still a Jehovah's Witness. I mean, I never been disfellowship, even though I did all the things. Even though I did all the things that I did, and I'm still bearing witness of Jehovah and his organization.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Hello.
So, yeah. Speaking of disfellowship, Jehovah's Witnesses, we got Pixie on the line. No, just kidding. Hey, Pixie, were you ever disfellowship, Pixie?
No.
No.
My dad said, "Leave my family alone."
Alone.
Wow.
A real man.
Yeah.
I heard this new topic, and I had to get out of bed and come back to the phone.
Yeah. What was the topic?
Well, you were talking about that girl on that video.
Satanic ritual abuse.
Yeah.
Raymond Giuliani. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating interview.
I have not listened to it, but I had two things to share.
Mm.
When I was a young little star, the golden child of the Kingdom Hall, in my young years, in my party dress, I remember one year my dad taught me how to look into a fire and scry.
And
Do you know what scrying is?
I've heard it, but the term escapes me. The meaning escapes me.
S-C-R-Y-E. How do you spell it? Scry. S-K? Scry.
And that is a kind of old-fashioned seeing. Before they had television, people used to do that.
Wow.
And if you listen to Marcus Vaughn, when he was at Bethel, I listened intently to this. He met a young man there who had a sister that was a witness, who worked at Bethel but lived off-site in a house. Some of the doctors and lawyers do, and this particular family did. And at meetings, this young man it sounded like he was doodling. Well, he told Marcus, "I'm not doodling. I'm automatic writing." And this whole family, and this was at Bethel. And this young man and his sister and his family lived off-site at Bethel, but worked at Bethel. And Marcus said, "Well, that sounds, like kind of occultish and stuff." And he said to Marcus, "They leave us alone." So there's a thread within the Watchtower of some of this. Again, I've not listened to the woman's interview. I will. But there was one time when they were asking for impressions or prophecies and things from people in the old days, like 150 years ago and stuff. So there's a thread of this within this organization that goes way back.
Well, check this out, because this is a true story. There's a group of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, and it was called anointedjw.org or something like that. Something. But anyways, they were making a great case back in like 2016 where eating of the bread and the wine was all the rage on YouTube, and then the Australia. Every year there's different topics that dominate the conversation. But anyways, then they would say, well, if you like this information, go to this website, and they called it Faith Sons of God. And then if you like that, then they took you to another website called The Christ Experiment. And what these people are, I really believe they were like writers for Watchtower, because one, they were poor, they had no money, and number two, the writing ability was great, but they believed in the book, the Urantia book. Now, going back to what you said about that couple, I mean that girl, the Urantia book was like in the 1800s, mid 1800s. The same with all those crazy people that were coming about in the 1800s. And so this book was alleged, was written by a man who was having like a seance every Saturday or Sunday, and then everybody his partners would write everything down because the spirits were speaking to him, and they would write. And the reason it took off back in the 1800s is because they would talk about like solar systems and galaxies and things from the outside, universe, solar system. And so a lot of people were intrigued by that. But at the end of the day, and now the Urantia book is like the Bible, where it has the book of Matthew chapter 12 verse whatever. That's how they quote it. So if you go to the Christ Experiment, they quote the Urantia book when they talk about Jesus, and like if it were a Bible. But the point is that the Urantia book also got famous because it allegedly gave you the inside scoop on a lot of things, like when Jesus was 16 years old, when he was 8, just like a lot of extra inside baseball,
like Apocrypha.
Correct, exactly. But the problem is that everybody knew, and it was they even admitted that this guy was receiving it from angels via like a seance. And their claim to fame is that, well, they were good angels trying to help the people. But these people now started their own religion. It's called the ChristExperiment.org, and they took a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses with them. So going back to what you were saying,
this is maybe why my California friend asked me if I'd read that book, and I said no.
Yeah, and they're out of California, and they have a theocratic ministry school. They have a school they call it the School for Evangelizers, and they have an app. So just like Jehovah's Witnesses have an app, they have an app. But the reason they have an app is that way you can meet other Urantia followers. And so like if you're like, oh, there's a Urantia follower in San Diego, and they're based out of like San Diego area, and but their writing ability is so good that and they're poor, they have no money. I'm thinking, who can write of this caliber of writing? And they also write in French. And who can do this? Who can do this and not have no money? Well, somebody working in the writing department in Watchtower land.
Well, the crazy thing was that when Marcus Vaughn talked about this, these people that were doing the automatic writing were insiders at Bethel that had a house. And only the doctors and lawyers mostly get a house.
Correct. So
but this couple and family.
So going back with the Urantia and this, it's one and the same. Maybe it's the same. Maybe it's just different names. But at the end of the day, they're doodling. They're communicating with it's the same thing. It's just different names.
Well, Charles Taze Russell was all about some of that.
Yeah.
Going way back.
Hey, Gilbert and Pixie, this is Rick Farron here. I'm listening in here. Hi.
Oh, you just wake up? Good morning.
Yeah, no, in fact, good morning. Yeah, well, hi, how you all doing? I'm listening in here. I'm getting up here, but I sleep in my studio to kind of keep an eye on what's going on all night long. But no, you brought up that Raven Giuliani, and that was something else. So I'll tell you. In fact, it got me thinking here as you guys were speaking. But what it was when we first started doing this, we allowed everybody. My former wife and I, when we first came up with this whole concept, was to allow everyone to have a voice on the 6 screens, no matter how absurd or crazy it sounded. We allowed everyone to come in and talk. And, we've got kind of hung for that because a lot of people thought that we were sensationalizing or trying to get tension through with this, adding things in that didn't exist and all of that. But it was true. So people would call in. And there always was, even when I was a witness, and you guys know I was one of the anointed class, and not that was special, but I could see biblically that the Watchtower was not correct in thinking. So my former wife and I would partake, and we actually got to be involved with the Watchtower to some degree, to the point of actually even being invited to come down and for an interview to be able to perhaps be on the governing body. But to make a long story short, when we left the Watchtower, we allowed everyone to have a voice. And this one woman, Raven Giuliani, got a hold of me, and she wanted to come on and tell her story about automatic writing. I never heard of automatic writing before. But she says, Rick, I want to explain it to you. And she was telling me beforehand that there was a secret order of Jehovah's Witnesses that existed. Now, I heard that before because we've allowed all kinds of people to call in. And a number of people told me about this secret order of Jehovah's Witnesses that meet and they get involved with satanic abuse. And this was just over the top type stuff. I mean, I had a hard time even connecting with it. But Raven came on and she told her story, and it was riveting. She had people on the edge of her seat, and everyone was really, even myself, I'm wondering, is this true or what? But she nailed so many things that seemed to be truthful. She said when she was a little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, her father they lived in New Jersey, and they could travel over to Brooklyn. And he was not an official of the Watchtower, but he had friendship with a lot of the higher people at Watchtower. And they would go to Watchtower pretty much on a weekly basis, and they would bring her down into the tunnels. Now, back in 2008, nobody even believed her with these tunnels under Brooklyn. They all said this is a made-up story. Tunnels don't exist. But she was saying there was tunnels under Brooklyn.
Tunnels all over New York.
Yeah, there was tunnels under the Bethel, the Watchtower headquarters at 25 Columbia Heights, Brooklyn, New York. So she said that they would take her down there, and she wore a cape like Little Red Riding Hood. And she would sit in this room. She would go in a room, and the higher officials of the Watchtower would bring her in this room, and she would have her back toward them. And she would start mumbling and saying things that they wanted to hear. And she said that they would publish this in Watchtower publications, specifically the Daniel book she was talking about. And she said that they were getting information from her, and she was channeling from the demons. And the demons were giving her information to feed to Watchtower. Now, how could you possibly believe a story like that?
I believe it. She could have been channeling from angels.
Yeah.
There's a long tradition with Russell of all that.
Right. And it was just over the top, and people, it was so controversial. People got mad at me. They got upset that I had this woman come on. Rick, how could you have a person come on and say this kind of stuff? But that's what she claimed was happening. And a lot of people were listening in, including even Barbara Anderson, as I heard you guys talk about earlier. And she was listening in, and Barbara Anderson was blown away that this girl was hitting things right on the, who was that, some of the officials of the Watchtower and what color their wives' hair was, because Barbara was grilling her to see if this woman was for real. And everything that Raven said, Barbara kind of, wow, it was really, really shocking. But the amazing thing about the whole thing is even to this day, people, it's off the 6 screens. But what happened? It got messed up in SoundCloud. Well, we're working on a website now. We're putting a lot of these controversial calls up. We've been working for the last 6 months on under construction.
When you and I meet personally, I have a story for you that I'm not going to tell on air, but I have a story for you along this line that I will tell you when we meet in person.
Yeah, Pixie. I actually now do believe, because I've had a number of people since then. I had 2 other women, that have also contacted me and said the same thing. And one of them came on briefly and told a little bit about it. But they're in my way of thinking, I really do believe there's a real dark order that does meet. And, when I lived in Florida, I met a woman in Florida, and she was of the so-called anointed class too. And she got to be my friend and my former wife's friend. And when I moved back to Massachusetts, where she was originally from as well, she called me out of the blue one day and asked me if she could come up here to Massachusetts. She'd like to visit with me and my wife. So I said, yeah, you can come up. So she came up. She spent a good part of a week with us. And she grew up here in Massachusetts, where I'm from. And she asked me if I could take her to where she grew up. It's about 20 miles from where I live. And she said that there, when she was younger, her parents attended satanic ritual ceremonies at a house, and they were Jehovah's Witnesses. And I thought that, that was crazy. But she took me to the house. She showed me where it was up on a hill. She said, Rick, when I was a little girl, that's where we met, and satanic rituals took place. So, it got my attention that this does exist. And she mentioned a number of other people who were involved in this. And it seems bizarre, but the whole world of the Watchtower is a bizarro world when you stop and think about it.
But also, automatic writing does not have to be of the dark side, because Russell had entire novels that this lady wrote that were supposed to be from angels. So go back to before television and radio, and this is what people were about. And there was a lot of folk magic and things in America, especially in the 13 colonies that you and I live in.
Exactly. Well, there's a lot of
Hello. I have a question. Hello, this is
Hi.
Grace. I hope you can hear me. I have downloaded the app. Well, I heard Aaron said my name, but I couldn't. I tried to call in on the phone line, but I couldn't get in. I think it's locked. So I just downloaded this app now, and I'm using it for the first time. So I wanted to say I'm listening. So thank you. You can continue now.
Yeah, just briefly though, Grace.
Hear from you.
Just one question, Grace. Good to hear from you too. What you say you called in, you couldn't get in, but you got in through the app.
Yes, I called on this. You can call from Sweden. There's a Swedish number.
Right.
Like you can call it on.
Right. Well, I'm glad you
On
did
the
that.
link,
Yeah.
you know, this.
Well, it's good. No, in fact, more and more people get that app. Yeah. Good. Thank you, Grace. Thanks for coming in. Yep.
Hey, so Rick, so what you're describing is we see it everywhere.
I'm sorry, Gilbert.
What you're describing, Rick, we see it everywhere, like in movies and every major university. They all have fraternities, fraternal orders, but every once in a while, all of these, the one George, the Bush family went to, and you hear about those in Yale. You'll have orders. You'll have like a fraternity gone postal, and you see this everywhere in every walk of life, whether it's religion, university, and government. So there's and John F. Kennedy talked about this in his inaugural speech. He talked about secret societies, and Watchtower is a Bible and Tract Society. There are secret societies, and so what you're talking about with these things, the rituals and everything, and this woman, that's what they are. They're secret societies, and that's what a lot of these religions they have. They're secret societies, and they're everywhere, and that's why Watchtower doesn't want to be known as a society no more. Why? Because it has that connotation, secret society, and we know what they are.
That's true. They used to say the society.
Mm-hmm. And legally, they still are a society, Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. But now they're an organization because they're more in line with the United Nations and their organizations. But at the end of the day, they're secret societies, and they all have the same attributes. They're just different. Like King Solomon said, there's nothing new under the sun. They're all the same. It's just one is called Masons, one is called this, one is called that.
Fred Springmeyer talked about all.
Yeah, but they're not. And one thing they all have in common is they hate each other too, because they're all trying.
Yeah,
they all hate each other, and they all want the little dominance. But one thing too, Rick, and one way you'll know that who these people are is one time I never told a story, but Jesse and I were out field service. Jesse and I never go out service together, but every time we did, bad things happen. And so I'm knocking on a door, and I'm like about 17 years old, and I knock on a door, and there's a scratch, like if a werewolf scratched my hand. And so on my wrist and my hand, it's like bloody, and I can feel like it looked like a werewolf had scratched me. And then I tell the guy, let's go, let's get out of here. And as I'm walking away, the scratch is going away. And then Jesse's walking up. I go, Jesse, look. And he sees the scratch. And I go, let's go. And it goes away. He goes, what happened? I go, no, there's a demon over there. And I was all calm and everything. And he goes, and the demon scratched me. But the scratch went away like about 60 seconds later. And wow, James, and I always knew this when I was like in 7th grade. I learned it. James 2:19 says, "Do you believe there is one God? You do quite well. And the demons believe and they tremble." So one thing, Rick, that all of these secret societies and all of these people that do what they do in the tunnels of Watchtower, they all have one thing in common. They're scared of you. They're scared of you. They hate you and they're scared of you. So when you are in their presence, you can actually feel the hair in your arms go up. You can feel it, and you can look, and you're quiet, and you look, and you can see that the hate that they have for you. They have no reason to hate you. They don't know you from Adam, but you know that they know that you know that no, you hate me because I love Jesus, and you're from the other side. And it's just one of those quiet things that you can't talk about in public. People won't understand it. But when you're in it, and I've been in it many times, and I go, why does this guy hate me so much? Well, he's a drug dealer. He's a drug trafficker. And whenever we're together, like in business or whatever, I feel it. And then, I talk to other people. They, you get the scoop. But
they seem to hate the light.
They hate the light. So they know it. So what happens is the spirit that dominates these people, it's like a microwave or FM radio. They start to jump at your presence. Why? Because you're a person who shines their light. And so I've always, when I was a young kid in 7th, 8th grade, I always understood it. I was able to see it. And my brother and I, with the scratch on my hand. But they're more afraid of you than you are of them. And as long as you remain calm, they'll call the 6 screens and they'll freak out. And you're like, why is it like that? It's like the Bethelites that call in that are drunk. They're demon possessed. They're controlled by evil spirits. They hate you. They have no reason to hate you, but they hate you, and it's because they're controlled. Your light is causing them. It's like putting metal inside a microwave. It starts to spark. So I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, that's quite.
Some of us could clearly see who and what some of these people were.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, could I chime in some comments?
Who are you?
Is it okay if I don't give my? Is it okay if I stay anonymous?
As long as you're not from the Watchtower.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm a little bit brain dead because it's so early, but I've been listening all night, and I just had some comments. So one thing I wanted to what Rick was saying about the the secret order thing. I've been listening to the old archives of the 6 Screens calls on the 6 Screens website. And I was, funnily enough, the other day, I was just listening to one of the episodes where Barbara Anderson actually gave an anecdote about how someone in the Bethel writing department, I guess he was in touch with, she described the person as being of like a well-known kind of a renowned family or some sort of renowned family name or something like that. But in any case, she said that the writer in the Bethel writing department passed the story on to her because he was very upset and told her that apparently, I don't know if that brother had contacted the writing department guy because they were friends or something, but apparently he passed the story on to the writing department guy that when he accidentally went into a Kingdom Hall on off hours because he saw that like the light was on when it shouldn't have been, and he just happened to be on his way home and he stopped in to check on it, and that and Barbara Anderson said that he said that when he opened into the Kingdom Hall, he opened the glass doors to go to the main salon, and they were doing a ritual like in the movie. Do you guys know the movie The Believers with Martin Sheen?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So there's a scene in The Believers of Martin Sheen where all of the kind of like upstanding, regular, kind of high-ranking corporate people in the neighborhood are all gathered together with the body of the live child, but I guess they gave the child some sort of drug to be sedated, and they're going to do like the ritual. And so so apparently she said that the writing department brother told her that after he saw that they were doing the ritual just like that type of thing, like a eyes wide shut sort of scenario, he immediately closed the door, and then he exited. And she said that the next day he was found hanging dead from his garage or something like that. So just a tiny commentary that it jogged my memory that Rick was saying. It does seem like there are sectors, like inner sectors within Watchtower structure that are those like secret society ritual eyes wide shut type people. And then the other thing I wanted to chime in on was you guys mentioned about the Raven interview, and for me the two things that I found very kind of convincing and for me added credibility to her tale. One thing was what she spoke about in terms of what they used her for, which was essentially like the channeling, because the demons, channeled through her type of thing. And that's so fitting of what she said also in her background about her. I think she said like her father had been in the military, and demons were in her life from very early, like childhood or toddlerhood type of thing, because she mentioned the cowboy, the demon manifested in the cowboy motif, which is like one of the known motifs that the demons manifest as. Like, for example, in the David Lynch film, like Mulholland Drive, there's the cowboy figure. And there's a lot of other stories of people who had encounters with like men in black, but their outer appearance was this strange like cowboy motif. So sorry, all of that to say, to going back to the MK Ultra projects and the sub projects, like MK Often and the sub projects, the one of the main objectives of those projects was similar to like the Netflix show Stranger Things. The real objective, the core objective of those MK programs was to take children, because they were more susceptible to channeling, getting the demons to channel them. And so they wanted to use those children to get in contact with the demons and to get the children to be channeled by the demons. So everything that Raven said in that interview, I guess because of that, hit strong for me, because from her background, she sounded like perhaps her dad was, maybe she was poached as a kind of MK channeler child because of her father's military background. But yeah, so just that added credibility, and then also the cowboy motif of the demon.
Because the early witness in the early lore and mythos of Witness Land, it wasn't like that. It was all angels all the time.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt it. Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying. I'm just mentioning on. She specifically spoke of the first demon demon presence she remembered as a child was a cowboy in like the doorway.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's very reminiscent of like the Mulholland Drive cowboy, who's also like a demon figure.
So
sorry. And then the last thing. Oh, go ahead.
You asked I guess you were asking how old Raven is. She was 46 at the time of the interview, from what I remember.
Okay.
So that means she was born in 62.
Okay, so that's back where I was too. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you guys are. And the very, very last thing, and I'll shut up. The last thing is like, so I know that a lot of us, well, there's a sector of us who speculate on the Six Screens audience about
speculating. You can go ahead and speculate, but I'm not speculating.
Oh well, I didn't. Oh well, I didn't. I was. Well, okay. Well, what I was going to say was, I know that there's a sector of us in the Six Screens who, because I've heard it before in conversation, who wonder about and speculate about specifically, like, do we know for sure whether, excluding you, Pixie, because you're certain of everything, or do we know for sure about whether the globalist connection with regards to, the Watchtower organization, everything. And I just wanted to say, like, for me, what clinched it, what really made me have zero doubt about the fact that the Watchtower is one of their organizations in the know, besides all the other evidence that we already always talk about, is did you guys see there are several issues, there are 3 issues that I know of the Watchtower and Awake issues, where they, just like, you know how like for 9/11, before they did 9/11, even from way back in the like 50s, 60s, 70s, they foreshadowed it, like they leaked it in all different various media, whether it be comics or magazines or songs or whatever. They even The Simpsons, whatever, they leaked the 9/11 ahead of time in so many clues. And I was so shocked when I found that, yes, though the Watchtower and Awake magazines also contain those 9/11 plane and Twin Towers foreshadowings. So for me personally, that cinched it for me firmly that the Watchtower is one of the kind of globalist, controlled instruments. Okay, that was it.
Very good. Well, the phrase New World Order was coined by H.G. Wells, and that was a long time ago.
Well, I want to say, too, that, Susan, that was nice that you spoke up. Boy, I'll tell you, you come across well. You come across really well. We want to hear from you more. You have a lot to share. We want to thank you, Susan. Thank you.
Oh, you're outing me, Rick. Anyway.
Well, I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, I'll tell you what.
Carry on.
Well, no, I'll tell you what. In fact, I'm saying this because it's absolutely true. Susan is a real fan of the Six Screens, and she doesn't speak up too often, but I did meet her in person at one point, and she's a wonderful woman, and she has a lot to share. And we want to hear more from you, Susan. Thank you.
Okay. Oh man. Well, Rick, you know that like we all view you as like a national treasure, and I don't know. I mean, not to be morbid, but lately I've been thinking about like I'm sorry to be morbid and not to like bring it down, but I don't know why these thoughts have been coming in my head lately. But I've just been thinking about like we're really gonna. Rick, I hope you know how devastated we're gonna be like when you're not with us anymore. And so lately I've decided I'm gonna like make sure to pray every night that like God keep you alive like as long as possible. Because I think you'll have no idea how much devastation is gonna be in your whole like Six Screens like children family when you're finally, gone.
Well, thank you for saying that. But no, I plan on doing this for quite a while more. We went out we went to the memorial the other night and did a little protest out there. So, I find this gives me an adrenaline rush. This is one of the reasons it keeps me going. I don't know what it is, but it just gives me like a natural high, honest to goodness, exposing these bums. And I want to keep doing it because I think what he's doing, I tell my wife, I tell her name is Susan as well. I say, Susan, this is really what's keeping me going. I just cannot sit back here and watch the whole Watchtower get away with all of this. We got to expose them,
Yeah.
Hey, Rich.
Susan, are you familiar at all with this treaty at the end of May?
Oh, for the world, is it related to like the World Health?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm really
the WHO
for it. I don't know much about it, but the end of May is coming real soon, and I'm very concerned for the human rights and stuff. And
yeah. I mean, there definitely have always been
in general, and
yeah, they want to force whatever quote unquote medical measures upon all of us, and COVID was just the foregleam. But you're totally right.
Well, if you can find out more about that, report back to us.
Will do. Well, I mean, I don't know. I always feel so. Well, there's a lot of questions I have for God, even though I still believe in God and still try to stick with Him. But I definitely wonder about all the things He's allowed them to go so far with. Yeah. So I wonder how. Well, it seems like God is okay with letting them go super, super far. Like even with the nanotechnology, transhumanism, and everything. So yeah, it's just I wonder, how far is God going to let them go? Is God going to allow them to, even involuntarily? Because even now, even involuntarily, God is allowing them to infect us with the hybrid, like Franken nanotechnology, in the smart dust and everything, in the food and everything. So I wonder if I really wonder about that. Like in connection with like the treaty you're talking about, is he's allowed them to go so far that I wonder, is he going to allow them go back to the Nazi scenario where we are going to be? He is going to let us be like medically, intervened on against our will, or I just wonder how far he's going to let it go, because so far he's really let them go completely, mega far. Yeah. Even yeah. Well, go ahead.
It was nice. It was very nice listening to you, the new lady. I just wanted to say I'm Grace from Sweden, and Grace is not my real name. And well, it's up to you, of course, but it's a good thing. If you don't like to say your name, you can make up a nice name for yourself, and it's easier when you're in connection here with everybody. So.
Oh, hi, Grace. Yeah, well, Rick already said my name. It's Susan. Yeah. Well, nice to meet you, Grace.
Well,
I've heard you many times on the call.
To mention that. We don't have to mention it ever again. You can make up a name still and keep a new name.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'm cool with it. But yeah, good to meet you, Grace. Thanks for the shout out. I've heard you many times on the call, and it's always cool to hear other people from other countries. Like, yeah. So I've always appreciated when I heard you chime in. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. But where are you from, really?
Originally, I am from the New York, New Jersey area, but at the moment, I'm in Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
Hello, Susan. This is the other Susan. This is Rick's Susan.
Oh, Susan! Oh, what a treat. Good to hear your voice.
Well, thank you. I heard your voice, and I just had to say hello.
Oh, thanks, Susan.
So nice,
Hi.
so nice of you to be up so late tonight and, sharing with us. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean, oh gosh. I mean, sorry if this is pathetic, but for the time being, I mean, and not to cast any, I'm not saying pathetic on your part, on my part, but for the moment, you guys are kind of my lifeline, and
But
I don't know why I'm getting.
Feels like. Oh, 10 years ago, I was a mess, and that's about the time I met Rick on 6 Greens. And because we've been married 10 years for about a week. A week ago, it was our anniversary.
Yeah, you guys just had an anniversary. I remember Rich Borky told us that. Yep.
Yeah, and I was a mess, and the 6 Greens was my lifeline. I used to get so sad when the call would hang up, when it was over. Cause
right.
Yeah, I know. It was so hard. But you're going to find some wonderful people on here, and you'll make phone friends, people that you can call. And because they're all over the world, there's different people at different times you can call almost all day long. So I don't know what schedules are like, but it's nice to know anyway.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you guys are just. Well, anyway, the reason why I mentioned it because you said I was listening so late, but yeah, I was listening from the beginning. Yeah, from the beginning of the broadcast. I don't know why I'm getting emotional, but I guess maybe it speaks to my inner. I guess it speaks to maybe there's some hardcore loneliness or something inside, but so I was listening from the beginning, and I was listening all night, and yeah.
Well, it's good that we love hearing from you too. It's a good thing for us because then we know we're helping people. Just by being here, yourself, Susan, you're helping people who maybe are afraid to speak up, and they're hearing you with the courage to speak up, and that helps them too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know, you guys are a lifeline. I just love you guys, and yeah, I just appreciate and love you guys. That's all.
Well, it's nice to know that we're appreciated. And
yeah.
How long?
Like, I really feel like you guys are. I know you know this, but I really feel like with this show, like, I really feel like God was like with you guys, and I feel like God knew and knows that so many of the people coming out of the Watchtower were going to need this type of support group. And so I really feel like you guys are like doing God's work with this show. You know what I mean?
Well, it's nice to know that you haven't left God behind. A lot of Jehovah's Witnesses do. They've been burned, and they just don't know who to trust anymore. Because the Watchtower told you not to trust any other religions. So it's so hard to know who to trust. Especially now, the way people are and the way the churches are changing. It's hard to even know who to listen to or where to go to. But there's always the Bible. You can always turn to the Bible. And even if you don't have a new Bible yet, you can still use the Watchtower Bible.
I do have to get a new Bible.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's correct enough that you can get some major good points from it. So, but it's nice to get a new Bible and see what the others say. And they're not even that expensive.
Right. There's always Bible Hub for free online.
Well, there's all kinds of Bibles. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Pixie. I have almost every translation known online. So, yeah. And if you have a lot of questions, which I did, I had tons of questions, and I didn't even know who to ask. But it's an app on the internet. It's called Got Questions. GOT Questions. Got Questions. And you can ask, and it's a very middle of the road site, and you can ask, I'm not kidding, just about everything you can think of. Any question they have the answer to.
It's called Gut Bible Questions. Gut Bible Questions.
Yeah, I think I stumbled upon that site. Yeah.
Yeah, Got Questions, and you can ask anything.
Very good tip.
I don't know what kind of computer you have, but do you have Apple or Microsoft?
Actually, at the moment, I'm using Microsoft.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you can ask like on Google or whatever, and they answer questions too. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just something to in your spare time if you have any,
Oh yeah, Susan. Trust me, I have been ever since I stumbled down the Watchtower Truth rabbit hole. Yeah, I've been leaving no stone unturned. So yeah.
Well, good. How long has it been since you were at a meeting at the Kingdom Hall?
Susan, sorry, it broke up a little bit. Did you say how long has it been since I was at a Kingdom Hall?
Yeah, you've been at the Kingdom Hall, right?
Oh, well, okay. Well, sorry. Just for clarification, Susan, are you asking when did I start to fade from the Kingdom Hall?
Well, either fade or when's the last time you've been at the Kingdom Hall? I mean,
years
okay.
Or months or... Right. Let's see. I would say, oh wow, it's probably been Oh, okay. Well, to be honest, half a year ago, I was at a Kingdom Hall technically because my aunt, who's a witness in West Virginia, died. So, but that was just for the funeral service, not because I was going to that congregation in West Virginia. But I think attending a hall, like, oh gosh, it's probably been, yeah, maybe like 4 years.
Well, that's not really that long. I mean,
Yeah, maybe a little longer. Maybe 4 or 5 years. Probably 5 years. I don't think I've been in one. Definitely not from when COVID started too. So yeah, maybe even longer than that. But yeah, but I started to go inactive maybe in 2016 or so.
okay. So, well, you're kind of a newbie at this, so you're probably still trying to figure out, what end is up. And I don't know if if you've made any friends or you've been associating with other people and they've been helping you out, or.
To be honest, I kind of became a recluse. So, and not because of this, I already became a recluse before the truth about the truth thing. So yeah, so I'm a little bit of like a lone wolf type, but yeah, so that's yeah. So I'm not super social in that regard.
Yeah. Well, just if you think about it, the Watchtower doesn't really teach you how to have friends at all. I mean, your friends are ready-made friends. You walk in the Kingdom Hall, and there's your friends. That's it. So it's really hard for us to even know once we leave how to make friends, because we've always had kind of instant friends. Everyone was supposed to be your friend at the Kingdom Hall. You had to be friendly with them. You couldn't turn away from anybody. So, in order to know who should I spend my time with, who shouldn't I spend my time with, who's good for me, who isn't good for me, who am I good for, you've never had to figure that out.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, I mean, I don't know about each of you guys, but in my personal case, I was one of those witness kids who, actually, my friends were always not in the Kingdom Hall. They were always like, quote unquote, in the world, non-witness kids in the world. So yeah, so actually, my close friends throughout life were always not witness people, witness children, or people in school or whatever. So yeah, so I didn't feel that sort of awkwardness about how to make social connections, that type of thing. Yeah.
Well, that's good. Well, no, because now you probably have more friend-making skills than most Jehovah's Witnesses that leave. I didn't know how to make friends. Well, I didn't come into so-called truth until I was a teenager. So I was 17, about 16, 17 years old when I started studying. So, but that's at a very difficult age anyway. So
yeah.
Did you grow up in the so-called truth?
I did, yes. It's pretty much all I've known. I think since I was about 4 years old, my mother, well, for whatever reason, my memories only start from 4 years old. But my mother got baptized like maybe the year before I turned 4, and so it's pretty much all I've known. Yeah.
Mhm. What about your dad?
I'm like Rick's family background. My father was not. He for most all of my life he was not he didn't become a witness, so it was like a quote unquote divided household. But he would occasionally come to meetings with us, and he did off and on agree to have Bible studies. But funnily enough, it wasn't until, and honestly, you guys, that was like a saving grace. I think I know from hearing Rick talk about this a lot. I have fellow feeling with you, Rick, that it was a godsend and a saving grace to have one parent who was not a witness. That was I really feel like that saved my life in a lot of ways. But anyway, oh, I forgot the question, but yeah, sorry.
I'm not. No, I'm trying to just understand your background a little bit, and know where you how you would benefit from kind of talking with different people, and who would be good friends for you, a good fit, things like that.
Oh, Susan, I super appreciate that. But I think for the time being, I'm sort of in a recluse phase. But I'm super looking forward to. But you guys are, by distance. You guys are my peeps, and I'm super looking forward actually to the 2025 convention, so we can all, get to see each other in person. Yeah.
Yeah. Rick is really looking forward to that too. He's been working on that, and so the hotel just won't confirm the dates, which is hard, to make any plans when you don't know what the dates are. But he's still working on everything. He's so excited about this. And
I know. I hope it goes through. I mean, things can change overnight, but hopefully it will all work out.
Yeah, well, what it is, I'm sorry, Susan, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what it is at the Hilton Hotel, because it's booked out so far, it's like 2025 August. It's a year from this August. So they say, well, really can't give you any dates, and they really can't say too much because it's so far out. They say, like you say, Susan, the other Susan, that they don't really know what's going to happen. So, but pretty soon they say they'll give me a date. But tentatively, it's for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of August 2025. And we've got, as of today, I got some more people coming in. It's about 172 people so far. And boy, we're still out over a year. So I believe we'll get out 500 people. They'll be great.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be so great. Yeah. It's just going to be fun to meet in person. Yeah.
Well, boy, Susan, so great. Susan, not the other Susan, not Susan, my wife, but Susan is so good. We have a lot of people with the same names on here. We got a bunch of Mikes. We have so many people that have the same name, Kurtz, and boy, it gets confusing. But boy, it's so good to see even here early in the morning on a Sunday morning, and happy Easter to everybody, a Resurrection Day, as many would call it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, today's. Yep. Oh, Rick, by the way, I was mentioning to everybody that I've been listening to the older archives of the conference call on your website, and there's some, I hate to call them characters, but some people that that were on those older calls from like maybe 2011 through to 2015 or so, and I don't really hear them call in much anymore to the present time, so I just wondered about them. Like, one person there was a guy named, I think his name was Don, like D-O-N, and his speaking voice was very just like practical, down to earth, like very astute. Like, you know what I'm talking about? His name was Don.
Yeah, that wasn't his real name.
From Florida?
Yeah.
I don't know where he was from, but his voice and his thoughts process was just very like sound of mind and like down to earth, and he always made just like really good points, and he's just like very astute mind.
Yeah, in fact, what it was with him, that wasn't his real name. He went by Don. He listens in still. What the story was with him is he had close relatives that he was actually renting a house from, and they were witnesses. And he was so afraid to speak up. They started, I guess, thinking he might be going apostate. So he had to really kind of put a lid on it, or he'd lose his place of living. So, so there's some people that have extenuating circumstance where they really can't speak up. But he would write to me all the time. In fact, he first came on way back then, like he was saying, probably back in 2009, somewhere around there. And he would call me before the program and during the program on my private phone and ask me questions to ask because he was afraid to come on. Then he started coming on. And then that's the thing. I was just talking to my wife, Susan, about that the other day, that many people that would come in and they would be with us for a few years and they leave, and we understand that. They get what they need. They get, okay, right. This is not the truth. I got it. I'm hearing all these people talking. All these people can't be wrong. So they get what they need. They get their little bit of medicine, so to speak, and off they go. And once in a while, they come back and visit us. But as of late, we have got so many new ones coming in. I'm here at the control panel, and boy, the people, it looks like a ticker tape sometimes on Saturday night with people calling in from all over the world, and even YouTube is gaining so much attention. And it's just really great to see so many people. They're leaving the Watchtower and they're trying to find out what really is going on in this crazy organization. So it's been good.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Just one last person, and I also wondered about Cliff. I think his name was Cliff, and I think he was like a very just like erudite black guy, and he sounded like he used to be like a circuit oversteer. He just was also very like astute. Do you know what I'm talking about, Cliff?
Well, it's interesting you said that. I know he's from Philadelphia, and he really added a lot of color to the program. But we don't hear from him anymore either. And you know the saddest part about it, a lot of these people have to be incognito. They really can't.
Right.
They can't use their real names. They're scared to death. They're still kind of paranoid of coming on and talking. They think that this is like CBS News or something, and the whole world is listening. But it's not that way. They feel like if they come on and talk, the elders are going to catch them, but they're not. The elders aren't listening, and maybe from time to time they are. But they really, in their mind, they feel that way. You know how you feel when you're doubting the witnesses, you make sure that nobody hears what you're saying, because boy, you're going to lose your whole family, you're going to lose all your friends. So we have people come in like Cliff, EDB, but the other thing I want to say is we don't know, because we don't know their real name. We've had a lot of people missing in action. Johnny the Bethelite, and we had another man that used to do a program on here as well out of New York. We never hear from him either. And whether these people died or what happened to him, God only knows. It's kind of troubling, but because people sometimes, for example, take Johnny the Bethelite. He was so incognito, but he called Susan and I. We believe he was a real Bethelite. He would call us off of the program, so we got to really know him, almost like a relative, really. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, he just completely disappeared. So the pattern was broken. I mean, for years, he would come on and talk to us and call us privately, and then bingo, he's gone. Well, what happened to Johnny? Did he die? But because we don't know any of his relatives or friends, he didn't share that with us entirely. So we would not, how do you get a hold of a person like that,
Right.
So it's been a strange thing, but we're going on 20 years of doing this, and I can tell you what, there's so many things that we have witnessed on this program. But it's good. It's controversial. It's a controversial thing. Now, not everybody, not everybody agrees with us. We have a lot of people that don't like us, and that's okay too. But it's just like anything. There's certain things people like, certain things they don't. But one of the reasons why we get a bad rap is because I'm a Christian, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. I mean, I don't preach in people's face. I don't jump down their throat and cram everything into them like a witness does. But they don't like the idea that we have this Christian flavor at times. We don't do it on Saturday night. But what it is so many witnesses have been so spiritually abused that they can't connect with God. It just it's out of their realm of that they can't totally come to grips with it because they've been so abused by the Watchtower.
Right. Okay. Oh well. Okay. Well, good to talk with you guys. And Susan, thanks for talking to me too, and thanks for your caring. And it was good to talk with you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you.
Well, it was nice to meet you too. Call back.
Same. Okay. Yep. Okay. I'm still listening. I don't know if you guys are going to go on to something else or end the call, but I'll just be in the background.
Well, you made our day, Susan. You made our day. Everyone's so happy. Now, seriously. And you're not.
Well, when they started talking about the Raven thing and more conspiracy, Gilbert was going more towards conspiracy, which is totally my realm. I had to chime in.
Good girl. Thank you. So, Gilbert, what do you think? Let me hold on. Let me unmute Gilbert here. Gilbert. So, what do you think of Susan, Gilbert?
Wow, man, she got to have her own show, huh?
Well, I was thinking of it. I was thinking of having Susan have her own show on here. Absolutely.
Gilbert, I love your channel too. I always watch I look at your videos too. Just you're hilarious. You make me laugh.
Yeah, we'll come up with a name for her show. We'll think about it. We'll come up with something good. But but no, that saddens me too, Rick, about a lot of people, and I understand there's circumstances and people, are anonymous and they try to keep, but that hurts me a lot, like really personally when I hear it, because I'm not, my personality is not like that. I'm 180 degrees completely opposite of that personality trait. But it hurts because I know the pain that they feel to not be able to come out completely, because mom, dad, brothers, wives, and so forth. And I see so much of it, especially on this show, because there's so many people, interacting. And that's the one thing that really sets heavy on my heart, because so many Jehovah's Witnesses have to live like that, and even people that don't go to the 6 screens, there's so many people just wandering around the United States. We run into them all the time, and they have to pretend that they don't know the truth about the truth.
Yeah, it amazes me. It really does amaze me, because I always thought, being one of Jehovah's Witnesses, that people were going to the Kingdom Hall to learn about God. But boy, I'll tell you, that all went up in smoke. I mean, I still wanted to learn about God even when I left the Watchtower. But that's why from a young person, my mother taught me about God. I can remember being 6, 7 years old and going to the Kingdom Hall and hearing about the stories in the Bible about Noah's Ark and Abraham and all of that. That kind of stuck with me, and I liked it, and I always believed in God. But I can't see when a person just leaves the Watchtower that they just walk out the door and forget about it. I want nothing to do with God. You would think that people would want to reconnect, at least try to find the real truth in the scriptures, but they don't. And I can even understand that. They've been so hurt. You look at some of the lives of these people have been so damaged that there are probably people listening in right now that, isolated somewhere in their house, some room in the house, probably even crying. I've had that before too. People listening into the 6 screens and then didn't speak up, and I'm devastated. Nobody's speaking to me, and then they kind of blame God for all of that, and I can understand why, because the Watchtower bamboozled them. It's a counterfeit religion. It's a counterfeit Christian religion, and it's fooled so many people, Gilbert.
Yeah.
And now you've had people that have called up saying they wanted to kill themselves.
Oh, numerous people, Susan. Numerous people. There's a dozen people, and I'm not trying to in any way embellish this or sensationalize it, but there's at least a dozen people that I know of that have called me and said they were going to take their life if they didn't listen to the 6 screens. It's not just me they're listening to. They're listening to all of these people that are calling in, and it's reassuring to them. It makes them feel like, wow, I'm not alone. And who was it? Pixie even earlier was saying that, when she first got out of the organization, she thought she was the only person that ever get kicked out. I heard that before too. A man told Mark Paulo, a good friend of mine, he got this fellowship, and he thought he was the only one that this ever really happened to, in a way that he lost all his friends and relatives. So this makes people really feel distraught, as we all know. And in fact, I'll tell you what, the first person, I'll just go very briefly with this, but way back in 2007, 2008, we did our first YouTube video. There were only, at that time, 5 other people doing YouTube videos. And so my daughter said, Dad, let's go down to Kingdom Hall and can talk about you being disfellowshipped. I said, well, who wants to listen to that? So I recorded the whole tape. But what happened is a man saw that. It was called Jehovah's Witness Disfellowshipped, was the YouTube video. And a man in Florida saw that, and he was going to commit suicide. He said he was all set to go home and kill himself. He laid in bed. I don't know what he's going to do, shoot himself or overdose or what. But he said he got on his laptop one last time, and he just checked out Jehovah's Witness Disfellowshipped. And what popped up, but the YouTube video did in front of that Kingdom Hall. And he said, Rick, it saved my life. He says, I was going to commit suicide that night. My mother wouldn't talk to me. My family disowned me. And so he asked me if he could come up and spend a weekend with me. And I said, yeah. I mean, he got a hold of me through YouTube, in the comment box, and I gave him my telephone number. And so he came up like 2 weeks later. He spent a weekend with us. And it was amazing to me that he said, no, I was already to die. And a number of other people have said that just by listening in. And I'm sure that's happening with other YouTubers as well. All of these people are coming out, all these activists, Gilbert and others that are doing YouTube videos. It's all helping people. Mike and Kimmy and even John Cedars and others. This is helping people see what's really going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower.
You know what, Rick? On that, Jesse and I, like, sometimes we do videos, and I've done thought videos with Jesse, and I tell people, do me a favor, give me a thumbs down and unsubscribe. And I tell people, because I go, Jesse and I, we don't believe in the Google algorithm. We believe in the Holy Spirit. And what you're saying is absolutely true, because if the Holy Spirit knows who you need to listen to. So, like, for example, if this is why everybody needs to do videos. This is why everybody needs to get involved, because if that guy in Florida, he needs to, the Holy Spirit's going to decide what video he's going to watch, because it knows, like, the personality, it knows, just culture, just different things. But if ex-Jehovah's Witnesses don't make these videos, well, then the rocks are going to have to do the videos, like Jesus said. And that's why it's so important, like, all of the people, all of the different channels that you have, all of the different activists, because you have no idea, the Holy Spirit can't work if we're not cooperating with it. And now more than ever, because of what's happening in Watchtower, now more than ever, we need more hands on deck.
Well,
I think that's so true, Gilbert. I'm sorry, Rick.
No, go ahead, Susan. I want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead. What were you going to say to Gilbert?
Well, oh, no, I forgot. Well, it's true, because right when you leave Jehovah's Witnesses, and let's say you still want to be a Christian, you don't really know what Christianity is. You are so far from it, you don't even realize how far you are. And so you don't know where to start. So it's good to listen to different opinions and what different people have to say, and who can you ask about this question or that question, especially usually later at night. The spiritual questions come up and people start talking about it. And it's good to ask questions, because you don't know which way to go. And with the way the church is, they're so different. There's so many denominations. When I left the truth, the so-called truth, I started believing in some really wacky stuff, and it took me a long time to get my balance and to find out what Christianity really is. And it took a lot of Bible reading too. So I'd like to encourage Bible reading.
Correct. Hey, you know what? Going back, this is why we need more hands on deck, because, like, for example, I'm not black, and I can't relate to black people, Jehovah's Witnesses, leaving. They need somebody that they can say, yeah, I had the same experience you did. And same thing with, a Mexican American. I could reach, people of that culture. And it's those little things. They may seem insignificant, but they're not. This is why when 25-year-olds and 20-year-old kids, Gen Zs, are doing videos, it's good, because some 18-year-old kid doesn't want to know what I think. I'm an old geezer, This is why all hands on deck, and especially right now, is very important, because there's so many people with so many different backgrounds. We need everybody doing apostate videos.
It's true too, because Reddit, when I first started looking at Reddit, it was about 30,000 people. Now it's what, like, I don't even know how many
98,000 are on there now, Susan. 98,000.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's amazing. For it to grow that much in that short of a time. So yeah, and there's of course, Reddit, that's a younger crowd usually. So it just shows the need for younger people. Even to come on our show, Rick, we need, younger people to come on and appeal to those that are listening, to those, have the younger crowd speak up.
Yeah, no, demographics, Susan, you're absolutely right. The demographics for the six screens, when I get into the analyzer and look at it, it's generally people that are in their early 50s up until 80 is the demographic. So we would like, it doesn't mean young ones don't listen in. We do get young ones listening in. But, the amazing thing to me is the demographics around the world. We get so many people that listen into this program from England, for example. London, England is one of the top cities that people come in. We get a lot of people from the UK that listen in, a lot of people listen in from Australia. So it's amazing to me that it reaches that type of an audience. But yeah, it would be good to get younger ones coming in. It's hard to get them. They have different ideology than the Gen Zers, but they are connecting. They are totally different than say the baby boomer generation, but they're doing good. And I'll tell you what, they're making some good videos as well, and they're connecting. And the good thing about the six screens, and the one thing that I say that really helps us a lot is having that open phone line. I'm surprised other YouTubers don't do that, because that does take a while to get that thing working to some degree, and takes many years. So we've been doing this now. We started out just on the telephone line, so that's probably why it's kind of still with us today. But that's what really makes it interesting, because you never know who's going to be calling in. All of a sudden, some night somebody calls in, like even this morning, we just heard from Susan, this woman Susan out of Washington, and then how refreshing that is to listen to new ones coming in. So you never know who's going to call in. Maybe one of these days we'll even get a governing body member call in. Maybe Tony Morris will call in one of these days. Who knows?
I believe it. I honestly believe. Yeah, I believe one day you'll be pleasantly surprised. And like I was saying earlier, right before you got on, I was talking to the guy from Maryland, and Watchtower has a whole bunch of phone lines right now, and they're all closed. Nobody's answering the phone, but the sixth screen is available. And this is very important, because when the Australian Royal Commission was on, I remember in my videos I used to advertise my phone number and I called it the Awake Hotline. It was the Awake Hotline, and a woman called me from Australia, and she was in the same congregation as the elder who was testifying in the Australian Royal Commission for Watchtower. And she was like hyperventilating, shaking. And she goes, "Gilbert, I can't talk to anybody. I can't talk to nobody." There was literally no one to talk to. And so I really understood the importance of everybody, making themselves available. And I thought to myself, you have an organization like Watchtower, and they have all of the phone capabilities, all of the software, all of the technology, and nobody's manning the phones.
Oh, that's interesting.
Why is no one managing the phones?
Call Watchtower at 2 a.m. on a Saturday.
Oh, call
Ain't gonna
in the
happen.
morning. Oh, okay.
You see?
They just have business hours, 9 to 5. Okay.
Yeah.
Gilbert,
But even then,
that's got me thinking. You
Go ahead.
would think that Watchtower would have a Bethelite there answering the phone all night long, not for business matters, but for just people wanting to vent a little bit. Maybe not in an angry way, but some people might be having difficulties and just want to talk to someone. You'd think they would have some type of hotline,
Yeah. And what about regular pioneering? If you're a regular pioneer in your local congregation, you volunteer for one day a week to go man the phones at the Kingdom Hall. That's why, like, I used to call it the Awake Hotline. If you guys want to have an Awake Hotline, say, "Hey, we got the Awake Hotline," but you can steal it. But I always thought, a congregation can have 5, 6, 7 pioneers, 10 pioneers, and you mean to tell me that they're not going to man the phones? And I manned the phones. It was exhausting to do it. I would get calls from Spain and in Spanish, and a guy's telling me, "Hey, my wife wants to know what the Australian Royal Commission is." So I look into it, and now I learned the truth about the truth, but my wife wants to stay as a Jehovah's Witness. He goes, "Gilbert, what do I do?" "You got problems, man." I go, "You got problems," but I would get all of these weird phone calls, and a lot of times people, they just needed to talk to somebody. And I sympathize with the Jehovah's Witnesses now, when they're leaving. they're alone. They really are alone, and they don't have a hotline that they could call, like a suicide hotline. They don't have a hotline.
Well, let me just
We used to have a
yeah.
hotline.
Let me Susan,
We
tell me
did.
about when you and I first met. In
Yeah,
fact,
yeah.
Even in fact, I'll
When
just give it.
when
Yeah,
when
before we even met each other in
we're going
person.
over. Well, we did. Wait, go. You can go ahead. You can.
Well,
You go ahead and tell it.
I want you to tell me what it was when I first met Susan. She called into the program. That's how I met her on a Saturday night one night, and then she really told me she liked the 6 screens, and she wanted to come here and work at the 6 screens. And I says, well, it'd be nice if you would do that, but we don't really need someone to work right now. But I gave her a little assignment. I said, why don't you we have a hotline here, 6 screens hotline, which we had. And then she did that when she was in Chicago. Susan, tell them about your hotline.
Oh, the hotline. It was really. It was something that I benefited from too. But we had calls night and day. I mean, I was on call 24 hours a day, and I'd call. How many times, Rick, would I get calls at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning where people just needed to talk? Or there would be. This was a typical question where a girl was crying and she says, "My boyfriend is a witness, and I don't know if we're going to get married or not, and I don't know what to do. And he, what do Jehovah's Witnesses believe?" She wouldn't even know. They wouldn't. All kinds, and I would say, "Well, what about him?" And they say, "Well, he lives with his mother, and this or that." If he lives with his mother, and you've been going out for 3 years, and he hasn't asked you to marry him, he's not going to. So you need to move on because he's living with his mom, and the witnesses are pressuring him, and he's just not going to do it. That would be a typical call, or the other way around, where the guy would call, and the girl was, the witness, and he was the guy, and he didn't know what to do, and how to make them want to get married or whatever. And then there'd be people that did want to commit suicide, or they had been at Bethel and they just left Bethel. And I mean, there's just all kinds of questions. And a lot of, and the ones especially late at night would be really difficult calls because people weren't doing that great. But I want to do it again. I keep hoping to do it again because it was really.
And I remember. And I'm sure you didn't too. I'm sure you never. I never used the hotline to try to baptize people.
Oh no.
It was more like they just needed a friend. They just needed to bounce. They already had the answer. They knew the answer. They just didn't. They needed to bounce it off of somebody. And then they're like, I'm thinking.
They just needed someone to listen to them.
Yes.
And that to validate,
yeah.
like the elders might
validate
them really badly during their disfellowshipping meeting, and you just need to agree with them and let them know that they had valid experiences. They're not making it up, and I know it. And they just need someone to help them know that it's okay to vent about what just happened to them.
Hey, do you remember those songs that I sent you guys that you guys played during Christmas? And it was this guy. He was a singer and down in Texas. A beautiful story. He called the Awake hotline and he goes, "Gilbert," he goes, "I lied to my family, my wife and my mom, and I told them I had to work for the assembly, and they went to the assembly, and he really had to perform in a musical called Jesus Christ Superstar. All he wanted to do all of his life was be a singer." And he sang some apostate songs for me that you guys played on during Christmas time. And he was scared because he's 22 years old, madly in love with his wife and a newborn baby, and he was afraid he was going to lose everything. And we just told him to calm down and just calm down. And sure enough, the whole family left together, and he just never looked back. He says, "Gilbert, I'm leaving. I'm not going to look back." I go, "Good." But that was the point, is that a lot of times, every single time, the Jehovah's Witness that calls you in the hotline, they already know the answer. And this is why apostates need to make themselves available, because you're just there to validate and say, yeah, you're making the right decision.
I remember that, Gilbert. That was funny. In fact, he was a good singer as well. No, it's amazing what goes on in the world of the Jehovah's Witness and all the doubting ones right now, and all the PMOs. that, I would say right now the organization probably is filled with half of the people going to the Kingdom Hall of PMOs. The Watchtower is saying there's 8 million Jehovah's Witnesses plus, but there's probably 4 million plus PMOs. But on the hotline, just getting back to that for a second, when Susan was doing that, one thing that we did come to grips with is why people were leaving the Watchtower. I always thought when I first got out that people were leaving the Watchtower because of the false teachings. And I figured, they're not teaching the Bible, but it wasn't that. It really, really wasn't. Very few people leave the Watchtower because of the false biblical teachings. Susan, you tell the people why people were leaving the Watchtower from your hotline calls.
It was always because of their feelings. They were hurt, the way they were treated. It's usually 9 times out of 10 it was how they were treated at the Kingdom Hall.
Wow. Yeah, I just want to pick.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Susan. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to piggyback on what you were saying. I remember this former witness who said something that rings true and backs up what you're saying, that typically your typical witness, I mean, of course, everyone's different, but your typical average witness, even if they're mentally out even if they're mentally out, they'll typically just still keep going along in the motions and going to the meeting still just because of the physics pattern they've had all their lives. And he was saying that he noticed that typically from his observation, just like what you just said, Susan, something will happen, like, for example, in the congregation that will cause the person, there's typically some instigation that kind of kicks the person to not go back to the hall for a period of time. And I can attest to that too. The reason why I stopped going to meetings, even though I was already questioning and sort of on the fence mentally out already, but the reason why I stopped out of the routine and stopped going to the hall was exactly because of like, for example, there was an elder, he happened to be the coordinator, and in the congregation I was attending, and it was because of his harassment towards me that I wanted to run away from, that I stopped going to meetings because he had no sense of boundaries. He had narcissistic personality disorder, and so he had no self-awareness. And so I knew he was going to just keep harassing me in an inappropriate way. And so just to completely be no part of that, I didn't want to be dragged into any of that drama. I felt I had no other choice but to not go to the meetings anymore, just to remove myself from that whole like weirdo, ugly drama of his weirdo and narcissistic personality disorder dramas. So yeah, so sorry. I'll keep talking, but I just wanted to confirm what you're saying, that typically it's a catalyst of a practical thing in the congregation that kind of makes you to get yourself out of the routine. Otherwise, if nothing happens that needles you like that, you'll just keep kind of plodding along just because of routine. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
The person who said it the best, the person who said it the best, in my opinion, and nobody has, in my opinion, has described it more accurately than the great J.W. Fairy Tale. And Tom, one time we were on the Best Apostate Hour, and he goes, it was me, him, and Joel, and he goes, every Jehovah's Witness has to go through their personal Armageddon. And that's what it is. And so that's what you're describing too, Susan, is that everyone has a personal Armageddon in Watchtower. And so that you can shake someone, but until they reach that personal Armageddon comes to them, they're not going to leave Watchtower.
Well, Gilbert, another kind of... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Gilbert, another little side alley to that I want to get your thoughts on is, so do you also think that, well, maybe in some cases, maybe in other cases not, but do you think generally, overwhelmingly, that in the majority of cases, that needling catalyst is that personal Armageddon instigator, do you feel like in a lot of cases it is actually God's kind of intervention to have that occur because he knows it's the only way to get the ball rolling? Do you think God has a hand in it, or what do you think?
Of course, because it's called, I tell everybody that they have to cook in the oven. And some of our Jehovah's Witness brothers are like sourdough bread. They got to get crusty on the outside. But some of our Jehovah's Witness friends come out real like a nice soft dough, you know, and so some have to stay in longer for the cooking. And so I always tell people that Jesus Christ says that as long as they belong to him, they can't be snatched from his hands. So there's nothing you could do to save a Jehovah's Witness. If he belongs to Jesus, he's going to be okay. He's just going to
right,
be
because
just
they'll take care of it. Like Jesus will take care of it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, some have to cook longer than others in the oven. It's just they have to. Right. They have to cook longer, and you cooked 10 years, you cooked 20 years, some cook 40 years. But that's just, we can't rush it. You know, that's the recipe. You know.
Right.
But you know what? Speaking of JW Fairy Tale, Rick, you should reach out to Tom, because Tom is now going full blown Pentecostal preacher. If there's anybody that you should interview, is JW Fairy Tale went. I mean, he has a great story to tell. But he used to do the Kiss, the rock band Kiss. He used to dress up that way. He would tell the greatest stories, and he went full circle. And one thing I learned from an apostate, her name was a black lady named Soul Fitness Diva. She's still around. And she talked about how everybody, when they leave Watchtower, a lot of people have to, become atheists and become angry and everything. But she says, everybody goes full circle. And then she turned the camera and there's a cross on her wall. And it's true. A lot of people, when they leave Watchtower, they have to go full circle. And, they have to go through spring, summer, autumn, and then back to winter. They have to. There's no other way for them to get to where they're going to go. So that's why you can't get upset when your ex-Jehovah's Witness brother becomes an atheist or he becomes agnostic, whatever. Don't worry about it. It's just going to take time. He's going to go full circle. It's very rare that you find an ex-Jehovah's Witness who wakes up in the morning, eats the bread and the wine at night and says, I was born for this moment in time to be an apostate. And that's me, GG for GB. I knew, oh my God, I'm Moses. I'm John the Baptist. Oh my God, they're going to kill me. Yeah, I knew it. It's like, this is what I've been training for all my life. But everybody else, the great majority of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses have to leave and they have to go full circle. There's just no other way. And you trust them and pray for them. They're going to be. They're going to be the Who, the rock band.
Gilbert, what do you mean by full circle?
Well, the Who. Full circle means they have to leave Watchtower. They're going to be angry. They're going to become atheists. Oh, yeah. They're going to say, "Well, I'm agnostic. Well, I'll give Jesus a chance." And the next thing you know, they're born again preacher. They went full circle, and they get the Jeremiah complex. Now they can't shut up and they can't stop talking about God. Look at JW Fairy Tale. JW Fairy Tale. All of his videos now, it's all about God. He has a Jeremiah complex. When he left Watchtower, it was burning inside of him, and he was running away, like Elijah was running away to Mount Sinai. He went from the north of Israel, and he ran. And he just wanted to be left alone, but it was burning inside of him. He wanted to get back in the fight, and that's how a lot of our Jehovah's Witness brothers are. They have to leave, and some leave the Jehovah's Witness religion and they leave for the flesh, and some leave for the spirit. So when an ex-Jehovah's Witness leaves for the spirit, and I mean he leaves because of justice, he can't stand the injustice. I feel comfortable about those people, even though they go and live immoral lives and everything else, because they really left for the spiritual side. Some leave for the physical side. They just want to live immoral lives. But the ones that leave for justice, they clamor for justice, even though they fall into sin. They left for the right reasons, and they're going to find their way back home. Just like the prodigal son. They're going to find their way back home.
Rick and I, we've tried to make a percentage, and unfortunately, only about 20% of people that leave become Christians,
Mhm.
which is kind of sad. But we figure that's about the percentage.
Oh, Susan, sorry, what percentage? Could you say the percentage again?
20%, about 20%.
Oh, 20. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean it can't be more, or that our findings are wrong. But, we do have the Sunday program, and it's, much less than Saturday by far.
Correct. But you have to remember two things. I mentioned Elijah. When Elijah was, he ran from the north Israel all the way to Mount Sinai. He started feeling sorry for himself, and he says, I'm the only one left. And then God told him, well, there's a whole bunch of men who haven't taken the knee to the Baals. And he wasn't alone, but sometimes they feel alone. And then his successor, what he told his servant, he goes, God, open up his eyes and let him see that there's more of us than there are of them. All of the numbers show that there are more ex-Jehovah's Witnesses than there are Jehovah's Witnesses. And there are more Jehovah's Witnesses who believe than don't believe. It's just they come from a timid a religion that has not taught them to exert their full masculinity. They didn't teach them to be like Jesus and says, we're looking for, when they came to get him at night, Jesus says, who are you looking for? That's me. That's masculine. That's like, I'm the man. When Pontius Pilate presented, it goes, look, behold the man. Jesus was full man in every sense. And the Jehovah's Witnesses grew up in a religion where they made the man timid. We were timid. We were subservient. We were never able to fully express ourselves like a real man like Jesus Christ. But having said that, I know and I believe that there are more of us than there are of Watchtowers. And
there are more ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, but not that go to Christianity. There's more. There's 8 million Jehovah's Witnesses, and I know there's more ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. Rick knows the number.
Yes.
I'm not sure what it is.
And the great majority of them do believe in God. And I'm going to tell you why I believe this, because Jesus Christ said that the end will come, right? He says when the great majority will have fallen off. Well, if Jesus has not returned, then that means the majority of people are loving people. The majority of people are God-fearing people. And so I believe that. And so the reason that we're still here and we're living in a wicked world and Jesus hasn't returned is because the majority of human beings on earth do love justice, do love the truth, do love God. It's just they've been burned. They're timid. They don't know how to express themselves like Jesus Christ did. But they will. I have no doubt.
Susan, can I ask a question? Are you technically disfellowshipped?
Who? Susan?
Oh, sorry, I was asking Susan.
Oh, yes, I'm definitely disfellowshipped.
Okay, you're disfellowshipped. Okay. Okay, so I wondered, do you think that for both you and Rick, because you guys know your children's personality so well, obviously since you're their parents, do you feel like with the new update guidance from that, the Mark Sanderson thing, do you think that update kind of quote unquote like more permission to talk to disfellowship ones? Do you think that that's going to incline your children to feel more free to like reach out to you guys more, to like to say hello or whatever?
To me, I would say no.
Oh, okay.
My girls haven't talked to me in over 10 years. So for them to just turn around and want to instantly talk to me, I don't think so. And I have I've not been approaching them because if I'm just making life hard for them, they're just going to hate me more for trying to, engage them in conversation.
Wait, so Susan, they don't even like once a year like say a wellness check hello to you at all?
No.
Oh wow. Okay. Is that the same for Rick's children too?
No, his children are turning around. Some of
oh, fantastic. Okay, cool,
yeah,
cool.
So I'm really glad. There's just the one daughter that's really she's
like hardcore Nazi.
Yeah, she hasn't talked to Rick since his first wife died, which is over 10 years. So he hasn't talked to her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Does Rick have sons, too?
He has one son.
Oh, okay.
One
Okay.
son, yeah. And that's been hard because his son was trying to transition to a woman, but in the last few years he hasn't been. So it's a bittersweet reunion.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, but we're very happy that he's
In fact, I'll
transitioning
step in
back.
here. In fact, Susan, on that too. Yeah, my son, going back about 12 years ago, 13 years ago, he mentioned to me, he grew up as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. He was never baptized, but he wanted to turn into a woman. And what do you do? What do you do when your son actually, let you know that? It's kind of, disheartening. It's something that not everyone has to deal with, but he said it was very traumatic for him, and that if he couldn't do it, he didn't want to live. So what do you really say? Well,
wow.
no, well, go ahead, commit suicide. I mean, what do you say to someone like that? So I said, well, Jack, that was his name. That he's so important to me, my only son. But if that's what you feel to make your life more enhanced, then so be it. So, but now now he doesn't want to do that any longer. So see, it was a mental thing. It was a psychological thing for some, and that's how I realized too that somehow something got mixed up. So now he feels that no, he doesn't want to be that. He wanted to change his name from Jack to Jenna, and he wanted everyone to call him Jenna. But then, a couple of years ago, he says, "No, Dad, you can call me Jack again. I don't want to go in that direction." So that
Oh, wow.
that enlightens me to think that now I'm not going to say in some cases it could be really biological. I don't know. I don't think your medical science understands it all, but I do know that a lot of this is psychological. In his case, it was that way. I can see, yes, but
Oh wow, well Rick, I think you really dodged a bullet because I've followed a lot of stories of people who did do the transitioning, both men to women and reverse, and there are so many cases where they truly regret it, and then not only from the psychological aspect, but even from the physical aspect. Like so many people who get like they call it like the bottom surgery, like all the lower bits of genitalia and everything to be reworked in surgery. There is so much like regret that people go through because it's like they feel worse off than to begin with. So wow, I really feel like he dodged a bullet, and I'm glad that he decided against it.
oh yes, in fact, at one point he was even thinking of going to Taiwan. Was it Taiwan, Susan? Thailand, somewhere over there.
Probably Thailand, baby.
Yeah, and he was thinking of
I think it was the Philippines.
Was it somewhere over there? But he was thinking of having the operation. But boy, I'm glad that never went through. But it was so funny because even for a while he was taking hormones, and when he would call me and talk with me, he sounded just like a female, and it was so weird. But then obviously he stopped taking them again, and then he came back and he was able to talk like a man again. So it's really something what medical science can do. I mean, they give a man female hormones, and it's basically going to make it sound just like a female. It sounds just like a girl. It's unreal. But on that question you asked on children with the new light now, on talking to ones at the Kingdom Hall, if they're disfellowship, if that would help any. Well, even prior to that announcement, as Susan was saying, my children are turning around. We had 5 children, my former wife and I. And that was we had actually 4 daughters and one boy, so to speak. But what I'm thinking here is times are changing now. Even last fall, my 2 sisters I haven't spoke to for over 20 years, I talked with them. Now, whether that is in light of them seeing all of the changes in the Watchtower and what's taking place, I don't know. But I did talk to them on the phone, and they didn't call me. I didn't call them. I happened to be at my father's house, and my father was talking to them and said, well, say hello to your brother. And they did. Now, they never would have done that before. So that's a good sign. And then only one of my children is really steeped still in the Watchtower, and she's a real, what I call a Nazi witness. She really, really is overboard. But Susan, there's going to be so many people leaving, and I'm even hoping and I pray that my wife Susan's children, her two daughters, beautiful girls. I would hope that they could also speak to them out of that. That would mean so much. Susan has had a lot of health issues here in the last 10 years, and she's getting so much better now. But that just to have her daughters speak up and talk to her would be so enlightening. It would be so encouraging for Susan that I think it could overtake her physical problems that she has. I think it could. I think the emotions of it all could cure her physical illness. Seriously, that's how much I feel about it.
Yeah, and also that you have to understand that question. I would say that the great majority of Jehovah's Witnesses, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, will have some communication with the family. But the hardliners, because see, I'm a hardliner. I'm hardline, right? And my sister, she gained superstar status. See, because I'm such a hardliner in my hometown, that my sister is like, oh, she's superstar Jehovah's Witness, and so no, it would not work with us. But we're not the majority. We're my brother Jesse and I and others in YouTube, like say Mike and Kim. Mike is a hardliner. It's going to be very hard for his mom to talk to Mike. I can't see it, But if you're not a hardliner doing Jehovah's Witness videos on YouTube or somewhere else, then I think that you're going to benefit greatly. The chances are, the odds are on your side. It's just there's a small number of us that, it's not going to happen. It's not. I don't see it. But I'm happy that number is extremely small. I may be wrong on this one, but I don't think so. It's you can't. If you're Jehovah's Witness, you can't be talking to an apostate that's a hardliner. You just no.
Oh, true. I forgot about that. Yep, they made that caveat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but
well, that's interesting, Gilbert. Hardliners. I mean, there are some that would be that way. Different activism. Different folks do different strokes, so to speak. But you're a soft liner. I can see that. Now, how about you, Gilbert?
No, what I mean, no, because look at Berean Pickett, look at Mike and Kim, and look at JT and his wife. They have literally said, drew a line in the sand when it comes to Watchtower. And so what happens is, and they may be very nice, beautiful personalities, but they took a hard stand, and so that it's going to be very hard for the Jehovah's Witness family to overcome that hurdle. All I'm saying is that we who do videos have more hurdles than your average ex-Jehovah's Witness. Your average ex-Jehovah's Witness doesn't have the hurdle of the apostasy movement, and it's easier for them to communicate with their family members.
Hey, no, that's very fascinating what you're saying. You got me. That really, I never thought of this. I never really have, but you're absolutely right. Even of course that new ruling with the Watchtower. Well, we can speak to a disfellowship one if they come to the Kingdom Hall, but don't speak to an apostate. So that puts. I suppose that kind of lumps us all together. I mean, we would be considered apostates, right? Right, Gilbert?
Yeah. Yeah. And then my brother Jesse and I, we are not disfellowshipped. They have not disfellowshipped us. And I tell you, we flew 2 airplanes over their convention. We took the protest that you covered in Warwick. We took it to the front steps. Crashed Kingdom Halls and everything. And I'm thinking to myself, what do I have to do to get disfellowshipped? And they won't disfellowship me and Jesse. And we have our reasons to believe. We believe why they haven't done it. But yeah, they will not disfellowship me. And I think I know why they won't. And because it has nothing to do with the physical, it has everything to do with the spiritual. But I'm sure one day they might disfellowship me. Yeah. but they haven't disfellowshipped me. And I'm thinking, geez, what do I gotta do?
Well,
We send letters.
They know that you're an apostate. I mean, they must know that, but they don't. They let you go.
Well, we send voting ballots with my picture to their addresses, and they still don't disfellowship me. Yeah, it's just personal reasons why I think they don't want to disfellowship me. But because at the end of the day, it is a spiritual fight. At the end of the day, it's a spiritual fight, and so no, they can't disfellowship me. And if they do, good, I'm okay with it. But they haven't, and there has to be a reason why they haven't disfellowshipped me and my brother.
Well, in fact, it's funny you bring this up, Gilbert, because even I've acknowledged, even in my trail, that some people get disfellowship, some don't, some they wait a while. But even in my case, I thought was kind of unusual. I really got ticked off back in 2000, around 2008. Well, actually, it was around 2005, really. I got ticked off because, I was partaking. And in the process of me doing that, it really ticked some of my children off. Yeah, we're a loyal witness family. We're a model family, really. We never got in trouble. We never called in the back room. But when I started partaking, because I could see I want to be a true Christian. I don't want to be one of these Christians by extension, as the witnesses would say it. I want to be I saw the real hope of heaven. I didn't see the hope on earth. So to make a long story short, what happened is a couple of my children really distanced themselves from me, even when I was still a witness. And they really kind of soft shunned me because I was anointed. So it kind of ticked me off a little bit. So I went out and I protested in front of the Kingdom Hall for the first time. And that was 16 years ago. And then what happened is I thought that would instantly get me disfellowship. You would think that, wouldn't you? Protesting in front of the Kingdom Hall. I mean, what other grounds do you need? But it took a while for them to get to me. And then finally, when they did call me into the Judicial Committee hearing, I really wasn't disfellowshipped for protesting against the Watchtower in front of the Kingdom Hall. They disfellowshipped me because they claimed I was starting my own religion. And I said,
wow.
I said, I'm not starting my own religion. I said, I meet with some fellow ex-witnesses and we discuss the Bible. No, they got me for starting what they call the Upper Room Ministries. That's what we called it at the time. But wasn't that funny, huh? But they didn't really.
Yeah.
They really didn't. They didn't disfellowship me because I was standing in front of the Kingdom Hall with a bunch of signs and a bunch of people out there protesting with me. So different folks, they have different ways of disfellowshipping or dealing with it. But if they let you go, you're not the first one I heard on here that have been cut some slack. Plenty of people come on this conference call that did things that the Watchtower would disfellowship you in a heartbeat over, but never have been disfellowshipped. That's amazing. And but it might just because it might be because of you and Jesse have such a nice, easy, calm way about you. Maybe they didn't think you'd become a radical or something,
But they did write a letter. They wrote me a letter to my address, and they found my address. But anyways, they wrote me a letter saying stay off of our property. It was right when I was going to do the second flyover, and so they were going to use that letter to have me arrested. If I was ever on location, and I put that letter in a frame, and I framed it, and I tell people that when you die, there's a line, and St. Peter is at the end, and you have to wait in line. But when I die, I have my letter, and it's a fast pass. I cut the line. I go, sorry, suckers. I got a letter from Watchtower.
Oh, you get your ticket. You get your ticket to ride. Keep moving, Gilbert. Keep
I
moving.
got just like the Beatles say, yeah, I got my ticket to ride, man. I got the letter. You guys didn't get a letter.
Well, it's funny you say that. No, it's funny you say that because I often think of that too. When the time does come and we all have to leave this planet, and wherever we're heading, I believe that there's a heavenly kingdom, and maybe not everyone is into that agreement, but when you do go into the heavenly arrangement, that there will be some type of a judgment thrown, as the Bible says, that you will have to answer for. And some people will just get the pass or get that ticket. Now just keep moving. You're all right. Keep moving, because there'll be so many going there, right? So let's hope we all get that ticket, right? Right, Gilbert?
Yeah, I hope so, man. Cause enough's enough.
Oh, that's nutty.
Yeah.
Well, I can't believe we still got, boy, I'll tell you, this program is going on. This is an extension of the Awakening After the Watchtower program with Eric. And we're still going here this morning. But it amazes me. Oh, we still have a whole lot of people still coming in here. I can't believe it. But so many people, they're disconnecting from this organization. They've had it. They say, that's it. We can't take it anymore. And I can just see that, because at the control panel here, I can see the telephone numbers coming through on Saturday night. The peak time is right around 8:30 to 9:30. That's when I find most people come in. And at times it looks like a ticket tape, like you see at the stock market, with the telephone calls coming through, and a lot of new telephone calls. So that shows me that it's just so many people that they won't speak up, but they listen in. They feel the telephone's the safest way to listen. They feel, I'm going to do that. I don't want to watch YouTube because someone might catch me or whatever, but they listen in on the telephone line, which is still amazing to me. Yes.
Yeah, but it's like that guy that called in a little while ago. He's a Lyft driver. See, a lot of people also work, or they're driving at night, and it's easy for them to just put it on speakerphone. Yeah. And they're just driving or working. So yeah, I've talked to a couple people. I remember during the Positive Wave show, and they're doing the Uber Lyft thing, and they're listening to Six Screens in between rides.
Yeah, in fact, there's quite a few people. In fact, they would say, "Okay, it's time now. I got to go. I got to pick somebody up." No, that's an interesting job for people. In fact, I was on the phone yesterday. A man called me yesterday morning, an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and that's what he does out in the Chicagoland area. He drives for Uber, and he was saying that Uber's really cutting back a lot and taking a lot of the money that they used to make. So it's a tough business. And like I say, when you're driving for Uber or Lyft, it seems like you'd be making money, but gee, by the time you put the tires on the car, pay your insurance, put the gas in the car, you don't make that much money. It's a shame. Yeah.
Well, Rick, can I comment on that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is it's Aaron.
Oh, Aaron, right, Aaron. Yeah. Go ahead, Aaron. What do you have to say?
Yeah. So, I have a Prius that I paid for in cash myself over 3 years ago. And I get between 55 and 60 miles a gallon generally. Matter of fact, this month I've driven over 3,500 miles, and my average miles per gallon is 58. So I get 2 to 3 times of miles per gallon that most other people get. And also, I have a mechanic that does a lot of my necessary maintenance on the car for a deeply discounted price. So there was 1 week about a month ago where I made $1,200 in 1 week, but I worked 52 hours. So, if you work the hours, you'll make the money. So just want to say that.
Right. Well, see, you have what you have there, Aaron, is you have someone that can help you do mechanical work, and a Prius, they go on gas. But you imagine if you're driving some, vehicle, it's eating up, 10, 15 miles per gallon. You wouldn't pay for it. It's too much. Yeah. But, well, that's good. Don't enjoy. You meet a lot of people too, but you got to be careful now. You got to be very careful with that, because you never know who you're going to pick up. My daughter was doing it for a while.
Right.
My daughter was doing it for a while, and she picked a fella up, and she stopped at the 7-Eleven to get some gas. She ran in to pick something up. She left her phone and the keys in the car. He took off with the car and her phone. Never found it.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so always be aware of that. Don't trust anybody that you pick up.
Yeah. And I always tell people when they ask me about doing it, I say, I just don't see how anybody that does not have a hybrid vehicle can make this worth it for them, especially if they go out and rent a car as well, because then anything you do there is going to increase your bottom line. So you got to pay for all that stuff before you even make anything.
Right. Well, that's what he was saying to me yesterday. He's an ex-witness, and He just wanted to call me up and talk to me and telling me how things are going in his life. But he said it's been a little rough because he drives, but he drives for Uber. He says, but recently they cut back a lot on what they can make. And like everything today, it's not easy, Aaron. It's not easy. But geez, I'm glad you at least listen to the 6 screens on when you're driving around at night. That's great, wonderful.
Right. Yeah.
So where do
try.
you live? Is it Maryland, Aaron? Aaron?
Delaware.
Oh, Delaware. Oh, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Joe Biden country.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Right off. I drive by that road every day.
Do you really?
He's off the Paper Mill Road. Yep. No, Powder Mill Road. Yeah.
Powder Mill Road. Yeah. So what about that? I mean, how far were you from the bridge collapse? I mean, when the boat, the ship hit it the other day. You live near there? Pretty close?
Well, Baltimore, I'd say it's about an hour and a half from me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty scary. I read an article about a guy who was one of the last ones off the bridge, and it collapsed about a minute after he got off of it.
Geez, that could have
Very
been you
interesting.
driving out there on a lift ride, You never know. Jeez. It was terrible.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to really affect the economy there in that area, though, I'd imagine,
Oh, there's a ton of ports and everything in that area that, it's going to be weeks, if not months, before everything gets somewhat normal again. And it's really interesting to think about the fact that it's possible. Just saying, it's possible that was something that was set up and not just a random accident. But
well,
we won't really know.
Well, we'll have to get probably Jimmy Bell Reese or Fritz on here to talk about that.
Right, exactly.
Because I'm sure there's going to be some plot behind that. I mean, there's always two sides to the story. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Well, Aaron, I'm so glad. But in fact, I'll tell you, I went to bed early last night. I fell asleep during Eric's program. Here, I get a little bed set up in my studio. So I woke up this morning hearing you talking about Raven Giuliani. That's what got me back on. That's what got me back on, because that was so. I mean, people still talk about that till this day. But she called me after she did the interview. It was about a month afterwards. And she called me up. She says, Rick, I never should have came on the 6 screens. I said, well, why is that, Raven? She says, well, my husband lost his job and things have been going really bad for us since I came on and talked all about that. So that was something. I don't know if he worked for Witness or what, but she says things went downhill ever since she spoke up about that experience. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it is unbelievable.
She's 60 now. I read some of her things online because I was so fascinated by the program after I listened to it that I went on the website to where she posted some of her things, and she was posting up until I don't know a few years ago, but then she just fell off the face of the earth, and no one's heard anything from her lately.
Yeah, what happens? This whole talk about esoteric. The ex-witness world is very esoteric. I mean, I'm not using it in a negative connotation. I'm just using it in the secretive narrative. It's so secretive, the ex-witness world. As I was mentioning earlier, we have people, they use fictitious names. It's not their real name. We don't know who they are, where they live. We used to have a man come on the program here. We call him a professor. And he lived, I know, in New York at the time. It was in New York he lived. And he'd come on. He had 2 programs. He had a Sunday program and he had a Saturday night program. And boy, he would call me every week and would talk and discuss things and what he's going to do for his program. And then all of a sudden, he said he was going to get married. And he sent me pictures of him and his wife when they first got married, and I never heard from him again. Never. And it was so out of routine, so out of pattern. I don't know if I never really even knew his real address or anything. People were somewhat secretive. And so consequently, what happened is I just figured he might have died. You could have been in a car crash, and how would I ever know that? So that's what happens in this world. A lot of people even came on this program many times. Johnny the Bachelor I mentioned earlier, and so many other people. You never hear from them again. You wonder, ooh, I wonder what happened to them. But it's just the world. It's the world we live in. Not only the real world is esoteric, but even the world of ex-witnesses. It's, all of us, are somewhat frightened. Not me anymore. I probably never really was that much frightened. But there are a lot of people that have been really hurt by coming out and showing their true colors, and their whole families have disconnected from them. So in that particular case, I can understand. Or maybe they're renting a house from a Jehovah's Witness. Maybe they have a job and a Jehovah's Witness boss. So they've got to be very careful on every move they make, Aaron.
Right.
Well, I mean, you guys must be getting tired by now. It's the sun is coming up here in Massachusetts. It's what time is it? 7:45. Wow, I can't believe that. But well, it's Easter. Happy Easter to everyone, or they would call it Resurrection Day as well. And I hope that everyone is going to enjoy the day. Well, maybe we'll end the call here, and we really appreciate all those people that came on, and I'll let Eric know that his program went pretty much all night long here. So,
For the record book, we hit the record. We're breaking a record.
actually, no. Well, Eric would have been on. Well, let's see. He started last night at 9:30. No, we haven't. The longest call we ever had on here was 15 hours.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Well, it was good to be with you guys. Love you guys.
Susan, thank you for you really. I'll tell you what. You started my day off right. I'm going to have a good day because you came on. I mean it. I mean it. So thank you, Susan, for showing up, and don't be a stranger. In fact, I think we have a special place for you here on the Six Screens. I think you're going to have your own program. I think you're going to have your own program.
One day I do want to come there to your studio and just sit in. Just you know what I mean. Sometimes you have studio people sit in.
Well,
I hope that's on my bucket list. I hope one day.
Well, one day you can do it. Well, my goodness, Susan, you did. You really were so happy. All of us are here. And don't you be a stranger now. You come back and see us again, okay?
Okay, will do. Yep.
All right. Well, thank you, Susan. And thank you, everyone, for coming into the program last night and this morning. And we appreciate your presence. And we want you always to keep standing tall. Don't you ever give in, up or out. Keep waving that flag of victory. And the last one, as we always say, leaving the Watchtower. By all means, turn off the new light. We'll see you guys next Saturday night at 5:45 p.m. for the program Touched by the Tentacles of the Watchtower with Anne Marie. Good day, everyone. Have a good day and stay safe.